Over the last 8 weeks, teams have been battling it out, all to make it here to our first season of the ESL Mobile Challenge, where they'll battle over the next 4 weeks with tens of thousands of dollars up for grabs. We know one of these teams wants to be crowned a champion, and how are they going to get there? Well, that's the question we're going to have to answer. And of course, I cannot do this alone. A tournament of this magnitude needs a caster or a couple of casters to match. Echo Gaming is back. Welcome, sir. How you feeling today?
What's up, Inverum? I'm happy to be back. I'm excited to see some of the teams that I saw lined up for today, as well as some of the players for some of the maybe less known teams or the smaller names. Some great things lined up. A lot of excitement ahead. Who else is joining us tonight?
Oh, I believe it's the one and only Eric. Clash with Eric. Hello. Welcome back, sir. How you doing? Feeling ready?
I'm good. I'm ready. We got a lot of amazing wars going on tonight. A lot of amazing teams here, and these are the best. These are the best teams in North America. The ones who survived through both the ladder phases, survived the play-ins, and arrived here at the ESL Mobile Challenge. So it's going to be a good one tonight, everyone.
100%, because it's been some pretty fierce competition. Like you said before, a lot of teams participated in the ESL Mobile Open, played through that ladder phase, all to get here to this point, and they've certainly, like I said, got their work cut out for them over the next few weeks. But let's take a look at exactly how it all works. This is the ESL Mobile Challenge. Over the last few months, players have been competing in 2 stages of open play, climbing the ladders each month for their chance to make it to the play-ins. In the play-ins, these top teams fought it out, and the best have made it here, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Here, they will compete against each other each week, testing their skills, their communication, and their teamwork, all to determine who deserves to advance to the finals. It is at these finals where we will crown one team the best in their region and the ESL Mobile Challenge champions. Well, you heard it all there. It's about the prestige, it's about the prize money, and it's about being crowned one of or the best team in North America. Eric, obviously you've been a competitor. You know what it means to compete in these ESL programs, and we know that these players are certainly, oh, they're eyeing for it, to say the very least. Because, Eric, we've got some really, really good teams competing here.
We do. I mean, this is the time for them to bring out their A game, and we have some incredible teams here. The first 4 on the list here qualified during the first ESL mobile play-ins, and then the second 4 qualified in the second. But every single one of these teams is top-notch, the best teams in the United States. We got Space Station Gaming, Volume 0, Lost Meta Gaming, Softshell Supreme, the best COC esports, of course, OneHive, Train Station Gaming, and Happy Endings 2.0.
Yeah, I'm really excited about, honestly, all of the matches we have tonight. We have 6 different wars that we're going to be watching. There's one other war that's going to go on that we're not going to be able to have on broadcast, but we have right now Space Station Gaming versus Volume 0. They're the first war that we're going to be watching tonight. Following that, we have Lost Meta Gaming versus Happy Endings 2.0, and then Soft Shell Supreme versus OneHive. A lot of great action ahead.
Oh, yeah. So this is only half of the wars that we have in store for you as we take a look at our very first one. Space Station Gaming going up against Volume 0. This one is going to be intense. Space Station Gaming, a name that you know if you follow competitive Clash of Clans. This particular roster, this iteration, is a combination of so many other top tier, top caliber teams, but they're going up against a pretty top caliber team as well over on the other side. Volume 0 looked super impressive in their plan. Anybody say flawless war? Yeah, perfect war? Yeah, that's what we ended up seeing here. The 500% smash they came in looked absolutely solid. So I think, I mean, Eric, let's be real. This is a heck of a way to start off the ESL Mobile Challenge.
It really is. I mean, we go straight out with our #1 seed, Space Station Gaming, and on their opponent, I mean, they have players who used to play with Space Station Gaming, so they're playing against a lot of their former teammates. These guys know what these guys are capable of, and they're a lesser known team, being Volume 0. So knowing that they have such an opponent that gets so much media attention, they know what to expect from them, and maybe they can use that to their advantage today and bring out a win.
Just that they're less known, though, doesn't mean that the players are less caliber, right? I mean, we do have some really high caliber players over on Volume 0, even though the name may not be as big. I'm looking forward to a really good war. And you mentioned that there were some players. I know Ghost has played here in the ESL before with Space Station Gaming and has done very well. So I'm expecting for him to do really well again tonight.
Yeah, I think the big thing that I'm looking at here is just the story of the ESL Mobile Challenge as a whole, because I think this is something that's really cool to talk about. These kind of league formats don't really exist that often in competitive mobile esports. We don't really get a chance to see teams play week over week over week, see them advance, see them develop the meta. Because, yeah, we've been in Town Hall 14 for a little while now, but we're still seeing new strategies, new techniques being developed. And if there was ever a place here in NA, and I'm going to correct you, Eric, because it's not just the United States. We got Canada and Mexico here as well. We got players from all over. What better place to sort of hone these skills? And you talked about the idea of making a name for yourself, competing up against these established squads. If you're an org looking to get involved in competitive Clash of Clans, we have some unsigned rosters here. This is the place that I would be looking, because obviously, you know, Eric, you've played competitive. You know what it's like to be on this stage. Talk about a place to make a name for yourself.
That's kind of where I made a name for myself. So we played in that season 1 and 3 championship. OneHive took it. Definitely helped out a lot with recruitment and recruiting new talent. And we're back here again. We're playing later tonight here. But I mean, you see a lot of really talented players here in the matchup that we're going to be starting with today, like Space Station Gaming picking up Rio Torres there, who normally plays with a team out of Spain, but because Spain isn't allowed to play in the North American ESL tournament here, then he got pushed over off of that team and joined up with this roster on Space Station Gaming, and he is a powerhouse, one of my favorite players in all of Clash of Clans, and I'm excited to see him play tonight.
I'm excited to see that as well. And I also want to mention, Eric said here, you know, this is where you can get a name for yourself. This is a great program where players can get noticed, and they could even show that they're with a team that's worthy, or that they're a player that's worthy of being picked up by some of these larger orgs. So it's really a great platform if you're that level of player, if you have that potential to be noticed.
And that's really what it's all about. Players start in the open, they grind, they cut their teeth, they get better, they put the squad together, and then maybe they make it here. And this is really where we get to see who is the best of the best. And hey, moving on to the World Championships as well, you can take the whole thing. Look, there are plenty of opportunities for players to showcase their skills, because we've got a heck of a lot of wars over the next 5 weeks. But only one team is going to emerge victorious. So I think now I turn it over to both of you. And Echo, I'll start with you here. We've seen a lot of changes. It's a very, I'd still say, a pretty attacker-sided meta here with Town Hall 14. What attack strategies are you really looking to see a lot of tonight?
I mean, we have some new troops and some new update changes. You know, we have the rocket balloon that's coming in. We've been seeing it being used for funneling, especially some of these air attacks. We have the Dragon Rider as well, which is a brand new troop. I'm hearing there's some new strategies that haven't even been fully developed yet for that. So that's going to be really exciting to see here, because, again, like we were talking about in Brawl Stars 2 nights ago, how there was an update and there was all brand new metas happening. It's very similar here in Clash of Clans as well, and the players have to adapt to this. You know, the update came out a few days ago. Like, they've had some time, but it's still fairly new. So I'm excited to see what it all looks like when we finally get into some action. And speaking of action,
like right now?
Yeah, like right now, exactly. And what we have here is a bit of a Queen Charge Lalo coming in. And this one is starting out with a really nice funnel in the eastern side of the base. And who else but Rigator Torres out of Space Station Gaming. Eric, you excited about this one?
Yeah, Rio Torres is one of my favorite players in the game here. And with these new level of balloons here, he is going to show off the offensive prowess of this new Lalo strength here with the level 10 balloons. And he's going to start with his Road Champion to go support the flank of the Queen on one side, the King to support the flank on the other, and at that Road Champion can work her way all the way to the Multi-Inferno. That'll be set up very, very well, but he hasn't pulled the CC yet, so it's kind of a race here to push the Queen in to beat the RC to the CC, as the King is also trying to work his way in to clear out that bottom compartment, and it looks like the CC is going to the Queen there. Perfect deployment so far, and even catches a couple of black mines there with some balloons. So a beautiful setup here so far, but looks like the CC is splitting a little bit. Look at that witch going off towards the yak on the bottom of the base there.
Yeah, I see that as well. The Queen does seem to be able to pick that off as she's getting raged up with her healers. Baby Dragon's there to assist as well. Maybe even distract that scatter shot a little bit. I love how everything that you mentioned there, Eric, was happening. So that means to me, everything was going to plan. As you said, Rigator Torres, he kind of knows what he's doing. And now he has the Lalo coming in from the top of the base. One Lava Hound in front, balloons trailing in behind, and the Stone Slammer as well. I'm excited to see the Stone Slammer come to battle. Lava Hound going right now towards the Town Hall. Hall with a freeze spell on top. The Wizard Tower is frozen, as is the Town Hall, needing to use another freeze and then a rage spell on these balloons. Are they gonna be able to get this Town Hall down? Tornado Trap slowing things down. That's the third freeze spell on the Town Hall, Eric.
Yeah, he's still got the rage, though. The rage can still get him through. He needs one more strike on it. There's the ward ability. Gets it down. He just needs to work his way through the multi-inferno, but he's got backside balloons coming in, and he has one more haste. It's going to come very, very close here. But this queen, where's the queen? Did the queen go down? The queen did go down. Uh-oh. This one's coming a little bit close here. A little bit too close for comfort. He needs to drag it to pick up that multi, but I don't think it's going to, Echo. I think it will be opening with the defense. Rio Torres unable to connect on this one. It's going to fall just a little bit short.
Yeah, it looks that way as well. I mean, the scatter shots there, the Owl's helping out. It would be I don't think he's going to be able to get it. That Grand Warden battle is going to be happening soon. Yeah, it looks like it's either going to be time or the Warden's going to go down to the defending Warden. It's a Warden-on-Warden battle right now. Unfortunately, Rigator Torres was not able to pull in the 3-star, although he's such an amazing attacker. It's going to end here at a 96% 2-star Queen Charge Lalo, the first attack that we've seen of the night. Many wars to come, many more attacks inside of this war. Is this a strategy that you're thinking we're going to be seeing a lot tonight?
I really do. The Queen Charge Lalo has been an extremely strong part of the meta, even before the update. Before we got level 10 balloons, it was already one of the strongest attacks of the game. I think it's going to be a very air-dominant meta after this update, and I'm excited to see exactly what these guys have for us. But, I mean, we still have been seeing success with ground attacks as well. I mean, as we see more and more people switch some expos up to air to try to combat this this air meta, it's going to cause the ground attacks to become a little bit stronger, and I expect to see a little bit of both. And Dragons, I think Dragons are going to be the star of the show through the broadcast here today. So we'll see what happens. But here we go into the next one. We got Nick from Volume 0. And like I said, we are going to see some ground attacks, and we're seeing them right away here with Super Witches.
Yeah, it looks like the Super Witch Smash is coming in on this attack with the Grand Warden funnel starting up in the northern portion of the base, just trying to kind of clear things off before the witches come into the base. And we've seen this time and time again where these Super Witches will continuously spawn those tanks, those big boys, and they will just make their way through a base. I'm noticing the rage spells. Looks like there's 4 rage spells in the composition, 3 freeze spells, and 1 jump, which with this base right here, which is Rigator Torres' base from Space Station, I feel like 1 jump spell can give you a lot of access to this base, dropping it right in the center, right by that Grand Warden, depending how the troops path. But right now, we're finally seeing those Super Witches coming in. I like the Ice Golem with the King to set that funnel and allow for those Super Witches to go right in towards that Eagle Artillery. It's on, Eric. They're coming on in.
Yeah, he's got that log launcher selected at the moment, and he drops it in after the Super Witches have moved into the base a little bit. Make sure that they're out in front. Make sure that log launcher gets its full HP pool to throw as many logs as it can. It'll open up the access to the Grand War statue and towards that Town Hall, but to push everything over there is going to take a little bit of luck with the pathing. It's a very, very risky attack, and a lot of his troops are swinging south, and they're going to go find some Teslas out there. He drops the jump in to try to correct, but the King has already broken open the wall there with the big boys. They're all going for a walk, but that's mostly the ground troops there, or the tanky troops there. The Super Witches can spawn more as they work their way back over towards the Town Hall, but he's got a long push to go here. He does have the walls open. He does have access, but he's going to need these healers to stay perfectly in position here to stay protected, and that's going to rely on the Road Champ to come in here and get this multi-inferno down across the bottom of the base and help drive everything back north on this attack towards this Town Hall.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that was scary for a minute there, Eric, but the healers, as you mentioned, did stay with the troops in the core of the base, and as the witches can respawn those tanks, they're basically making more troops, and it allowed for them to come back because, man, a lot of the attack, I'd say 3/4 of the attack went around the base. They broke through that funnel, but the Queen here is going to be able to grab that Town Hall. 40 seconds left, 2 hero abilities. It looks like we're going to be seeing the first 3-star of this war. Champion can take down a few defenses here with the ability. Let's see it be used. It's waiting. There we go. Finally, right there. Finally, we have Nick from Volume 0 coming out with the early lead against Space Station Gaming. We have 3 stars to 2. So early on, Volume 0 proving why they're here, saying we could battle against one of the most publicized names in Clash of Clans right now. And they're leading 3-0, 96% to 100% against I mean, the only two was Nick versus Rigator Torres, and Rigator Torres is a solid attacker, really respected.
Yeah, definitely. It was a very, very important step here to gain some momentum in this war, because Volume Zero may be a little bit intimidated going against the #1 seed here, and Space Station Gaming is no joke, and to start off in the lead right here is going to have a big psychological factor on these players and help them keep that momentum as they go to the next attack. But we're going right into the other Nick. This one is the imposter Nick? I don't know. He has a question mark next to his name, but he is from Space Station Gaming, and he's coming in with some drag bat into our next attack here as he charges towards the Town Hall with the heroes.
Yes, he is. Drag bat, the first time we're seeing it tonight, but I mean, it's early, so of course something's got to be first. I like the queen right here, getting a little bit of that healing action from that unicorn as well. I love that you don't have to dedicate the healers. You can give that queen just a little extra support right here. And look at this. The king is going to be cleaning out the Inferno Tower. The queen is going to pop that ability, take down the town hall, and really clean up this portion of the base. 9 dragons are here. Now, oftentimes when these attacks go in, I kind of forget that the bats are on the back end, and that if done well, they could really clean up a good number of those defenses. But Nick right now, he wants to come back, and he wants to start, catching back up. I mean, they're down by 1 star early on. I like the invisibility spell right there, using the champion to kind of help her out, allow a little bit more to go down. And now the dragons are coming in, Eric. They're going straight for the Inferno Tower, and we got to take down that eagle.
Yeah, the eagle will go down to the RC by the looks of it. We're very, very close to going down. The invisibility wasn't enough to get her through that eagle artillery, but was enough to get her past that enemy Road Champion. Road Champion is very, very poor at fighting off other enemy heroes, so that invisibility did work very well there. He didn't pull the CC with his heroes, which was really important here, and so he had the headhunters come out, but they're going straight to the water. The dragons pick him off on their way through, and now the lava hound that's still inside of the CC will remain in there. Water ability comes down as he pushes his way towards the enemy queen, but he needs to have a freeze ready potentially there. That enemy queen can pick off a lot of dragons very, very quickly if it's not protected. So here we go. Bats in for the top corner. Still has to push his way through this multi-inferno. He's not out of this yet.
He's not out of it yet, but I love the bats on top of the scatter shot. That was the defense that I was scared of here. Now, unfortunately, the bats went all the way to the other side, not towards the wizard tower. They're going to take their sweet time. That was an early freeze spell as well. He's going to have to waste another one. Oh, just in time. Those bats almost took the brunt of it. But here goes the multi-inferno. It's going to take down all of those bats. But really, there's a good number of dragons left with 45 seconds. A Grand Warden, the owl is still here. This one can get done with only a multi-inferno and an air defense and 1 archer tower to take down these troops.
Yeah, look at the HP on those dragons. We got a lot of them as still over half health. That multi-inferno is going to be slowly pinging them away here, but they'll get that down. They take a black mine, has 1 dragon that is working its way to the air defense, and it's getting shot down quickly. Needs to have something turned with the dragons make the turn. He's very close to the triple here. He only has a little bit more to go, but he's running out of troops, and he's running out of time as well. This one's going to come all the way down to the wire, but I think he has enough force to get through. The dragon will go down, but the warden and the owl are going to have to finish it off here. I don't know about this.
God.
Come on. Go. One more shot. One more shot. Oh, he gets it on the buzzer. Nick from Space Station Gaming gonna give his team a chance to come back in the lead here. And we are, if they can get a defense here, less than 96, they've regained the lead here right out of the gate. That was, man, my heart's beating so fast.
Eric, talk about a buzzer beater. I wasn't even sure that got it in time. It was like a fraction of a second left, but man, that owl was clutch using the lightning from the owl to get through the different structures that were left over, just weakening them enough to get it done in the last 1/8 of a second. That was literally hit the 0 mark. Amazing. Exciting is, I think, even a better word. That was exciting.
Yeah, I think 1/8 of a second is generous. That was, I don't know that there was any time left on that clock there. Barely snuck it in, and wow. That's the nice part about the warden, striking instantly. And I feel like there's so many times where that happens, where the warden is winding up for the final strike of the war there, and he hits so hard. He's lucky he's able to one-shot that. Like you said, the electric owl was pinging that structure down. But I mean, now it's time for them to try to get a defense, or Volume Zero to maintain their lead here after they opened with that triple, and they can do it again here as they got their own drag bat attack coming in from Serge.
Yeah, Serge figures, you know what, it worked for them, it's going to work for me. But that's not actually how it works, right? These are all planned way ahead of time. It just happens to be another drag bat coming in. He saw this base and said, drag bat's the way. or something along those lines. I like the king kind of sneaking in there, breaking through the wall. The queen's there behind again with that unicorn, just giving a little bit of support. Remember, no healers on this. There's no queen charge. It's just straight up Sui heroes into there, and then the drag bat in the back end. Notice the champions coming in from up top as well. Going to be taking down one archer tower, path their way over to the air defense, and then probably just use that ability and clean up a few more things along the way. And the single Inferno is going to be one of them. I'm glad to see that that Builder's Hut went down so that single Inferno doesn't get healed back up.
Yeah, I like the pathing that he's created for bats along the top edge of the base with dragons ready to enter from the left side. He didn't get the wizard tower down next to the enemy queen over in the right-hand corner, but that'll leave him a nice path after he takes the town hall to send the bats in straight from 12, and they'll go from defense to defense, building up a big swarm here. As long as he can get the splash damage dealt with on the base, he should be in a very, very strong position. I guess there's a handful of different spots he could drop in the bats. It's hard to see exactly where his mind is thinking to send them in, but here we go. We got the blimp traveling to the town hall. We'll take out the splash damage in that area, rage it up to ensure it goes down. They're also using an all-air CC with a dragon rider. That was interesting. A dragon rider, but here comes the bats in from the top corner, and they're going to build up on these single target defenses.
Yeah, they are. I was not expecting the bats to come in from up top, but they are, like you said, the bat wave. They're going to build up as they go. They are getting picked off one at a time, but I mean, there's no splash damage until they get towards that southern portion, the eastern portion of the base. I'm sorry, but they're slowly getting picked off and kind of losing some of their viability. There's a first freeze spell. They're going to be able to take down the wizard tower, though. Oh, maybe not. They go into the bow instead, and the scatter shot shuts them down. The bats die out, and all we have left are a few dragons up top, a couple of bats on the mortar, and the Grand Warden.
Yeah, the sweeper there was knocking them back and slowing these dragons down. They did not get the value that they needed. It was a little bit wide of an entry for the dragon. It looked pretty good there. I wasn't sure how the dragons were gonna do pushing through that area, and they did have they kept into a fairly tight pack, but they get split up a little bit there. You lose the effectiveness of the spells, and you don't hit them all with the warden, and those dragons can fall like they're I don't know. They just drop out of the sky like crazy there.
They could drop like flies. Go with like the old dad saying. They could drop like flies. But yeah, I mean, good attempt. But what changes here is the percentage. We're now again tied up on stars, but Space Station Gaming is going to take that percentage advantage because Rigator Torres, although with the 2-star, I believe it was a 96% 2-star, so a very high 2-star. So the lead has changed right now. It's still a very tight matchup, and we're going to be going in to our third attack from Space Station Gaming in a moment. So you think the attack went in a little bit wide, and that was the downfall, or was it the bats? I feel like the bat value wasn't really there.
I mean, you think about 6 bat spells. 6 bat spells, we spend that on a lightning to take out 1 or 2 defenses, you know? So, like, you go and take out an Inferno, you take out the full Tesla farm, you get an air defense, you get a couple other buildings there. That was plenty of bat value. I think what he needed there was maybe a little bit more hero value, or maybe he needed a little bit more out of the dragons. Like, he put in the Road Champion so far from the other heroes that she was just all by herself out there. She had no tanking support there. A lot of times in these attacks, we see the Road Champion come in next to the king and then get a little extra tanking, and that didn't happen on that one. And I wonder if that was what gave the dragons not enough push to punch through. It's kind of hard to say sometimes there, but 86% still is a decent percentage here. It is going to leave them 10 buildings behind Space Station Gaming, and we'll have to see if they can make a comeback here in their next attacks. But starting off with the lead, falling behind now, and we'll swing into Agent 33 coming in from Space Station Gaming, and we have a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack here.
Yeah, a new strategy because, well, we have new troops in on this one. This is going to be exciting to see for everyone that really hasn't gotten their hands on these yet. Looks like we have a little Yeti bomb coming in from down here just to clean out that bottom portion. Looks like the Queen was taken down as well. Pretty good value with that raid spell. Good investment, good value. I like it. And now the Queen, she's going to be working her way down towards that town hall, probably breaking in there with a little bit of extra funneling support. After dealing with these ice golem, which is just going to slow her down a little bit. She's not going to have to deal with any damage, but I think the goal here is to get herself into that town hall compartment, start clearing things out.
100%. And the nice part about using Dragon Riders, since they are a defense targeting troop, you don't have to have funnel for them. they self-funnel. They don't have to clear trash around. That makes so the king is freed up to do something extra, and that's why the king's going to come in the bottom corner here and start to funnel on the outside of the base there. If he can actually get the king to make the turn and go into that multi-inferno up ahead, that'd be some huge value for him. But we'll see what happens here. We'll see how he sets this up. Look at the king actually has ended up going inside the base a little bit. So a little unfortunate. We'll see where he ends up there as he continues to work his way into the base, but he's got to jump, and the jump can give the queen all the way into the middle of the base there to go get that multi-inferno.
Yeah, I think that jump spell is going to be clutch for that queen, getting some really good queen values so far. Agent 33 has to be pretty happy at this point in time on how things are going. Champion's going in as well with Lassie, going to be able to take out that multi-target Inferno as well as an air defense, and now going to assist the queen a little bit, and possibly even that Champion's going to pop into the center of the base. It looks like she's going to make a left-hand turn here, go into that multi-Inferno and aid the queen. Let's pop that ability pretty soon too. There it is, and multi goes down. This funnel has been set, and the Dragon Riders are in with the balloons behind, and you called it, Eric. Those Dragon Riders only attack defenses, just like a Hog Rider, but of the air. They're only going to go after those defenses so they can really clean things up, and then you have some minions behind to clean up the structures that they leave. Eric, this is looking nice.
I like the headhunters in there taking out the enemy Rio champion, using the Warden aura, using the Warden ability as well to make sure that they survive from any ground targeting defenses. They do get sprung off now, but the Dragon Riders have caused so much damage here with the wave of minions down behind them to clear the trash, and the queen pushes all the way to the end of the base there, surviving with her ability and a freeze, and Space Station Gaming will secure their lead here through the third attack, and we're going to have to see a triple hit from Volume 0 if they want to stay pace with them, but no matter what, they're going to be at a minimum 10 buildings behind here after their attack. But nice attack here with the new Dragon Rider troop here from Space Station Gaming. That was absolutely brilliant. Well handled with the enemy heroes there, and he was able to take them all down and just clear the way here for the Dragon Riders to sweep through.
Well, ESL, that's the first Dragon Rider attack we've seen here, and probably many that we're going to be having here this evening. But wow, that was a nice attack. I mean, there were 4 Dragon Riders left over at the end of the attack when things were getting cleaned up, and I believe only 5 were cooked up in the army, so pretty impressive. They were all able to stand. I think he got some really great queen value, just charging her in and taking out so much of the base, jumping her in, and she just continued until the end. I mean, it's all about value. We say it time and time again, but now we have Lochnus Monster coming in from Volume 0, and looks like we have another drag bat attack, the third one that we're seeing here in this war alone.
Yeah, Dragbat is one of my personal favorite attacks here. I love to use dragons. They're a relatively simple attack here, but you do rely on a little bit of luck in the middle of the base there, depending on how the dragons path through, unless you can form a very tight funnel. So he's got to get good hero value here. He sends in the king and the queen down from the bottom corner. Also, the Rio champion all joining together here as they push through, and we'll see what they can get down there. But I mean, they're looking pretty. Wait, has the queen been deployed there? Maybe it's just the king and the Rio champion in there initially. Maybe the queen hasn't gone in yet.
I think the queen's being held right now. I don't see her. Nope, the queen's not in there yet. But yeah, three would be quite a bit to take out that one compartment. Nice invisibility spell use right here. Trying to get that multi-intergo with the champion. Giant bomb though. She's going to take some damage. And her ability was already used. I don't think she's going to get that. Oh, she may. She does get it.
Oh, barely picks it up there. But with the heroes separated from each other, we saw the Rio champion getting additional value because she was deployed with the king to provide additional tanking. The queen has her ability, and she has the unicorn there to help her push through. So look at the tight funnel here of the dragons. They're going to be able to push right into the other infernos here, and then if he can get this blimp to take the town hall, the only splash damage left on the base is that top corner, and he can start the best directly on top of the scatter shot. But this ward ability is going to have to protect the blimp all the way to town hall. Otherwise, he's going to have a hard time taking this town hall down, and a lot of times this is a very risky attack because it can result in 1 stars. But look at that rage drop in on town hall. No tornado trap there, and the town hall will drop in. Here comes the bat on top of the scatter shot.
Yeah, there's a lot of things attacking in this base, and there's not a lot of base left, and there's no more spells to support those bats either, but there is an ice golem which is being dropped down below for that continued tanking. Bats are going to make their way around and look at how many bats are there. This is what I'm talking about, and I'm glad that since you didn't agree with me before on my bat call, you're you had no problem calling me out, and I love that, Eric, so thank you. But right here, this is what I'm talking about bat value. You have a mob of bats going around until there are no more defenses left in the base. Lochnus Monster happy with this attack as he's going to tie up the score on stars again as he pulls in another triple. This is 2 3-stars and 1 2-star for each of these teams here tonight, Volume 0 and Space Station Gaming. And remember, we still have Ghost to come in a little bit, who used to play on Space Station Gaming, who has a lot of experience here. He's the one that I have my eye on for Volume 0. Really looking forward to it. But that attack, it was pretty beautiful.
It really, really was. And this war is staying tight. This is what we wanted to see here as the top teams in North America go head to head here. And I mean, only a 10 building split here. Only a 10 building split. We've been seeing a lot of dragons here because dragons were another one of the troops that got a new level with the update. So dragons are very, very strong. Balloons are very strong. And I mean, in Verum, what do you think about these dragons? They're powerful tonight.
I mean, they're always a unit that I've been a huge fan of just because who doesn't love dragons? And they've had their time in the sun, in the meta, and then they kind of fell off for a bit. So getting to see them back here again tonight has been really, really exciting. And I think just overall, I hyped up this match going into it. I said it was going to be exciting, and I'm so glad that these teams stepped up. That last percent hit, what? Absolutely wild. So I'll send it back over to you guys. Let's close this thing out.
Yes, and who else is going to be coming in? But Lexno's out of Space Station Gaming, and he's coming in with the Blizzard Lalo, and looks like he's got a couple of those spicy super lava hounds in there as well, those ice hounds going to be used in this attack, which I love seeing. I love seeing super troops that are not as often used, and that's what's happening here. And we have a basically a Sui blimp coming in, just wow, really trying to get deep into that base with the blimp. I guess he assumed it was a pretty safe part of the base to go into. And with that, he's getting some value. I see that scatter shot getting beaten up on. Is the Eagle going to get to go down too?
Yes, it is. It's going to get that Eagle, but notice how he brought a super wall breaker and they dropped into like a single target, or like a single like space hole in the base there. Like there's just like one space in between all the walls, but the wall break dropped out of there and blew up the walls around to get the super wizards more access to the base. And Blizzard Lalo is a very, very strong attack. I also like how he used the invisibility at the start there to redirect the lava hounds over to the bottom air defense instead of the one that they were starting next to. That made so that the lava hound was able to clear any traps that were out ahead of that blimp and make sure that it made it to its target. And it did indeed. Everything going to plan here as Lexno starts in with his heroes, deal with the CC at the bottom of the base there, and now he can start to work his way north towards his town hall.
I mean, you just said it right there, Eric. There was a lot that went into that initial surge into the base. The super wall breaker being part of that as well, allowing the extra access, pulling the clan castle down to the southern port of the base. Really, a lot of thought went into just the initial phase right there. And right now, things are looking good. This is, I'm seeing a lot of funneling happening right now. And this champion, ability already used, she's going to be going down right now, but we do have the king diving into that clan cast from that town hall compartment, and they should be able to grab this town hall. I want to see that queen heal up a little bit, and here we go. Ice hounds and balloons coming in from the top of the base with that Grand Warden support, not wasting any time, getting them in with about 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. They're using that haste, moving it forward on top of that scatter shot, which could do a ton of damage. So we want to make sure that they can get to that scatter shot, shut it down before those hounds are out of range. And they are out of range right now. So we do have some invincible balloons on top, though.
Exactly. That water building nicely timed there as the scatter shot turns onto the balloons, and right as the ice hounds arrive to the backside air defense, he sends in more balloons from the backside, taking advantage of the freeze. The air defenses were right next to the Inferno, and he wanted to take full advantage of that by using the ice hounds. That's when we want to bring those boys out, and he's got one more haste to push his big pack of balloon through the last couple of defenses coming from the right side, just waiting for an opportune position to get them to go through all the remaining buildings there. And he's still trying to sweep a little bit there, so he doesn't want to put the haste in the wrong spot here, and then gets bounced out of the sweeper. But oh no, red bombs going off like crazy, and the balloons fall out of the sky, and Space Station Gaming, Lexno's falling short on this one. He had everything under control, it seemed, but all the traps in the middle were not able to be avoided, and it is going to be a defense.
I swore that this was going to be a triple. My goodness, those traps were clutch. We talk about an offensive meta and how strong offense is right now, but right now that base shut down the triple just because of the trap. So Upgrade your traps, kids. They're important. You saw it just happen right there. And that's going to be another 2-star, another 96% 2-star for Space Station Gaming. So this opened the door a little bit here for Volume 0. If they pull in a triple, they again have that star advantage. And then the percentage, it won't matter anymore because Space Station's pulling in solid percentages, but they did just pull in 2 2-stars and 2 3-stars. So let's see who's up next for Volume 0 if they could take advantage of this opportunity that was just put in front of them.
Unfortunately, the combined percentage of both of the Space Station Gaming fails, both at 96, is still less percentage left on the board there than the 86 from Volume 0. So Volume 0 is really going to have to put the triple on here because they're going to have to win it as stars at this point if this performance continues. But it's got Rocket Blues coming in from the left side, snipes off an air defense over there with those instantly hasted balloons, and then he'll drive his heroes in for the bottom corner here. No healers deployed yet. He's kind of just waiting for the queen to pick up a little bit of damage here, make sure that king goes down so the healers don't transfer off of the queen and accidentally go over to the king. But 3 wall breakers to give the king access and then the queen access through 2 compartments to push all the way towards his town hall. I don't know how far she's going to want to go here, but he still has the Soul Summer and the dragons to push through, and I have a feeling he's going to be going right to that Eagle Artillery as it activates, and it's going to start pinging down at the queen. He needs to get it down soon. He needs to get the damage off of the queen, otherwise our healers will be overwhelmed. But I'm curious to see how he gets his town hall down.
Yeah, he's got a lot to deal with. It's going to take a little bit of time here with that Lava Hound coming out of the clan castle. Good poison on top of it. Good rage on the queen. She is moving a little bit slow right now. Looks like there's a headhunter in there slowing her down as well. A little concerned about the queen, but she actually looks like she's all healed up nicely. But that Eagle Artillery, as you mentioned, Eric, it does need to go down, and the dragons are coming in right from that side of the base. It's going to be up to the queen and that Stone Slammer, or that Stone Slammer, I should say, to take down the town hall. I think that Stone Slammer may be being held a little bit just to make sure that the queen can clutch the town hall, and if not, it could be used as backup.
And here comes the World Champion from the top corner. He sees that the queen seems to have the town hall area under control. The jump to give her access. She looks like she has the pathing into it. He just needs to get a little extra force going to the core of the base here. The Stone Slammer is coming out in front of where the Royal Champion was ducking in there, and she will work her way across towards the enemy queen here with the dragons as they push through, and the Stone Slammer will dump its contents out there to get that air defense down. Everything looking pretty good so far here, but there still are a lot of Teslas in the middle of the base, and he may look at that. The RC goes invisible in the middle to try to protect her and see if she can get the force to go in and get this multi-inferno down. She'll pop her ability in the Tesla farm. That'll give her a bit of extra punch, but this warden statue continuing to ping away there, and he's lost his queen at this point. It's looking a little bit grim here as he winds into the last couple defenses of the attack.
Yeah, one thing on a positive note, though, is the queen went down. All those healers pulled all of the mines, the air mines and the air bombs from the middle of the base, allowing for the dragons to path a little bit more, but it was not enough. And the open door opportunity was not being able to take advantage of because Volume 0 is still going to be tied on stars with Space Station Gaming after this attack, but down on percentage. So if Space Station Gaming is able to pull in a 3-star on their final attack, they could close out this war, and that's a big opportunity for them, but also a lot of pressure. You think a team like Space Station Gaming can handle that kind of pressure, Eric?
They can, but I mean, if they miss by any percentage, then Volume 0 can triple and win it. So a lot of pressure for the final attackers here, and I mean, the Space Station Gaming has the opportunity to close it. But I mean, it's going to be either a sigh of relief there from Volume 0 if Space Station Gaming triples, because then it's like, oh, it's not my fault I didn't lose, we didn't win, you know. But I mean, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens here as they go into the final attacks. But they're going to need a triple to win. The triple from either team here will win it as we go into the final attacks.
And Eric said it right there. Even a 99% 2-star. It opens the door for Volume 0 because if they were to pull in the triple, they would pull ahead and win. So there is a lot of pressure here. Everyone that's playing here tonight can handle that pressure. I was just joking about if Space Station could handle it or not. And he's going to be coming in. They're coming in with the Blizzard Dragons again right now. Let's see how much value we get out of the Blizzard.
He drops in the invisibility here right as the blimp opens up, ensuring those super wizards stay protected there. He gets the next invisibility down, making sure that doesn't cover the single inferno, gets the last shot on it, and then the wizards step up into the poison. That is all the value that they needed. They did their 3 primary functions. They got a key target on the base, they got the CC pull, and they got the funnel, and beat us that key defense was the town hall and an inferno. Huge value here for them, and including an air defense. So now he can fight out the CC. He's got a baby dragon in the the bottom corner after he pulled it down there with an archer, and he's started in his heroes to form the opposite side of the funnel. He just needs to be patient here. He needs to make sure that he gets the CC down. He's a little bit preemptive on that poison, and so the pups are going to split around a little bit there, but he drops in a minion to help make up for that, and hopefully he can get those minions down and he can get the heroes moving soon. He's got 2 minutes left to work his way through the base here, and he's set it up very, very nicely so far, but the dragons are fast. They can move through, they can make up that time, and he can still get this done. Here we go.
Yeah, that was the one concern I was having. He took over a minute on that first phase of the attack, and he did do a nice job with it, but it did take up a lot of time. I wouldn't want to see a time fail come into effect. I like the king and queen over here being used. That king is most likely going to push the queen into the base and allow these dragons to just keep going towards the center. Want to keep that as narrow as possible, keep the dragons together rather than having them thin themselves out and split out along the base. I want to see the queen walk on in here and take down that defending queen. And it looks like she's going to be able to do that. And an air defense. Looks like the air defense is her first stop. Dragons are pushing through the core. Looks like they're getting a little slim there. They're getting a little light, Eric.
Don't have a heal spell, which is a downside of doing a Blizzard Dragon rather than like a Yeti Blimp or Goblin Blimp instead. So that makes so the dragons get picked off like crazy in the middle of the base. So the heroes are going to have to do most of the heavy lifting on the backside here. But there's still a lot of base left. I don't know that he has enough punch to get through all the way here. He needs the Royal Champion to survive. She's his last line of defense, or last line of offense, I should say here. But he also left up the scatter shot in the middle of the base. He'll have to circle back for it. See if he has enough punch here. He can move through these defenses relatively faster with the Royal Champion. He's not out of this yet. Still has some punch in this attack, and there goes the king to the outside. There's the RC ability. Makes her invisible. She'll take out the cannons and work her way back over the scatter shot.
Oh.
She's got it, Echo. He's got the defenses cleared, and that's going to put Space Station Gaming into a winning position here, and a triple here makes it impossible for Volume 0 to come back, and Space Station Gaming is going to take this round. Nice attack there. Just wonderful patient there with the Royal Champion, and even though the dragons died out, the heroes get it done.
Wow. The dragons, like you said, all that, it was all about that Royal Champion. She was hiding behind her man, the king, walking around the base, using the invisibility spell. It was done perfectly. I didn't even notice that there was an extra freeze spell in the back pocket as well to shut down the scatter, although the scatter shot only was like a 1 or 2 shot because it was beaten up by the Warden and the Owl. Really nice attack. 3 triples for Space Station Gaming, 2 2-stars, both of them very high percentage, leaving them with 13 stars, 98.4%. And even now with a 3-star, Volume 0 is not going to be able to pull ahead because Space Station Gaming has that percentage advantage because their 2 stars were just a little bit higher than Volume 0. So the attacker now at a Volume 0, who I believe is going to be Ghost, yes it is, he's here to just try and show what he can do, bring in the best attack possible. And to do this, what is he coming in with here? Just a lightning drag attack?
Like zap-dragon. He's going to start off with a little bit of funnel from the multi-inferno by zapping out that multi with the expo. And if he can get some good value out of... Oh, look at this. He sends in sneaky goblins after the town hall. There were no storages or collectors on that edge of the base there. So with the invisibility, the sneaky goblins are able to go all the way in, grab the town hall out, and that'll conserve his siege machine to be used for something else. And he's not going to have to path the dragons over the town hall. A beautiful setup here from Ghost. I really love the way they're starting off here. He's going to draw the CC over to the left side and fight it with the queen outside the range of the defenses, and then she can pick off that air defense. If she gets anything past that, it's just icing on the cake. And he'll get the rest of the funnel here formed with the other heroes. All covered in separately, though, Echo. That's kind of strange.
That is strange, but honestly, I mean, what a clutch way to take down the town hall, really identifying a base and figuring out where it's vulnerable. Keeping that siege unit. So now the siege machine is in his back pocket that he can still use. But you're right, we have like a triangle of heroes around this base. They are spread out all over, but he is coming in. Oh, he switched out for the Stone Slammer as well. There are the dragons coming in with the Grand Warden's ability down below. They're all invincible at this point in time. Dragon's going to get on top of that one scatter shot. Dragon and balloon. That balloon is safe on top of that scatter shot. That solo balloon will shut down the scatter over time if the dragon doesn't. The Stone Slammer's coming in pretty hot as well. Look at this. The other air defense goes down also. I'm seeing about 5 dragons still alive in this base. Make that 6. I don't know the health on all of them, though. And look at this. Yeti Bomb shutting down the scatter. This attack is all over the place, but it seems to be all over the right places. Pretty crazy stuff, although it does seem to be slowing down a little bit over here in the west.
Yeah, he's gonna get the single artillery down. He approached it so late into the attack there that it was just beating down him the entire time. It was all over the place, like you said. He had rocket balloons on the backside. I like that he had the backup plan built into it there, where he had made sure that he brought both siege machines. So he had the blimp selected there initially in case the sneaky goblins weren't able to take it down. After he realized that he wasn't going to need the blimp, he swaps out to a stronger choice there of the stone hammer and worked his way to the scatter shot, dropping out those yetis. It was an overall well-structured attack there, but it was a little bit scattered there towards the end as the dragons just kind of went everywhere. But it is going to be a win here for Space Station Gaming, and that's a nice way for them to start off their journey here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. We'll see them again later on tonight here, I think, and we'll see how they progress through this Mobile Challenge season.
Yes, we will see them again tonight. We will see them throughout the season. They did bring in the victory in this first war, and I could say that Ghost just pulled in the award for the most unorthodox attack of the war, because it totally was exciting to watch, although it didn't result in a 3-star. But we got to give it up for Space Station Gaming coming through with a 98.4% damage. Although they didn't get themselves 15 stars, they did pull in a very high percentage on those 2 stars. But Eric, why don't you and I take a few seconds, take a little break. We'll set things up for the next war, and then we'll be right back.
I go ready for it.
Hey, Andy, thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me. First and foremost, congratulations. You have qualified for the ESL Mobile Challenge. Talk us through what it was like when your team had realized they qualified. Was there a bit of a celebration? What were comms like?
We were very happy. It was actually a sloppy war on both teams, like half or whatever, but it was fun because we beat the #1 seed twice to make it to the Challenger, so that was awesome. I mean, it was nerve-wracking, but it was definitely fun. So, yeah, we were cheering. We were happy.
Definitely one of those situations where after you walk out of, you're like, yep, we definitely deserve to advance on, because you guys went through the ringer. That's for sure. And tell me a little bit, like, obviously that kind of skill doesn't happen overnight. Give us a little bit of history of your team, how you guys came together, and how you ended up competing here in the Mobile Open.
I actually have never played with the guys on this team before. I played in the World Qualifiers with some other people last year, but I was on a different team for Ladder 1, and one of our teammates there had a emergency military deployment, and then another player quit playing. So I decided to join this team, Happy Endings, and we started a little bit late in Ladder 2, but we fought our way into the playoffs, and then we got into the Challenger. So yeah, it's fun to get to know the guys, and they're really talented. So
that's awesome. And it obviously just goes to show too that if you bring some talented folks together, you don't necessarily need a ton of time to get those victories under your belt, which is obviously fantastic. And you guys are going up against some really tough competition coming up now into the ESL Mobile Challenge. A lot of the best teams in North America represented here. Is there any pressure for you guys, or are you just coming in to have a lot of fun and just try and get that win?
I mean, there's a little pressure, but I mean, us going in, we were the 8th seed in the playoffs, and I don't think there's a lot of people that expect us to win, so that takes a lot of the pressure off us and puts it on other teams, which is nice. We're going to prep really well. We're going to get some good bases. Hopefully they hold, and we're just going to do our best and try to have some fun. I think the key to perform well is to stay relaxed, so we're going to be cracking some jokes and try to stay relaxed and play well.
100%. Can't let the pressure get to you. Got to stay composed in these situations. And yeah, having a couple of good jokes at hand is definitely not a bad thing. But again, you're going up against some pretty tough competition, but teams definitely have their eyes on you as well now, because you made it to the top 8 here in North America. Do you have any words for the fans, the supporters who have helped you get this far?
Yeah, I want to shout out definitely Van, Cooper, the whole team that we have, some of our base builders that we're working with. Shout out to my boys at MCES, always being good supporters. Yeah, just shout out to all the people that support us. I know we're the underdogs, and a lot of people know who I am, so I hopefully somebody's cheering me on, right? But Yeah, should be fun.
I mean, you got that jersey going on. Some folks definitely know who you are and know how to be rooting for your team now. So thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me. Best of luck in your games.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm your host, Paul and I'm Todd Gill, joined by Echo and Eric, and we just witnessed an absolute slugfest of a first war here in our first season of the ESL Mobile Challenge. We had pretty high expectations for both of those teams. I think it's pretty safe to say that they did deliver. 3 stars back-to-back. Final millisecond finishes, a heartbreaking ending there at the end. Oh, if you're a fan for Volume 0, but for all the SSG fans, I'm sure they're relatively happy after that one. But let's take a look back at the best attack, or what we think was the best attack from that war number 1.
Yeah, I figured we'd take a look at this Blizzard Dragon attack because it was just done really nicely here by JD9. Getting that blimp in right here, getting that massive value as Eric spoke of, as it takes down nearly everything in that entire compartment or everything that you really need to worry about. Super Wizards getting that Blizzard value. Remember, it gets its name from the blimp and the wizard. There's actually no free spell involved in this at all. But not only that, able to pull down the clan castle troops here along the way. Really great value as well. And thinking on his toes, making sure that he's going to get this baby dragon that's doing all this work down here throughout all this time to clear that before sending in anything else from the attack, allowing that the dragons don't want to have to deal with that. It'll slow them up along the attack. So he took approximately a little bit longer than 1 minute to do phase 1 of the attack, dropping in that minion as well, allowing for the pups to go down just a little bit quicker, give a little bit of help to that baby dragon. Once that's all done, the dragons are going to start going into the base, but not only that, he's going to also utilize his heroes to go up this side of the base, allowing them to keep things funneled, keep everything nice and narrow as the dragons path on through. Grand Warden's there to support these dragons and balloons for as long as possible. Not utilizing that ability just yet, but it's going to have to be used soon, and there it goes. Notice the king is going to be coming up here as well. He's going to stay along the outside of the base, while the queen, she's going to cut it right up in here, be able to take down the air defense and the defending queen as well. Really great pathing, thought out nicely, allowing for the dragons just to keep even tighter as they enter the base. And as you can see right now, all the troops, they're basically, all the dragons that is, they're basically all together here in the center of the base. Nothing really split out to the outside. But let's take a look at this scatter shot. This scatter shot was a potential hazard right now as it's beating down on that Grand Warden. It's beating down on, well, the dragon that's going to be pathing up to it very soon. And the queen is going to go down to it as well. The owl, we think maybe the owl will take it down, but the owl doesn't either. That scatter shot is alive with a sliver of health, shutting down everything in the core. This could have very well been the end of the attack. But if you take a look at the spells, we have an invisibility spell, and we have a freeze spell left, one of which I didn't even notice at some point. Invisibility is used right here, clutch play, allowing that champion to clean out those, and then the freeze spell on the scatter shot probably wasn't even needed. The rest of the base was just clean up from there. Really amazing execution on this attack, but it was just really nicely done. There were so many attacks for me to choose from that I wanted to share, but this was the one that I think just had really amazing, perfect execution, and literally every step of the way was thought out from the very beginning when 3 functions were happening from that initial blimp.
And that's exactly what you have to be doing here. You have to be thinking out the plan of attack and being able to adapt when things go wrong, which is what we saw there. Let's say goodbye to you guys, though, for just a second, because I get word we have an interview with one of the winners of that last match. Agent 33 is in the building. First and foremost, congratulations, big smiles, and I know why. That was a heck of a war. Was there ever a moment there where you guys were sweating a little bit?
Yeah, that was a great match. I think it was near the end. We just needed 1 fail. We knew we had a couple of unlucky high percentage fails, so we just needed 1 more defense, and we got it, and we knew all we needed to do was triple that last attack to win.
Absolutely. You got it done there. Really, really impressive from your team. Obviously, you are a squad that a lot of folks have their eyes on here in North America. Tell me a little bit, for those who don't know, how did this particular iteration of the roster come together?
Yeah, so we came, there were a couple people from the Tribe Gaming team that won a couple of the championships in 2020, and a couple of the players that played for Space Station in 2020, and we also won one of the championships, so we all kind of came together to try to form a North American powerhouse and show the rest of the world what NA can do.
I love it. Got to get that all-star roster together, and it certainly looked impressive here in your very first match. Congratulations once again on your win. Go celebrate.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I mean, you heard it. A powerhouse. That's what they were looking to make, and I think it's relatively safe to say that they succeeded, Echo.
I mean, they have a great team. They have players that we know from many different teams around Clash of Clans, some of the biggest names inside of Clash of Clans. And they get the job done. We just saw it happen right there. They're really a nice team of players that can execute multiple different strategies. And I'm looking forward to seeing them play even more tonight.
I mean, speaking of more
100%.
tonight, Eric, I mean, let's take a look at the let's not dilly-dally here. Let's take a look at the schedule for tonight, Eric. We got a lot of great games still to come.
We do, and we will see the Space Station game later tonight. They will be playing against OneHive a little bit later on, but until then, we got Lost Meta Gaming going against Happy Ending 2.0. We will see Indy. We just saw him getting interviewed there a moment ago, and we'll see him play with Happy Endings there. And then after that, we'll have OneHive taking on Softshell Supreme for their first wars of the night, and then Train Station Gaming against the best COC esports. We'll see Cam Wow in action, carry his team, and we'll see who can pull off a win there. But I mean, it's going to be an action-packed night here. We're just getting warmed up. And here's our roster for Lost Meta Gaming. We got Caesar, Rainberry, Mr. Happy Store with his crab hat. That's pretty awesome. And then Stay Away in Fence Post.
Absolutely. And Lost Meta, obviously one of these long-term OG clans. Everybody knows this squad. They're going up against Happy Endings 2.0, which is a team that maybe folks don't quite know as well. Still have some really solid players on this roster, but I definitely think they're coming into this matchup with just a little bit more to prove. And we'll see if they can do it here in their very first matchup of the ESL Mobile Challenge. If it's anything like that first war, it is going to be an absolute battle. The players are standing by, ready to go. We'll give them the sign, which means we're going to be getting into this first attack any moment now. I absolutely cannot wait. I loved the diversity of strategy that we saw in that very first series as well. We saw air, we saw ground, we saw so much fantastic strategy being put into play. Let's hope we see it again. Echo, Eric, take it away.
Yeah, and we're coming in with this attack strategy right here has a little bit of everything. I'm looking at 6 Inferno Dragons, 6 Dragon Riders, and Skeleton Spells. So it's a Skelly Donut Dragon Rider Inferno Dragon attack. This is definitely one that is fairly new to me. Eric, is this something new to you as well?
I don't think it's going to do a Skelly Donut here. It's just going to be scattered skeleton spells. I think it'll be performed very similar to how we used to do Inferno Dragons. And if I had to label as anything, I'd call it that. It's mixed in with Dragon Riders, though, and I'll see what kind of synergy they have. This is something we've never seen before, and we'll see how much attack strength this has. But he's going to mix them together here with an early ward abilities. He pushes in. I guess the ward ability hasn't gone off yet. I'm getting a little bit preemptive. I'm just saying how I would normally see this attack done as he holds off onto it for just a moment. Skeleton Spells out in front there providing some tanking. Rages them up as they move through. There's the board ability catching most of the troops with the King and the Queen working along the outside, along the bottom edge. Everything looking so far to plan here, but he needs to keep all of these air troops protected with the Skeleton Spells and the freezes out in front. Everything looking clean here so far, Echo.
Yeah, I was just a little bit worried about that scatter shot. It didn't go down with the Dragon Rider and 1 Inferno Dragon tailing from behind. We're able to get that done. Eric, I could hear in your voice that you were excited about this strategy. Like me, you probably enjoy seeing things that are a little bit different, a little bit new, and that's what we're looking at here. But look at these defending super minions. They're getting some massive value on defense. He has to use a freeze spell on them right there, taking it down. Things are getting a little bit light on the attack, although the Champion, Queen are still intact. 2 freeze spells, a baby dragon for cleaning up, and 2 more skeleton spells. So things could work here, but there's a big road ahead of him to get this done.
Yeah, he's still got to get to that enemy king. I think that king is the biggest obstacle here, but he's got the skeleton spells. The skeleton spells can keep him distracted, keep him off the road champion. She can still work her way through, but he's also a little bit low on cleanup. He's still got a baby dragon, a minion, and an archer that he hasn't deployed yet. The baby dragon comes to the top corner, and the road champion will continually ping down this enemy king, but this multi-inferno, I should say, is really killing these skeletons fast and not giving him a solid chance of moving through. But the queen's still alive here. I don't know that she'll have to use her ability through the king, but she might want to use it to get through a wall here because time is going to be an issue here, Echo.
Yeah, time is going to be the issue. They got a lot further in this attack than I expected. He did use it on the wall. It's going to pop on through to the multi-inferno tower. He's got a minion just out of range of the air defense. Baby Dragon's coming. I want to see the queen take down the
Come on,
air
Baby Dragon.
defense.
Survive.
Oh, the Baby Dragon didn't
no.
survive. Skeletons are going to spam out the queen. This could very well be a time fail. There are 5 more defenses left for the queen to shut down with only 7 seconds, and it looks like it's going to be I don't know. Is it a 99% 2-star? Those skeletons. It was the skeletons that slowed down the queen. I mean, unconventional, new strategy, 99% 2-star for fence post out of lost meta gaming. Really nice attack. Just needed 1 more second on the clock, maybe 2. It would have had the triple.
Mm-hmm. I've seen the dragon riders mixed with dragons, but mixing them with inferno dragons was definitely a treat here. And seeing a new strategy never used before here in the ESL Mobile Open is what it's all about here. New strategies will emerge as we have the update just going live a little bit before we had this competition go into the ESL Mobile Challenge. So I'm excited to see if we see anything else new here. There's a lot of things that haven't been discovered and a lot of different ways we can use these new troops. But here we go. We have the new level of electro-dragons coming in from Mayhem of Happy Endings. And I think Itsu put out a video the other day explaining how insane this new level of E-Drags is. And it is really, really taking the game by storm right now. But here we go. Let's see if these E-Drags can get it done here, Echo.
Yeah, we talk about old school attack strategies and new school. This is definitely one of the older school strategies that we've been seeing used more often here in the ESL. And seeing some nice attacks done with them. I think the 3-star rate has been pretty high using electro-dragons here in the mobile challenge. So we have up top, looks like an electro-dragon, baby dragon in behind it, trying to clean things out with that rage spell up top and dropping them all in. A 4-finger drop with the Grand Warden right on into the base. Early use of the ability. The king and the queen are going to just stay along the outside. The queen is going to be able to really funnel down the whole southwestern side of the base. It all is about how much is in the tanks of those electro dragons. Look at this. The blimp is coming in as well, out of which, what are we going to see? A bunch of balloons coming out of that? What's your prediction?
Probably more E-Drags. If I had to take a guess there, looks like we got balloons, all balloons on that one, trying to get the safe hit of the Town Hall there, but it does get knocked back by the sweeper, and they fall short. Oh no! Everything drops in the middle and what felt like an instant, but he still has the Royal Champion. He needs to be patient here. He needs to wait for an opening. I think the Town Hall might be at low health. He needs to make sure that his spotters here are giving him the information that he needs to see if they will have the ability to take the Town Hall down there with just the RC ability, or she's going to have to go in and strike it herself. But, I mean, he's got a nice section of the base here cleared to give an entry for her, so she should be able to go and pick this up, and I think that's her coming in from the top corner right now. She'll get direct access into it. If she didn't get perfect access, he'll pop the shield right there and try to give her access. But no, the king is blocking the way here. Did he get... Oh, no.
This is
a 1-star!
Oh, my God. And a 72% 1-star. Those balloons, the tornado trap pulled them off the Town Hall. They were just getting melted as they were there, never grabbing it. That is not what we expected to see. A 1-star, and not even a high percentage. It's even a lower percentage. This is going to be difficult for them to dig out of throughout this entire war. I mean, they need to pick it up. Wow, that was tough. That was some bad luck in the middle of the base.
It really was. That tornado trap just ruined so many blimps there. Every time you see that tornado trap catch a blimp, it removes whatever its goal was, and that defense, whatever might have been, ends up standing. In this case, it was the most important of all. It was that Town Hall, and the 1-star will result. Here we go into the next attack, though. We got Rainberry, not going to give him a chance to breathe here, going right in with the next one, as he has a Sui Hero Lalo for this one, a conventional classic Sui Hero Lalo with a blimp to start it off here, I assume, or maybe he could use it to go snipe the Town Hall later in the attack. We'll see what he does with it.
Yeah, we'll see. It looks like the blimp is going on in early, and what Sui Lalo means is basically you're dropping in. Actually, he's going right here for the scatter with that. means you got your objectives with those heroes. They're basically going to be dropped in. They're not expected to last for the entire attack. It's going to be the Lalo that closes out this one, or at least that's the plan. Nice clan castle lore as well, cleaning out that compartment. He's going to be dealing with those archers. And look at that, you have a super minion as well, which we saw give some problems a little bit earlier to Fence Post. But nice job with the poison spell. Baby Dragon's gonna clean all that up and then turn and hopefully shut down. What is the Baby Dragon's not going after that super minion?
Yeah, I guess the queen could go get it off with one more shot. But look at that, the poison with the Baby Dragon does get it down. I am a little bit worried that he didn't get a full CC pull here, though. He'll have a minion come in and start clearing off the trash in the left hand, and there we go. We got a little bit more out of the CC, just one more super minion, and it's going to be pinging away the queen, putting a lot of extra firepower on him, which is going to reduce his value a little bit. But the RC taking advantage of the heroes working on her flank will move her way and cross over to that multi-inferno. He does ultimately get that super minion down, and he'll push his way towards the core of the base here. He needs to get out that multi-inferno. The queen needs to hold on to her ability as long as possible here. Makes her invisible for now. If she gets the multi, she'll very likely clear a lot of the traps in the area that is potentially surrounding that multi-inferno. Lots of air bombs. That's where people like to put them. And if you get the sweepers too, that'd just be icing on the cake.
Yeah, and it looks like he does get it down. The sweeper, the champion, here's the other sweeper, the Tesla stands. That's it. This funneling is really nicely done. 50% of the base taken down, 50% plus, and now the balloons are all making their way. Level 10 balloons moving right towards that town hall. The bows are all set on ground. They're not going to do any damage whatsoever, and now the Ice Hound has popped and is going to slow down all these defenses. These balloons are going to get raged up. Grand Warden's ability only clips about half of the balloons, but that's going to be enough, I think, to pass them through these final few defenses and clean up the rest of the base in 55 seconds with one more haste spell and a freeze. Rainberry is not messing around. He's not trying to swag anything. He wants to make sure that this base goes down. Minions are chasing those skeletons and Eric with 40 seconds left and only 3 more structures. It looks like there is a 3-star on our hands for Lost Meta Gaming.
Love the use of a blimp instead of the blimp with the Yetis in there instead of the Blizzard. He knows that there was enough in that compartment there that he could have got it all with the Yetis, but not so much that he needed to make the extra investment of the Super Wizards and all the invisibility and rages and all that. So just one rage there, and then it preserves so many extra spells there for the Lalo and for the heroes to make a deep push. That frees up a jump there, and that's a big deal if you can drive the heroes all the way to the middle base there and take out all the potential traps from action there, as they normally surround that multi-inferno when they set it in the middle of the base like that. But a triple here with that 99% and the 1-star on the other side here. Lost Meta Gaming is in an extremely commanding position here going into happy ending second attack. They're going to have to triple. They need to put up a lot of triples to make up for this early lead here from Lost Meta Gaming.
You stole the words out of my mouth. I was going to say the same thing, a commanding lead. And right now we have Indy, who we saw in an interview a little bit earlier, coming in with Queen Charge Dragons. No bats in this one, just that queen diving on into the base, cutting that funnel, taking down probably the Eagle Artillery. We're going to see how all that works. And notice that the Town Hall is at the top of the base. So a lot of times with these dragon attacks, the Town Hall is not always a priority. A lot of times the dragons can deal with that themselves. Depends on the attacker's mood, I think, sometimes. But look at this. Queen taking her time, eventually going to be making her way into the base.
And if he doesn't actually conduct the queen into the base there, he can always push her off to the side and then use that as a funneling to get other troops into the town hall. But looks like she's going to break off to the left here. It's a symmetrical base, so it doesn't really matter which way she goes. He has no additional information because they only get one attack in these wars. So if there is a Tesla farm on one side that overweights one side over the other one, then he's never going to see that. But I do like that he's getting some balloons down in front there, trying to clear any black mines out of the area as the queen pushes her way into the queen. And he really could do Dragon Riders on this attack here, I feel, because this queen is making a beeline towards the enemy queen, and she should be able to pick up that Royal Champion on her way through. So his Royal Champion will come in on the Eagle Artillery, though, and start to clear up behind, and that funnel was formed by the queen working her way through that area.
Yeah, and check it out. It looks like he is going to try and grab that CC with the queen. The jump is placed and a few more steps forward, and she's going to be luring that clan castle. There's 2 more rage spells and 3 freeze spells that could be used here. And there's that CC lure. I like the rage. The queen, she's under some serious fire, though. Scattershot was just redirected. Queen's ability had to be used. And Poison Spell takes down at least what we've seen. I'm not sure if that was the entire clan castle or not. Oh, look at that.
Yes.
Headhunter. It was good. Thank you for the correction there. Oh, she does go down.
Ooh.
Lots of base left here for these dragons.
Yeah, but the healers crossing over to the king actually ended up clearing a lot of the traps there in the middle. Going to get these dragons a chance. You leave out the multi-inferno on the left side, but maybe all the HP that he was able to save by having the queen's healers end up going through the middle might give him enough punch to move into the backside attack. He does successfully make the blimp into the town hall, is able to take that down without making all the dragons be able to avoid the poison there. But it looks like the dragons are crossing through to the expos there, and they're going to fan out a little bit here as they come off of this air defense. We'll see exactly where they path, but if they can stay together here, he runs up with a time issue. If he doesn't have them stay together, they get picked off. I think it's a double-edged sword right here, and he's in a little bit of trouble here with time. And I think it's going to be the biggest factor here, but he might have enough force to make it through.
And there is that air defense picking away at those dragons just a bit. The ram actually beating down on it, but the ram's gonna ram goes down, air defense stays up. That's gonna be enough, I believe, to shut down this attack, even if they make their way. But I think time is the bigger issue right here for Indy. Decent attack, but not enough to pull it in. Time wasn't his friend on that one, but I'm not sure that it would have gotten the rest of the base down, even if he had the time.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. The underdog in this war here. Happy ending, struggling against these lost metagaming bases. And I mean, it's not just about their offensive. It's about the base building too. It's about all the people working behind the scenes here to build these incredible bases. So if you see one you like, definitely think about grabbing a screenshot because they're holding strong today. And we'll see what lost metagaming can do for the third attack here. If they can maintain their lead here, don't make any mistakes here. It could see a 1-star. You never know. Anything can happen in these wars, and it could swing right back into Happy Ending's favor there. So it's happened before. It could happen again. You never really know.
Yep, we've seen crazy things happen here, and look at this, another one of those Inferno Dragon and Dragon Rider hybrid style attacks that we hadn't seen before. Stay away from Lost Metagaming is coming in with that same strategy that we saw earlier on. So let's see if this one, I mean, we saw a 99% 2-star last time around with this strategy. Let's see if this one could pull in that extra 1% and pull in that triple.
Yeah, last time he had the Dragon Riders kind of search out in front of the Inferno Dragons as they move a little bit faster, ignoring all the trash buttons and going straight for the defenses, which did make so that the CC was able to pick a lot of them up there. And we'll see if he can better handle the CC on this one. Looks like it is a Lava Hound CC with 2 Headhunters and a couple Archers. He'll burn right through those. That's not going to slow him down at all. And as long as the heroes can stay away from the CC range, then he'll never pull whatever is in there out. But it looks like he's got a split of the troops here across the middle base. All the Dragon Riders and the Inferno Dragons are up on the top corner as he pushes the Town Hall. The rest of them are all the way down by the heroes. He's still got a lot of punch here, Echo. Still might have a pretty solid chance to go and get this done here with that blimp taking the Town Hall.
Yeah, that was actually good value out of those balloons. Now I'm just worried when I see balloons coming out over a Town Hall. Tornado traps are incredibly scary. But look at this, the champion.
Wow.
I mean, that's going to be a triple right there, Eric. This was an incredible attack. The champion's ability still intact.
Yeah, I love those Dragon Riders skipping right over the top of the storage, just going right into those backside air defenses, and is not going to give them a chance, not give them the time to shoot those Dragon Riders down. And look at this, he's got, looks like 4 of them left. Those are 25 troop space each. That is a very expensive troop right there, and so you don't get as many of them if you went with all Inferno Dragons, which are like 15 troop space. So I'm loving this attack here. Definitely a new strategy emerging here in the ESL Mobile Challenge, and I anticipate in the future we're going to see a lot more of this.
I mean, those dragons not getting tied up on those high hit point buildings, I'm talking about those storages, is huge. A lot of times you're going to get your troops, no matter air or ground, just stuck on those storages. A lot of base building is built around that to slow down the troops, but the Dragon Riders just pathing right on over, as I mentioned earlier, like a Hog Rider would do on a ground attack, really offer great value. That attack was just pretty to watch. It was pretty to watch, fun, and notice it was like a minute plus left on the clock. Looks like we're jumping back into another attack. Sorry I didn't let you chat so much there, Eric, but this one is a drag bat attack, and you can take it from here.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to talk about that new strategy all day long, and maybe we'll have to make some videos about it later in the future here. But here we go, Tingy coming in from Happy Endings. We got a electro-dragon coming in as a Tessa farm pops, a big Tessa farm up in the top corner obviously there to mess up funnels, to mess up warden walks. That is a very opportune spot for a warden walk to start. And so a Tesla farm right there could have been critical for stopping an attack like that. So I like, once again, the base building here from Lost Metagaming, but the E-Drag did get some good chains to risk, so we will push through nice. The Dragons, with a minimal funnel here, will have the King on one side, the E-Drag on the other side there, will drive it into the base here. We'll see if he can get enough of the core out, keep the Dragons together here, and clear all the splash damage out. But it looks like the blimp did, in fact, take that Town Hall down. Now we're just going to count splash damage and see what these bats can do.
Yep, remember the bats are there for the back end. They're very forgettable sometimes, but when it looks like a base is still defending really nicely, you got to remember that those bats can come to town. Eagle Artillery and a scatter shot on the back end, making me wonder where the bats are going to be dropped. I would guess they're going to be dropped on top of that Eagle, but I could be very wrong. Waiting to see as the attack kind of begins to fade out. I want to see the bats come in very soon.
Yeah, he's running really, really low on troops here. The Road Champion will get engaged by the King and the Warden statue. She's going down. The air defense over on the left side will try to use the bats to protect the Dragons from that, and they're going to be taking Eagle strikes here shortly as that Eagle stays standing. He'll freeze what he can, but I mean he's got fairly good freeze value here. But look at that, the Eagle's locking on the bats now. They're done. They're done. Echo, this is over.
Yeah, well, they did just split, so you got a couple of them still alive. But yeah, you're right. That Eagle Artillery, I mean, it's staying up until the end of the attack. I know that that's one of Inverim's most feared defenses in all of Clash of Clans. I'm sure he's watching right now and saying to himself, they should have taken out that Eagle Artillery. But, man, tough one here. And it seems like Happy Endings just can't catch a break, and they're really struggling against, as you mentioned, these lost meta bases, some really good base designs. And I'm really happy that you actually shed a little bit of light on that Clash of Clans is not just an attacking game, that there's a whole building based scene behind the scenes that we don't even really think about that often. It's worth bringing note to. And as it sits right now, 8 stars to 5, 99.7 to 82.3. Let's bring in Varum back. And Varum, I know you were watching that Eagle Artillery and just cringing over there.
It's like it targeted the Dragons and the bat wave was still coming out, and the bats was like, I'm here, I'm gone. I'm here, I'm gone. And the splash damage from them was just annihilating. I was just like, I was sad. I was a little bit sad. And I'm going to be honest, I think this is a bit of a wake-up call for Happy Endings, because they did well coming into this. Sure, they had a bit of a tougher time than some. They fought their way, into that play-in, and I think this has to be the wake-up call that, wow, we are up against some top-tier teams, and we don't talk about the defensive side nearly enough. And we're definitely going to be keeping track of some of these defensive stats as well, how well these teams hold on, and see how much that makes a difference as we get back to the war.
Yeah, and this one, it's another one of those drag bat attacks. But if you take a look, there's 3 Dragon Riders in this one as well. So you're adding a couple of Dragon Riders in, taking out a couple of maybe balloons or dragons, and seeing how they could do, adding them to the mix. Remember, they are going to be able to skip ahead and only go after the defenses. And we have Halo Blade 27 out of Lost Metagaming on this attack as he goes against Mayhem's base.
Got that King working his way in the bottom corner there. I like the King starting with a basic funnel there and then gets punched into the base. We never want to waste the King's value. He is a very, very powerful unit, and to be able to make sure that he gets the additional value by going into the base there and taking out some key defenses can make a big difference attack there. The Blimp got caught in the tornado trap, found 2 black mines, and then made it out of that tornado trap in time to continue traveling, made it to the town hall, and took it down. But it looks like there's some witches coming out of the CC, which is definitely throwing a lot of fodder in the middle of the base here. Going to distract some of the dragons, but they're still moving through our right here. I'm worried about this enemy queen on the backside. She's going to be picking off a lot of dragons here, and we'll see how he deals with that.
Yeah, notice the dragons that were just about to interact with the queen did go down to some bombs. Remember, we do have bats. We have to remember the bats are still here. 2, and they're being sprinkled in. Only a few bat spells were used, and now more of them coming in from another side of the base. 1 freeze spell was used. The bats, some of them go down to the wizard tower, but the Dragon Rider was able to shut the others down. There's no more freeze spells left. These bats are going to be picked away by the Inferno. Luckily for that owl helping out with that. I mean, there's not many defenses left here. This queen, though, get on that queen.
Well, it's just a queen and the warden, though, and they fire so slow that they can't take the bats down quickly. It's just down to the warden. Come on, warden, take it down. No, does not. Can this dragon get it? The unicorn is picking up the dragon, giving her a chance there, but he's got some ground skellies there, turning on his unicorn. Come on, turn around, dragon. Take the last shot at the queen. The unicorn's not going to fight back. She's going straight into healing. It is going to be a defense so close right here. I thought he was going to be able to pull it through when there were the bats there tanking for the queen, but they arrived a little bit too late. He probably should have committed them a little bit harder. You mentioned they were sprinkled in instead of just sending them, and they weren't able to get a big enough swarm there fast enough to get it done, and it is going to be a defense because of it. They'll ping at the storage here, and this enemy queen will pick them off with her long range there before they can even get a strike off. So 97% here for Halo Blade is going to maintain their lead here, and it's looking very, very grim here for happy endings as we move through the second half of this war.
Yeah, I mean, we need a really, or I should say happy ending, leads a really big slip up by Lost Meta, and it looks, oh, can the minions get it? No. Oh, I just want to see the queen go down. She had nothing left. I don't want to watch the question mark on top of her head. Either way, nice attack out of Halo Blade. I'm wondering if the 3-star would have happened if he was a little bit faster on the drops of those bats, although the Wizard Tower did take down some of them. Either which way, they are still walking away a little bit with this war. Now sitting a 10-5 lead, 10-star to 5-star lead, but with happy endings 1 attack behind. So big slip up needed by Lost Meta for happy endings to have an opportunity, but it's the only thing that they can do, happy endings that is come in with a 3-star right now.
That's the only chance they can have. This. They got to give themselves every opportunity that they can here. You never know. You could end up with a disconnect. We saw in that interview with Agent earlier, his webcam cutting out just a little bit there. You never know with those shaky Wi-Fi's if they can get a disconnect here. You got to pray for one right here, but we do want to see the team who played the best perform. We don't really like to encourage a disconnect, but it's always possible. It's always possible though. But we'll see if Happy Endings can get in here and get a little redemption with their next attack as it comes in with a Queen Charge Dragon Rider for the next one. 5 Dragon Riders, 5 healers, and a couple balloons to set this up. And I do like the Dragon Riders because they are an elixir troop. They're not a super troop, so we still get to use other basic super troops with them, like the super wall breakers and the super minions. So we'll see what he can do here, Echo. Let's see where he starts off this Queen Charge.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we see so many new troops coming, but they're always super troops because super troops are one of the newer things to Clash of Clans. But here, it's actually a brand new troop, and I like also that it uses elixir and not going to be taking up that dark. But the queen stands. She's still up there. And I don't know if the plan was to take her down, but I'm sure they're not happy to see her still standing because, well, she does attack those air troops. But Queen's going to make her way around, wondering where she's going to be cut into the base. There is one jump spell. There's one super wall breaker. There we go. The opening has been set. Wall and the clan castle deployed. Queen's got to deal with a couple of headhunters. They're taken down nicely, and she can just walk her way into the base. More headhunters are incoming. No poisons. Got to use a freeze on it. You got to play it safe. Can't let your queen go down to that because that would be even more devastating. And they need a 3-star right here. Rage spell. Her ability was used. The queen's ability forced because of that Grand Warden pedestal. King's in on the Town Hall compartment. Is he gonna be able to take it down though? The queen does have an opening right there in the wall, which she will most likely turn around and get, or she's gonna maybe possibly go after that defending queen as well. We're gonna have to see where her pathing takes her. But the king is shut down and not able to take down the Town Hall.
Be a big issue here. That king not getting the Town Hall, that was his objective there, and he kind of circled it. And now the queen going down. This one is not going his way. He also had the queen's healers as she rounded the corner there, get targeted by the multi-inferno a little bit, making them burn up even faster. Now taking eagle strikes here. RC will be able to get the Town Hall down. He'll secure that, and here come the Dragon Riders. He does have the Warden ability with some headhunters that can go take out the enemy queen there, so I wasn't too worried about that. But this backside Rio Champion is definitely an issue here for these Dragon Riders, as they're not going to be able to fight back, and the headhunters won't survive long enough to be able to take her out late in the attack. So he was definitely relying on a lot of value here from his queen to go all the way in there. The king taking the Town Hall obviously was the objective, and all of those fell flat. And it is going to be another defense here as these Dragon Riders start to get picked off like crazy. And as they just get fed in this Rio Champion, there's nothing that they can do to stop them it will end into the 70s here. I think this might be locking in very close to a loss here for Happy Endings. But I mean, Lost Metagaming has played very, very strong today, and I believe we'll even see them later again tonight as well. Yeah, they're going to be playing our last match of the night here against Softshell Supreme. So this is not the end of the road for them today, and they'll be playing all with this round robin competition, and I'm excited to see what they can do. They were one of our top teams here, one of the high seeds in the competition, and Happy Endings, I believe, was our 8th seed. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't have the chart in front of me right now, but I will say that a lot of players did say that Lost Metagaming was a team that they were looking out for. So they are definitely well respected here right now. And I mean, they're putting together a great performance. And I think the highlight here may even be the defensive performance that they're putting on. I mean, we're watching attacks kind of unravel a little bit here. So it's a 10-star to 7-star war going into the final attack. So 1 star will secure the war for Lost Meta. They would literally need a 0-star, very low percentage to allow Happy Endings to catch this one up. But you know, they're going to go in, they're going to give it all. I know that Lost Meta is going to want to come in and put in another triple because it's going to put the fear in the eyes of the opponent. Everyone's watching. They want everyone to know what they're coming here with. And I mean, a 2-star 99%, pretty respectable as well. But now we have Caesar coming in with a little bit of a Pekka smash. It's the first one we're seeing here tonight.
And now I'm looking at these expos. I see 2 of them shifted to air here. I talked about that earlier with the expos being shifted to air might open some opportunities for some ground attacks. People are trying to figure out how to stop these dragon attacks here, especially in the hands of very, very capable players like Lost Metagaming has. But he'll end up with a wall break as he's going to be coming in not directly through the town hall. Wants to avoid the poison there. He'll have the king go engage the enemy king with a headhunter to form the funnel into the base here as the board finishes up on the left side. And he can shoot the Pekkas right into the core, and he can send a blimp over their head and clear any mines there for the healers, while also working his way in to get that town hall down. Kevin looking really nice here on the setup, and we'll see what kind of value you can get out of this king as well as he works his way towards the Eagle Artillery.
Eric, it sounds like you have the whole attack figured out already. You basically called it, you're a fortune teller, you're a predictor, and it's doing exactly what you had mentioned. Let's see if that blimp runs into any trouble. Remember, all he needs is a 1-star to secure this war, and it looks like he's well on his way to getting that. Plus some, but what's going on? Okay, sneaky goblins on that town hall. There's the 1-star. Town hall goes down. We have the jump spell allowing all these troops to push through the center of the base. There are some pups on defense going after those Pekkas, but the Pekkas are angry. They're raged up. They have healers. I just love to see those healers stay alive if possible, because of course we want to see that 3-star come in. Maybe the queen can help out with that a little bit as those pups try and get into her range. We also have that unicorn helping out a little bit as well, but you know, this is Scattershot and the single target Inferno left over. I see 2 Pekkas, a warden and a queen. Queen with her ability, 2 freeze spells. This could go down. I mean, there's quite a bit of base left here, but it's possible.
Yeah, right as you were saying that the healers were staying alive, then the Pekkas turned their back to the Scattershot there and started to peel away from it, putting the healers in a very vulnerable position. They got targeted by the Scattershot, and then the Scattershot turned after that and then took out the Royal Champion. So lost a lot of force there. He still has a freeze, he still has a queen ability, but I don't know that he has the time, if he does have the force here, to get through. The single Inferno is definitely going to be a big problem, as he has no way to access it here. I believe it's going to be a defense here, Echo, and it will lock in the win there, but 12 stars is definitely going to be on the lower end of what I was hoping to see tonight here. And it's a relatively low-scoring war overall. We'll see how the other teams in the competition tonight are able to do as we continue to work our way through. But we still have a lot of action left, and we still have one more attack here from Happy Endings as they can try to get a triple on the board here, equalize the stars a little bit, and we'll see how they do later tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure that a triple on the board is definitely what they're going for, to try and kind of put some wind back in their sails, because, you know, sadly, they're probably not feeling so hot about things right now. That is going to be the 95% 2-star. So even the 2-stars that were coming in here for Lost Metagaming we're pretty high percentage 2-stars at that, and respectable at least. But you're right, the queen couldn't access that single target infernal compartment. If it was open in some way, you could have seen her ability get put to more use. 3 2-stars for Lost Meta Gaming and 2 triples. Everything, I mean, the lowest here was a 95%, which is a pretty nice attack if you ask me. But as you said, 12 stars, you were expecting to see a little bit more out of one of the highest seeded clans here today, Lost Meta Gaming. But we have one more attack from Happy Endings 2.0. Yeah, so close.
Every single attack they're doing is just on the brink of going into a 3-star. And I mean, it is a round robin competition. So as we play through the ESL Mobile Challenge, every single team will have an opportunity to face every other team once to determine their ranking as we work our way through the competition here over the next few weeks. But we'll see every team play 2 wars every single night and take on 2 of their opponents. So we'll see if Shadow can get in here, and then hopefully we'll see them coming back swinging in their other war tonight, and we'll see how they progress through the season here. But it looks like he's starting in with a queen charge in through the enemy queen. And she can actually go into this town hall compartment. He's going to wall break her in, and he's got a nice funnel going out ahead of her with a couple balloons and sneaky goblins. Everything looking pretty decent here to start it off, and a partial CC pull will draw some archers her way to get him out of the way early.
Yeah, and we're looking at a queen charge dragon rider attack again. So something new, of course. New meta, new attack strategies, new troops, which is exciting. And I love when new things come to the game. I like to see how these players at this level utilize them and develop strategies on the go. And you know that they're spending a lot of time once these new troops come out, really developing metas and figuring out what advantage they can take on their opponents. Right now, the queen's going to stall a little bit on that lava hound that was just pulled from the clan castle. Easy cleanup of it, although the poison spell seemed to be a little bit early, but he did need to take care of those headhunters, which is more of a priority than those pups. Queen's going to be able to get on top of that town hall right here. Nice use of the rage spell as well. And notice the king was just dropped in up top. He's going to set that funnel, and we're going to probably be seeing these dragon riders coming in from up top. And I was a little bit behind on saying it, but I promise that's what I was planning on saying. With that Grand Warden and Balloon supporting Eric, they're going into the base.
And he still needs to get the cleanup down behind the Dragon Riders. They don't clean up on their own. They skip all the defenses, so he needs to get those minions down behind them. They haven't been deployed yet. Soul Slammer coming after the scatter shot along the bottom edge of the base there, and he was able to get the enemy World Champion. So all the enemy heroes are dealt with. All of the CC troops are dealt with. Everything looking overall pretty decent, but it looks like at the bottom of the base there, he is missing that scatter shot with his Stone Slammer, and the air defense to shoot that Dragon Rider down that came out of it. So struggling a little bit there, but the other side of the base is still looking pretty strong here, with a Queen Charge still going strong with an invisibility on standby. So he's looking pretty good here, Echo. It's not looking too far off.
No, it's just that one scatter, which, as you mentioned, he could use the invisibility spell right here because the queen, she does not have her ability right now. So she's got, oh, double giant bomb, invisibility. Ooh. Not used. Where is it?
He used it on the RC. He used it on the RC, which ended up surviving through the enemy king. He's got the, come on, somebody take a shot at that air defense there. The queen trying to get to it. He's got the minions on all around here. Look at all the minions. They're crossing the base, and they can get the last shot in the air defense. They can't pick it up fast enough, and the queen breaks the wall, and she's gonna take it anyways. All right, we got a triple on the board here. Happy Endings will go home with this war here with their heads held high, and they will get that 10th star on the board there, making up for the 1 star, but far off of the win here. Lost Meta Gaming taking it home here in their first round of the ESL Mobile Challenge, and there's 1 opponent down. They got another 6 to go if they want to get that $18,000 first place prize and a silver ticket to the World Championship. So, I mean, a fantastic war here. But, I mean, what do you think, Echo?
I think that Happy Endings is happy to at least have been able to put off and close off the war with 1 triple. You don't want to go home with none, not at this stage of the game, because they were one of the lower seeds, but they're still one of the best of everyone that competed. They have some amazing talent on them. I just think we saw them stumble a little bit here today, and I think that we're going to see some great things moving forward. So don't put them out of your minds just yet. Happy Endings 2.0 is going to be ready to come at that next war. Not the next one, but, their next upcoming war. Lost Meta Gaming, congratulations. Let's go take another break and come back with our 3rd war.
All I ever do is think
Hey Tiz, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me. First and foremost, congratulations. You've made it to the ESL Mobile Challenge. How did it feel, those final moments with your squad, realizing that you'd made it through?
Oh, it was ecstatic. I mean, the chat was we were just going haywire. It was just a great night. I mean, we ran the gauntlet and it was just a great night.
For sure. I mean, the gauntlet is certainly a term that comes to mind. And, I think some people might have considered you guys a bit of an underdog coming into this. Tell me a little bit about your team and how you were able to overcome some pretty tough competition to make it here.
Well, I mean, you have Lando, myself, Chase, and Ryan. We all play for Unfair Warfare. We have Tom. I played with Tom over in Proc during all the mixed league days and everything like that. And then we all kind of just sat down and tried to figure out who we wanted as a sixth. And we found M-Dub from Bye Forever. And he just kind of clicked right into the group. And I mean, from there, it was just history. I mean, like I said before, like we were all just bullies, to be honest. It's like it was just a good group of friends who just bullied each other just to get better, and it worked.
I mean, clearly you guys put up some seriously impressive attacks over the course of that, and that you talked about the gauntlet. You took down some seriously impressive teams to get here, but now you get to continue to go up against some seriously impressive teams. Are there any other squads you've got your eyes on in particular going into the mobile challenge?
Over the years, we've all know, SSG, LMG, and there's even a few teams that are in the ladder too that, everybody knows of. I think we were a sleeper team that not many people expected us to come up with. I think the one team that might catch our eye is probably going to be LMG. I've always personally liked LMG as a team itself. And I think that's really who my eyes are set on. That's who I want to play as LMG.
All right, you got some a little bullseye going on there. Want to take on some of the tough competition. Do you have any final shout outs before I let you go? Any friends or family, teammates, that kind of thing?
A big shout out to Risty, who is the leader of Unfair Warfare. He's definitely backed us. He's given us the motive and the opportunity to sit where we're at. I appreciate Proc giving us Tom, and I appreciate Bye Forever giving us M-Dub. Without the other five, this wouldn't be true right now.
Well, there you are. It's all a community at the end of the day. I'll just trying to make some
exactly.
Make war the right way. Is that the right way? Yeah, we'll see. Anyway, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me, and best of luck in the games.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Cheers. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Invera, joined by Echo and Eric. And war number 2 didn't get off necessarily on the right foot there for happy endings, but you know what? They persevered, able to close things out with a 3-star. So, I'm excited to see what they can continue to do here, sort of shake that one off. But hey, look, there were still some absolutely stellar attacks over the course of that war. Eric, which one did you choose?
I mean, we saw that Inferno Dragon mixed with Dragon Rider, and I wanted to talk about more during the war here, but now we have an opportunity to go back and take a look. And guys, this is a brand new strategy emerging into the meta here. He had the King and the Queen starting in over on the right side here to work their way in towards the Eagle Artillery, forming the funnel there. He threw in just a small amount of troops up on the top side, and then the Inferno Dragons and the Dragon Riders moving together through the base here, and they have so much synergy. I'm so surprised at how much synergy the Dragon Riders and the Inferno Dragons have together here. The only main obstacle that they really have to fight through after they get into the base here is these enemy heroes. I mean, the skeleton spells work so well here, but I mean, look at where's the CC troops here? He had the couple archers and the headhunters that came out. He quickly dealt with those. In the other attack, we saw super minions come out, but then he sails that blip all the way through to the town hall and can go and snipe it off. That's the only main obstacle. Always a little bit of an inherent risk in that if it gets caught, but setting in so late after he had so much of the base cleared out there, he even conserves a rage for that. And as soon as that goes down, there's just not a lot left on the back of the base here. But look up at the top side as he goes into this air defense here. The Dragon Rider's passing right over the storages and skipping to the air defense, and that is their strength. That's why they have so much synergy, because they can target different structures. Those Inferno Dragons, they lock onto their buildings, and then they're going to take them down pretty much the same rate no matter what, because they got that Inferno wrapped around their head there. But being able to have the synergy between the two where they're going after different targets, and the Inferno Dragons are protecting the Dragon Riders, the Dragon Riders are surging forward and taking out defenses, protecting the Inferno Dragons. It feels a lot like the Queen Charge hybrid attacks there, but you get so many troops with it. It's extremely effective, and I definitely feel like it's going to be a major part of the meta here as we continue forward into more esports in Town Hall 14.
And it's so interesting because the second we thought the meta was like, yeah, this is some of the attacks, we think we know what's going on. No. ESL Mobile Challenge starts, new update comes in, new true. Okay, now things start to get exciting. And things already have been, let's be honest. And that last war was no exception. So I have Halo Blade standing by, ready to chit-chat just a little bit there, discuss that win. First and foremost, congratulations. How you feeling after that?
We're feeling pretty good. That's our first win for the Challenger Series. So we're going to enjoy that for now till our second war.
Until the next one. Just try and keep that streak alive. Obviously, you guys, the Lost Meta family, I mean, this has been around for what feels like forever in Clash of Clans, but how did this particular iteration of the roster come together?
Honestly, it took a while. A lot of us had been in SSG, like the family, for like a year or two, but up until recently, we stopped switching around teams, and that allowed us to build a chemistry with each other. And I think that's paid off in the long run, as you saw in our ladder one performance.
Absolutely. No, you guys looked absolutely stellar. And for those who maybe aren't familiar with the nuts and bolts of what exactly goes into playing competitive Clash of Clans, it's not just one person out there. Yeah, one person's pressing the buttons doing the attack, but there's spotters, people are talking, there's communication. So what do you say it's important to sort of build that team synergy up? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, and then you honestly have to trust in each player's skill sets and how they're going to use their attack. You can't really expect everyone to do a Queen Charge Lalo. We have some members that love doing smash attacks, like Caesar, for instance, and he does them really well.
Absolutely. It's all about having somebody on the team who's an expert at everything so they can teach everybody else. Everybody can improve the right attack for the right situation. I'd love to see it, the teamwork, the camaraderie, but I'll let you go now. There's lots still to do tonight, so we'll let you go celebrate the win, and best of luck in the next match.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Cheers. All right. Bring the casters back. Okay, bring them back. Eric, Echo. All right, here we go. Let's take a look at our schedule. Let's see what's coming up next, because Echo, we still have some... We're not even at the halfway mark yet.
No, we have a long night ahead, and it's going to be next up Soft Shell Supreme versus OneHive. I'm expecting a really great matchup right here. Excited for that one. Following that, we have Train Station Gaming versus the best COC esports. And then one of the highlights of the night for me, and probably for Eric as well, OneHive versus Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really big war, this first one coming up. I'm excited to see my boys here playing in OneHive. But, I mean, there's some really good players on the Soft Shell Supreme team, and they've definitely come out swinging today. We have, obviously, Tom. You can see him there as he has went to the World Championship qualifiers before, getting that jersey there from Supercell. But, I mean, very strong team here. They surprised a lot of people here coming in and qualifying for the challenge here as a complete unknown team. And I have high hopes for them, but I mean, OneHive's team is a team of elite players here that have been... Look, we have 4 out of 5 of these players have already won the ESL Mobile Challenge, or the ESL Mobile Open, I mean, in previous seasons. And then the new addition to the roster, Bad Blue Penguin, an absolute beast here, and I'm excited to see what they have for us tonight. This team is strong.
I mean, look, you see those World Cup jerseys, you get a sense of what's going on there. You get a sense of how exactly that works. But Soft Shell Supreme was a team that really impressed me. So I am not ruling anything out here. You saw Tiz, you know, I mean, they're just a bunch of guys who push each other to get better. Not exactly his words. They bully each other to get better. But that to me is also indicative of a team that knows how to have some fun. And I'm hoping to have some fun watching this next war. Hoping for no 1-stars off the bat. All triples all the time. Let's get a double perfect war. Yeah, no, yes, probably not. We haven't seen that, but maybe we'll see it. I'm not ruling it out. The players are getting ready to get into this. Echo, you ready to rock?
I'm ready to rock. I'll tell you, we're talking about jerseys and stuff. Did you see M-Dub in that image? I mean, he was rocking that taco shirt. I was a fan of that, 100%. But we have M-Dub right now coming in for Soft Shell Supreme with the same strategy that we were just talking about, but there are some clone spells as well. So this is going to be exciting. We do have the Inferno Dragon attack with a side of Dragon Riders. It's actually 7 of each. A Blimp clone spell. This is going to be exciting to watch. I'm not 100% sure how this one's going to go down. Eric.
I mean, I have a feeling it's going to work very similar to the Inferno Dragon attacks that we saw in the last war here. He's going to need to get good value out of the heroes. He's going to need a tight funnel, but he's also not going to have the protection of skeleton spells that we saw in those previous wars there. So his king gets immediately locked onto by the single Inferno, and he's going to drop very quickly, not going to be able to get through that. So the queen's on her own over on the right side, but here comes the Blimp traveling overhead to drop into this town hall, and he's... Where's the ward ability? There's the ward ability. Finally comes down to protect the Blimp to get through the town hall and protect him from the eagle shots that are coming in. Lots of traps are going off in the middle, but they were all protected through the eagle, or the ward ability, and he's still looking pretty good here. Gets a lot of additional spell support that is going to increase the damage output of these troops, but not a lot to defend them. So we'll see how much punch they have going to the backside. But looks like the World Champion starting from the bottom quarter, and we'll see what kind of force she has coming through here, Echo.
Yeah, notice these 2 Dragon Riders, though, just going straight on past that champion. The champion taking both of them down, so losing 50 camp space there of troops to that champion. We do have the Queen along the outside. The Unicorn does just go down. Scattershot's about to go down and does. 1 more freeze spell is left on the tail end of this attack. 2 Dragon Riders stand with a little bit of health left. 1 minute and 37 seconds. You notice the back of the base isn't cleaned up very well right now, but there is a lot of time left. Look at this champion, again, taking down a 3rd Dragon Rider, and now it's really up to, well, it's up to nothing. It's up to nothing, Eric. The champion was clearly the hero of that defense.
Yeah, that's the downside of Dragon Riders. They don't fight back against enemy heroes. You gotta get some Inferno Dragons to stay with them, and they will naturally separate a little bit there because they're going after different targets. And if you're fighting an enemy hero on the far back side, I guess that might be a weakness that we're going to have to keep an eye out for here as this meta continues to develop. But it came relatively close here. He's got the Archer chipping away over on the left side, and I think it's going to get locked on the storage. I don't think he's going to get anything extra there. He maybe can get that storage down in the next 50 seconds, but it's really interesting to see this deck here. It's a different variation of it. We saw it with the skeleton spells earlier in the night, and now we're seeing it with a clone spell, trying to add a little bit of extra force in there with it. And it's unfortunately it didn't go through. It was all right though. It came close. Just need that World Champion to go down.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, Eric, I think the skeleton spells would have helped out quite a bit more with that, because as you mentioned, there were no Inferno Dragons going through with the Dragon Riders. That champion just was going ham. Took down 75 camp space of troops, that champion alone, just in Dragon Riders. If some skeletons were there, we could have probably chipped away at her while she was targeting something different, and wouldn't have been an issue. I think more value from skeletons would have been had. To be honest with you, be very honest, I didn't even see where that clone was used.
Yeah, I don't know where. It must have just been tossed in the middle there. But I mean, just adding an extra 40 camp space or whatever it is nowadays of troops there getting cloned in the middle of the base there, just to give a little extra protection. That actually can give you the protection that the skeleton spells don't, while also increasing your damage output, because generating extra troops there makes it so your other troops aren't getting targeted, and it can give you a little bit of a protection as you move through the core, and is commonly used with dragon attacks in general of different sorts. But I mean, you gotta have some troops arrive to that enemy World Champion on the backside, and that was the death of that attack. But we're in the next one. We got Chubbs coming in with rocket pekkas. I don't know what to call this attack. He's got 6 rocket balloons here, and it's mainly a pekka smasher. He's got 6 pekkas, and he's going to start off with a board walk and work his way into the base. And Chubbs had some big success with these very, very pekka heavy attacks in their path through the play-ins, and that's what qualified them here in the first place. But we'll see if Chubbs can get it done again here with 6 pekkas.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he's going to use, though. Now, here they come right here. They're surging in. Is he going after the scatter shot with those? I think he may be.
They're just clearing the way here for the other troops. If they get protected through the ward ability here, then they can continue to get value. I think they're performing the same function that Chubbs normally uses them to just clear black mines ahead of the healers. And look how long they're staying alive up there. They're going all the way through the base with the protection of the ward ability inside of the rages. And the path has been cleared here for these healers to stay alive all the way through. And the Pekkas are doing what they do best, smashing through here, Echo.
But look at the town hall. The town hall state. Oh, it's going down.
Oh,
wow.
okay.
I was really concerned right there for a second. I didn't know where the sneaky goblins had gone, but they did grab that town hall. I was nervous for no apparent reason. Sorry about that. The queen, she's doing a decent job. Nice job with the freeze spell as well. She's got her ability, which is going to be popped right here, and she's going to have to take that jump. Hopefully can get that scatter shot. She's invisible for the moment, and no, she does not. It does not go down, but there are a bunch of Pekkas, a Yak, a King, and a Champion. The Champion is going to be able to take down that scatter, no issue. He's going to go down with just a few shots here. And then, this could be done still. This could be done. And you have healers, and you have time. Things are looking better than I initially thought, especially when I thought that Town Hall wasn't going down.
Yeah, definitely. The Town Hall would have been a big issue here, as he would have had a backup plan to go get it. But this RC still moving through strong. She's going to work her way to the Tesla farm by herself. I'm mostly worried about this single Inferno up at the top edge there. As the RC starts to work her way towards it, and she does go down. It's going to be a big problem here for the Pekkas. And
there's one rocket balloon. There's one rocket balloon and a freeze spell. I'm wondering if that could be used to just freeze up that Inferno.
Oh, Good call. I wonder. He needs to get the air defense down first, and he's starting to lose healers to the air defense as they round the corner there, but they're going to bust through that wall very quickly. He's still got the Yak intact, and the King's at full health. He still has a chance here. It's not over. I want to see what he does with the rocket balloon. Look at the Pekka coming around the other side there. Is going to tank these what do you call them? Battle builders on the other side. He'll freeze up to protect. I think he's still got it here.
Oh, man.
Chubbs from OneHive has the force going into the single Inferno, but does he have the time? The rocket balloon didn't clear enough there. He's gonna wind out of time here. It is going to be a defense. Oh man, that came a lot closer than I thought it was going to, Echo.
That was exciting for sure. A little bit of a roller coaster of emotions, thinking it's going to happen, it's not going to happen. Either which way, a 98%, 2 stars, a pretty good start to the war. I like seeing that. I really wanted to see that rocket balloon go on top of that Inferno Tower, but it wasn't meant to be. It wasn't in the cards, but a solid start, putting OneHive in front by in percentage. So it's 2-star to 2-star, and they are up 98% to 83% with an early lead. Still anyone's game at this point in time, which is exciting. It's always exciting to see wars that are nice and tight, starting out in the same stars, whether it be a 3 or 2, hopefully not a 1. How you feel?
I mean, a 15 building lead here is nothing that Softshell Supreme can't overcome here, as they will start from the behind. But I mean, it was a really close to attack there from Chubbs, and I mean, Chubbs is a very strong player. He's very good with the Spanish attacks. He practiced them a lot. But we'll see if Tom can get in here, and they are going to attempt Dragon Riders once again. He's going to do a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack here. He's got a lot of spell support here that it could go with the Queen, as he went with all rages, freezes, and a jump spell. So he's going for big value with this Queen Charge. Let's see if he can keep her under control here as she starts in right into a small amount of a Tesla farm. There's more around the corner here. We'll see if they cause any pathing issues here, Echo.
There's not more things that I like more than a really good Queen Charge that gets deep inside of the base. Something that's just, it's a true test of like superior skill. You mentioned that Tom has been here before. He has the jersey that can prove it. And, let's see how good he can actually do with this. Seven balloons, 5 Dragon Riders left in this attack. Looks like he could push on through, taking out that Town Hall to start.
Get the Town Hall down early. He needs to push all the way in. He needs to get to the enemy Queen. He needs to get to the enemy Rio Champion. If he doesn't get those, he has the Headhunters that can be protected through the ward ability. But I would prefer that he didn't rely on that. I think he actually needs to go through the Eagle Artillery to have a better chance of going through here. But look at that. The Queen is going to work her way into the Scatter Shock compartment up top. She's staying kind of wide to the outside, and that's fine. It doesn't have her duck all the way to the compartment. Staying out to the outside here is going to give her a faster path into the enemy Queen and the enemy Road Champion with a jump to cross through. Oh, I'm really liking the setup here, Echo, but I really feel like he needs to get this Eagle Artillery down relatively early into this attack, and he might be coming in opposite of it. Yep, he is. Look at this. He's going right over the head of the Queen here with the Dragon Riders.
I thought he was going to come in from down below just because of the Eagle Artillery being down there, but he does have the Stone Slammer. I don't think he's going to plan on going in with that over top of there. Is he going to switch it out for a blimp, or is he just going to send that in with everything else?
I think he might use it to help the Dragon Riders cross the corner here. But look at the Queen ends up surviving, pops another Rage onto her. He will continue to take Eagle Strikes here, and that is going to whittle down these Dragon Riders as they make their way through. They don't have any additional spell support there to get him healed back up. As a bunch of red bombs are going off all across the core of the base. The Queen getting stalled up by the CC there. She finally engages that Lava Hound that she never ducked close enough earlier in the attack to fight. But the Stone Slammer ends up hitting a double Black Mine, goes down over by the Eagle Artillery. He's still got a decent push here. Look at the Royal Champion. Look at the King. Look at the Queen. All the heroes are still attacked, but the Dragon Riders down. They've got enough punch here to take the rest of the base without the Dragon Riders, and I think he might have this here, Echo.
I think you're right here, Eric. This is coming together really nicely towards the end. There's a lot more troops than I anticipated staying alive, with being that there were no more Dragon Riders left, but the attack does pull in with 16 seconds left. We're missing. Okay, the minions have the storage up top. I was looking for that final structure. They go down to the minions. A 100% for Tom, taking that lead, although OneHive is down by 1 attack. So nice one there. I mean, it was a little bit iffy at points, but it came through in the end. Eagle, I like the scatter shot. I like the Stone Slammer taking down that Eagle, or at least getting near it with those dragons and those balloons. A 2-star and a 3-star for Soft Shell Supreme. OneHive up next, trying to pull in a 3 as well.
Yeah, they're going to need one. They're going to need one to stay ahead here. They have the percentage advantage still if they can get the 3-star. So we'll see who's coming from OneHive next. But, I mean, I'm liking the use of Dragon Riders. We see the ground attacks there starting in with OneHive. And I know that Chubbs prefers ground, but a lot of the other OneHive players prefer air attacks. And we'll see what happens here. But I mean, a lot of people are going to be itching to use these new Dragon Riders, but not Pidgey apparently. Pidgey going to start in with a Warden Walk into Pekka Smash. I guess he's also another player who's been very, very proficient at this Pekka Smash. And what he likes to do is, when he does the Warden Walk, go after the Town Hall, and that's generally the style base that he's going after. Once they Warden Walk to Town Hall, and he always brings this Earthquake. This Earthquake can distract the battle builders by forcing them to repair their own hut. In addition to that, it also damages up the Town Hall pretty significantly, so the Warden can move through it that much faster. He'll rage up the Warden and then pop the Earthquake right when the Warden locks onto it, distracting the battle builders to stay back and repair their huts here. And now he's got the Wall Break to push into the Scatter Shot here, and then he can also maybe push something in to go into that Multi-Inferno around the corner there. The King will stay on the outside, and here comes the Pekkas to support the Warden. Start to drive into the base.
I mean, you called it perfectly. This is one of your teammates over there on OneHive, and really, you guys know each other, and that's really cool for me to watch and for the viewers to watch. You kind of breaking down what they're thinking because you know it well, and it went just to plan as you mentioned. Right now, dealing with a little bit of Eagle Artillery. Sorry, I'm stumbling here. Of the Eagle Artillery. Again, the Eagle Artillery being left back deep in the base for behind and for later on in the attack, but the Pekkas are pathing on through. There's one more jump, 2 freeze, and the final rage was used right here. So there's a lot of base showing left. I'm concerned about the scatter on the top and about the Eagle down below, while everything is kind of just frozen in the center.
I was more concerned about this Multi-Inferno at the bottom side, but it finally goes down as the Pekka ends up breaking open the wall. The Valkyries come out of the siege barracks. They're going to join up and start to regroup his troops here as he goes in the Eagle Artillery. That regroup is going to perform a very, very vital function. He'll go to the Eagle Artillery, and then they can circle back into the Multi-Inferno, but he's going to need extra reinforcement here for the World Champion to rise right as the Valkyries get to the top side of the base there. And if she can stay alive on the outside and everything else can not break out of the base, go back through that jump and work its way over to the Multi-Inferno, provide the tanking for the World Champion, she can still do some work on the outside. She has a freeze, she has her ability, he needs to hold on to her ability as long as possible right now so she doesn't surge forward too fast, and there we go, the Pekka step up, they're going to tank the scatter shot, but no, they turn on to the RC, and that is going to hurt here, that's going to hurt his chances to carry through, and now the Pekkas are going to the outside. I don't know about this Echo, it's starting to dwindle down, it's starting to look like it's going to be a defense here.
Yeah, I mean, you called it. With the regrouping was clutch. It just seems like it started to just fall apart a little bit. That scatter shot up top really did hold strong, and it's going to even take down the. Actually, it's targeting the unicorn instead of the queen. So the queen is able to shut it down. Only 8 seconds left though in this attack. As you mentioned, it is a defense for Soft Shell Supreme. Level 8 Pidgey not able to pull in triple on this one, even though it was starting out really nicely. I think things just got slowed down a little bit in the core of the base, which is going to put Soft Shell Supreme up by 1 star after the first 2 attacks.
The percentage still being held by OneHive there, as they have a little bit higher average percentage from that 83% from Soft Shell Supreme's opening attack. So they're just going to need to get their triple, and we'll see if they can make their comeback here. But I mean, Soft Shell Supreme has an opportunity now to lengthen their lead here and really put some pressure on the final attackers here from OneHive. But there were some very close attacks there from OneHive. They were almost there. They just didn't quite cross the mark there, as they keep on trying these pekkas. They're sticking on the ground here in what I feel like is a very strong air meta, but they're very, very proficient ground attackers, and we'll see what they do with the rest of the war here. But we got Lando from Soft Shell Supreme coming in on the other side, and I guess we'll see what he can do here. Now, Lando, if you were unaware, they fought against Lando in the ESL Mobile Open Season 3 Grand Finals in DreamHack Atlanta, and most of the roster here that's playing for OneHive is still playing together here as Lando joined this new team here, Soft Shell Supreme, and we'll see what he can do as he pushes his way in against Coco, going in with the Inferno Dragons and Dragon Riders. This combination, again, we're seeing it more and more here, and I wonder if they were watching the other players there from the previous war and getting ideas from them, or if they have started to use this on their own. But it's struggling a little bit in the middle of the base there, as a lot of the troops are getting picked off. It feels like they're relatively thinned out, or they're just separating a little bit there, as the Dragon Riders and the Inferno Dragons have different target priority.
Yeah, and again, it's another scatter shot in the center of the base. Those Teslas are actually there protecting, taking down the skeletons, and keeping that scatter shot up, which is going to be devastating. Do you think that players would actually see others doing this an hour prior, practice the attack strategy for a short time, and then use it in something as important as this event?
Yeah.
Okay,
I really do. If they were already very proficient in the Inferno Dragon attack, then it's performed identically to that. So they already know how to do it. They were just, maybe they could do it for a couple friendly challenges when they start to see, be like, oh my god, look at what this new strategy is, and then start to use it in the other events of the night. It's definitely a possible scenario there, and I wouldn't be surprised, but it looks like he is going to fall a bit short here. Lando will leave another low percentage one on the board here for Soft Shell Supreme, and that's going to open the door here for OneHive. If they can triple, if they get their first triple on the board here, they will have a tie on stars here and a big advantage on percentage. But I think one way or another, OneHive will very likely be holding on to the percentage advantage as we go into the 4th set of attacks here. But looks like just shy of an 80% here. 79 will lock this one in, and Lando will get it today.
Yeah, and I mean, I was going to say a little bit earlier, all that Soft Shell Supreme needs to do is finish off the rest of the war with triples. But that didn't happen. And it's actually a fairly lower percent 2-star with 79%. So as you mentioned, OneHive, although they're behind in stars, it just takes 1 triple to tie them up, and then they have a fairly commanding percentage lead. So that's what they're thinking right now. They have to just come in and do that, or else they're still going to be behind by that 1 star, and that's going to be continuously nipping at their heels. So it sounds simple. Come on in, triple right here, and then you're going to have the lead because you have that percentage lead. I mean,
yeah, I like that mentality. Just remember, guys, all you need to do to win is just go out there and triple everything, and then you just win. So
that's
I like it. That's a winner's mentality right there. Just like, I don't even know how to fail, but here we go. We have Urban Legend coming in, and he is also bringing in the Dragon Riders with the Inferno Dragons, and let's see if he can get it done. He's got a blimp selected at the moment. He's going to zap out the sweeper in the middle base. The zapping of the sweeper is rather important because it does make so that the Inferno Dragons don't have their beams reset every time they get knocked back, so they can actually charge up to a full beam. But he has a basic funnel coming in here to charge the heroes into this Eagle Artillery compartment. They can have the air troops next to the air defense be protected with an early warning ability if he wants to. And here we go with that blimp. Early on this blimp, though. It's maybe too early here. So if it gets caught with a tornado, it may not make it to the town hall here, Echo.
Is it going for the town hall or for the scatter shot? That's a long distance for the town hall, but wow. Oh, just makes it over that wall. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's got, looks like 18 goblins and 9 sneaky goblins pop out of there. But they hit a giant bomb!
Oh, and a free spell, but it was on. There's nothing on that.
Oh, no!
Oh, my God. The Town Hall stands. So now, and it's being healed up as well. So now what needs to happen is literally the whole attack needs to come on through and take that down. You do have a champion on the outside, down the southwestern side of the base. We have a few Inferno Dragons making their way. Nice free spell. He's going to be, oh, this king right here is going to be in the way.
King.
Free spell
He
again
pops
on
RC
the Town
ability.
Hall.
He should have popped RC ability earlier because he needed the RC to get the damage on the Town Hall before it got healed up, but he does use all of his spell support there. He is able to secure it. It was a little bit shaky there as the RC did get locked onto the king there for a moment, but the invisibility came in clutch there. I mean, if he would have dropped his RC and immediately popped her ability there, he could have got the Town Hall down, but he's getting a little bit greedy there, trying to get her full HP recovery there, and ended up having a couple extra spells there as he ended up having to multiple times freeze up the Town Hall and almost risked it. But, you know, it's hard to tell sometimes exactly what kind of resources you need to throw at it. You gotta quickly react and you don't have a lot of time to think about it. So 73%, a very low percentage one here, and a scary moment for OneHive, who almost got the 1-star with that long blimp trap pile. That was very, very risky, and it did cost him.
It barely got there. It just fell on the other side of the wall. So we're looking at a much closer percentage right now. Let's bring back Inverum. We're at the mid-match meetup. See what he thinks of this one so far.
I mean, the desperation with the RC there at the end. You could see it, just freeze spell, invisibility, everything, absolutely everything, just thrown in there at the end. Chuck a kitchen sink for good measure. And I think this is so interesting, just sort of the breadth of the attacks, the breadth of the wars we've seen so far tonight. We've seen like all-in triples, like 98% averages. We've seen, you know, things more down in the 70s and 80s, and now this is sort of like right in the middle. I feel like we're seeing the full breadth of it here, which is really exciting. And I think for now, for OneHive, they've got to triple. They've got to bring themselves back into it. I mean, frankly, they need to do it twice. They need to try and throw everything at their opponents right here, because Soft Shell Supreme, they're really impressing me, and especially for a team that's coming in maybe a little bit lesser well-known, this is a great opportunity for them to start their mobile challenge series off right. Wouldn't you agree, Echo?
Yeah, I do agree. And I mean, I see you're taking a page off of my strategy. Just triple and you'll have good odds of winning things. I mean, it's a champion
days of
strategy.
2 stars win wars is long gone, all right? Long gone. That hasn't been true. I've been casting this game since 2019, and that has not been true for a very long time. All right, lads, get back to it.
And we're going to get back to it. It looks like we have a bit of a Sui Lalo on this one. Again, we have 1 Lava Hound and 1 Ice Hound, 29 balloons, 5 invisibility spells, 1 rage. So we may actually be seeing a Blizzard Lalo right here, because the Blizzard portion is going to be coming in first. In that blimp, I'm anticipating a whole bunch of those Super Wizards, and that's exactly what's happening. Rage spell, invisibility spell, and we're going to start seeing the center of this base just disappear as those Super Wizards just continuously just chain everything down. Look at this. It's like the 4th of July, man. Everything just blinks and disappears. I love it.
Yeah, he's gonna get everything except for the enemy heroes down there. He got the CC pull. That looks like a couple of headhunters that were all that survived from the CC there. If there was a Lava Hound in there, it's dying with the CC and go just hang out in the rubble there. It's not going to be able to affect these heroes, and that's going to make him have a very, very strong push. But he does make a mistake here right out of the gate, and his king ends up going the wrong direction here. He didn't funnel him well, and he ends up going the wrong direction. He's going to just kind of veer off into the trash along the bottom of the base there and eventually get taken down by that scatter shot with no additional support down there. But maybe he can act quickly and he can start the Lalo over the head of the king there and take advantage of his tanking. But we'll see what happens here. He's not going to have enough punch to go to this Town Hall, though, potentially with the heroes without his support. And this queen is in charge of taking this Town Hall down.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to risk it that early with sending the Lalo in from down below and trying to save the king, and either way, he decided to go in from up top. Scattershot's going to be one of the final defenses that's going to be going down, if it goes down at all. Queen is dealing with the king in the center of the base, and the queen does go down as well. Unicorn's running and dies, but now it's the Lalo There are a lot of balloons, but we have seen balloons go down very quickly. So let's see if this Grand Warden can keep them up. He does have his ability intact. All other spells have been used. Let's use the ability. Beautiful timing on the ability as a whole bunch of mines and bombs popped up out of the air. It's the scatter shot that's left. If these balloons can get on top of it, he could be, oh, and they split going away from the scatter. But look at these level 10 balloons right on top of that scatter shot. There's only an archer tower and a wizard tower left. The Grand Warden and the owl are still there. 41 seconds. I think we're looking at a 3-star out of Soft Shell Supreme on this attack, which is going to further their star lead over OneHive if OneHive can't reply with a triple of their own.
That's definitely going to put the hurt on OneHive in this one here. That split at the end was beautiful. Getting the split to make so that there was 2 separate packs, so the Scattershot couldn't fire them all down at once. It worked so well to its advantage. You didn't get the pathing directly into it, but forcing it to separate its fire and have that big pack of balloon that could have all went down together had they all gone the same direction and stayed packed up there. I was a little bit worried on the backside of the attack there whether they were going to make it through that if they had stayed packed up, but that split saved them and saved the whole raid right there. It is going to be a triple here for Soft Shell Supreme, and it's going to put them into a very, very strong lead here. OneHive now on the ropes here. They're going to have to triple out, and they're going to have to get a defense from the last attacker from Soft Shell Supreme. So we'll see what happens here, but I mean, this is the moment to shine right here, as Coco will come in with some zap-dragons with Dragon Riders. I might note he's got 4 Dragon Riders here.
He does have the 4 Dragon Riders. I like the Earthquake spell as well. There goes the lightning spells up top. Going to be taking down that scatter shot northmost. And like you said, he does have that dragon attack, but with the Dragon Riders as well. So curious to see how that's going to go for him.
And he's got the basic funnel here, just clearing out very, very minimally up in the top corner here. Make sure that he gets in just enough force to clear the break in the ring around the lightning there. Wants to make sure that there is no way that these dragons are going to go the wrong direction around the base here. But he did leave up that wizard tower, and he'll have to go back for a couple of those random buildings up in the top corner there. And I guess a late Rio champion could definitely do that, but it looks like he does have something going in the top corner there. Looks like a balloon. A balloon comes to the top corner there. We'll pick off the couple defenses up there and start to clear that up. But here comes the dragons with the Dragon Riders pushing their way towards the enemy Royal Champion with a rage down early, and he'll need to get this blimp to travel across the base and hit the town hall. I like the blimp being delayed a little bit there. We saw some problems with the blimp being deployed a little bit too early in the previous attack there, which made so it didn't have the length of the ward ability to push it all the way to the town hall. It does get knocked back by the sweeper a little bit there, but it should get the town hall down. And there it goes. There we go. He's got a nice push here, and everything is going well so far here for Coco.
Yeah, so far so good. A lot of troops there in the center of the base. Queen and champion ability still in hand. But again, Eagle Artillery, it seems like a lot of people aren't fearing the Eagle Artillery as much as I do. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'm wrong here. But the Eagle Artillery has been one of the last defenses thought of by many of the attackers we've seen here tonight so far. And it looks like the Warden and Owl are going to be kind of chipping away at what's left over here. You do have the Queen and Champion's ability still intact here, and you have a couple of those balloons coming on in. Speedy balloons trying to get the air defense, but they didn't get it.
Still got an RC ability here, and the RC ability will help him get through to the Expo there. If that Expo goes down, may have a chance here, but she's not going to have enough punch to take it. It's just down to the Queen now, and she has her ability left. There's still another 50 seconds on the clock here, but I don't think that's enough time for her to get all the defenses down. I do think that she does have a pretty solid chance of making it through there, although that current Expo can deal a lot of damage onto her as she won't have access to it for a very long time. But ability here will give him a little bit more punch. It's not going to happen. That's going to, unfortunately, put OneHive into a 2-star deficit going into the final attacks. And now they're not only going to need a triple, but they're going to rely on Soft Shell Supreme getting a 1-star.
Yeah, that's not the position they're going to want to be in for sure. If that bow wasn't there, there would be a chance, but not being able to access is going to kind of kill things off right here. Good attempt by Coco for sure. Really nice attack, but not going to be enough. It's going to end in a 97% because also we have a sweeper and a Tesla even more beyond those walls hiding behind that bow. 97% 2-star And as we said, with a 2-star advantage right now, we need a major slip up from Soft Shell Supreme. I knew at some point tonight I'd slip up on that name. It was just a matter of time if I said it enough times. So it's 10 stars, 90.5% damage to 8 stars out of OneHive, 2 stars down the board. It's honestly, it's not what I was expecting out of OneHive. I actually, in our predictions earlier, which were put out in the ESL Mobile Twitter, I predicted OneHive to win this one.
Yeah, I did too. I mean, I predicted him against everybody, but that's just because I may have a slight amount of reason to cheer them on a little bit. But we just a little bit. But we do have that 2-star lead there from Softshell Supreme. And like I said, it's gonna force the only chance for success here to be a 1-star on this attack right here, and he's not going to take any risk for it. He's going directly after the Town Hall early on into the attack, but it hits a tornado trap there as a couple rocket balloons went in there and cleared out the air defense there and just cleared the way a little bit, but not that, and he still will reach it though. Still going to get into the Town Hall.
Yeah, he's going to get in the Town Hall. He's got those sneaky goblins doing sneaky things on it right there, grabbing the 1-star. If he can grab the 2nd star, he's going to put the victory out of reach for OneHive, not even giving them the opportunity to pull in a victory in this one. It would be difficult either way, to be honest with you, but right now he's going to try his best cleaning up on that hidden portion of the base up top, that Lava Hound, before he goes in with phase 2 of the attack, which is basically a drag loon, and actually it's the hybrid Dragon Rider dragon attack that you spoke of before we even got into the wars this morning.
Yeah, this one is I've seen the Queen Walkers using this attack a lot here in their wars, as we just had the update launch here, and they've had massive amounts of success with it. So I know that this attack is very, very strong. Side-by-side rages as he goes into the base. He has a heal spell to top off, because we do in the other attacks there, we've seen the dragons get in the middle of base here and start to run out of steam, but the heal spell is going to pick them right back up as they go towards these multi-infernos. He'll freeze up Scattershot, try to preserve them as long as possible, and he's starting to run out of spells now. He's got one more rage and a freeze, and they can use that freeze to protect the Royal Champion wherever she decides to go in. But the Dragon Riders and the Dragons have so much synergy here. Very similar to what we were seeing with the Dragon Riders with the Inferno Dragons, but I feel like this is the stronger of the 2 attacks here, and they're both very, very simple to use. And this one, I feel like is a little bit easier to use, actually. Because we see that Royal Champion on the top side picking off Dragon Riders like we saw in the previous attack, Jericho.
Yeah, I do. I actually am enjoying the death effect of the Dragon Riders when they go down, how they flip and fall on their backs. But yes, you know, we did talk about how this was the attack strategy that you were anticipating seeing more of tonight. And in actuality, we've seen more of the Inferno Dragon Rider attacks than we have this one. But this one proving to be very strong right here is Softshell Supreme, or I should say Ryan, is doing a nice job pulling this in. 45 seconds left, a Queen's ability intact, and unless if there's a building hiding somewhere where I can't see it, it looks like he's going to be able to pull in the 3-star on this one to finish off this war and to really put it out of reach for OneHive, although it was out of reach at a 2-star. Really impressive performance tonight out of Soft Shell Supreme. I'm taken back. I wasn't expecting this type of play out of them. Really, really impressive stuff.
It really was. I'm excited to see hopefully more of this strategy later on tonight as we continue to play. We still got a lot of wars left. We still have one more attack here from OneHive to close this one out, and we'll see if they can get a little bit of momentum as they go into their next war tonight. They have a very, very tough opponent that will be playing against them later tonight as they are going against Space Station Gaming, and we'll see what happens with that. But that's gonna be that'll be a fun one for me personally. But I mean, Softshell Supreme, they have to play Lost Meta Gaming later tonight. We saw how strong Lost Meta Gaming was earlier in the night, and that's going to be a tough matchup for both of them with the performance that they both put up here. So I'm definitely impressed here from Softshell Supreme, but we'll see Raze close it out here with a Queen Charge Lalo.
Yes, I actually think it's going to be a really exciting matchup, the Lost Meta Softshell Taco. I mean, that was the team that they mentioned that they were looking forward to and maybe a little bit nervous about the most, and that matchup is going to be happening tonight, you're saying. So we have some amazing wars coming up even after this one. Actually, 3 more wars to be, 3 more wars. Yes, 3 more wars. So exciting stuff for sure. Just trying to look at the schedule. It's a long night ahead, but a great night of Clash of Clans. Queen's going to make her way into that compartment. King did grab that Clan Castle lore, and Queen's going to take down that scatter and then eventually have to deal with that Lava Hound that's going to make its way over to her.
Yeah, I actually believe the Lost Meta Gaming /Shell Supreme War is the war that we won't be watching tonight. I think we get to watch 6 out of the 7 wars tonight. I think that's the last one, and I think that will be where the the broadcast will be shut off before that one. But we'll see as Raze continues to charge his way in, and he'll get this enemy CC down, work his way all the way forward. He's got a jump spell. He can go into this multi-inferno past that compartment and get into this random channel that goes all the way through the middle of the base, but he's definitely be relying on the Lalo to carry through and sweep out this Eagle Artillery and the Blimp to travel through and get the Town Hall. There's a lot of things that still have to go right in this attack here, but the Queen Charge is definitely going his way right now.
Yeah, it definitely is. He's got that jump set to pull himself right in. Look at that channel down the center of the base. The Queen can just walk herself right down that channel, really get some good access, take down the Champion and the Warden pedestal as well as some Builder's Huts and the Inferno. But we have the Lalo starting out over here in the eastern side of the base. Lava Hound taking lead and Balloons coming in behind. I noticed an invisibility spell, 2 Rage, and 2 Freeze left in the comp, as well as another Poison spell. And the Queen just really setting this funnel, making there only be one direction for all these balloons to go. Queen's ability was used there. The Rage spell was opted against, and instead it was her ability. Looks like all of her healers are gone, and nice job at the Grand Warden, although it was not able to clip the Queen. I wanted the Queen to be inside of that ability badly, but it didn't happen there for Raze. Looks like there is super, yes, we have sneaky goblins in there. Never can tell. I never can tell when they're on the base. And they were there, though, that time to secure the 2-star. Unfortunately, all the balloons are dying out. I mean, there's a bunch of spells left, but there are not troops to drop them on top of, Eric.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there. Now, there was a very key defensive feature on this base there. Notice that triple layer of walls separating the top compartment from the next compartment over. So when he jumped past that compartment, it made the Queen have to leap too close to that Inferno, which in turn made so that her healers were inside the range of the Inferno, even though she made a beeline direct approach to it, and that made so that she ended up losing her healers, and that's what stopped this Queen Charge. So nice little base building technique right there that maybe we can copy into our own bases at home. But there we go, Raze bringing it home there, or not quite bringing it home. He closes out the war though. And unfortunately for OneHive, that is their first loss here as Soft Shell Supreme takes the first win in their path through the ESL Mobile Challenge.
I'll tell you what, Soft Shell Supreme was impressive. I was really impressed with a lot of their attacks. We got to see the new Dragon Rider hybrid that we were talking about earlier on, which is not yet named inside of Clash of Clans, but 3 triples and 2 2-stars for a total of 13 stars, 92.4% damage. That's a victory for SSS, Soft Shell Supreme. Let's take another break, Eric. We have a long night ahead of us. We're halfway through with 3 more wars to go. Stay in your seats for more Clash of Clans. See you back in a minute.
Hey Cam, thanks so much for sitting down and chat with me for a bit, learning a little bit more about you and your team. First and foremost, congratulations for qualifying onto the ESL Mobile Challenge. It certainly was quite a journey to get here. Talk to us a little bit. How was it like competing in the Mobile Open, then eventually qualifying onto the challenge?
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was quite an exciting trip. We had a pretty successful run during the first ladder, making it to the play-ins and then ultimately getting bumped out. So we really doubled down our efforts for the second ladder, really focused on strategy, base building, and we held, first place position in ladder 2 almost the entire time, and then just barely squeaked out at the end with that first place finish.
You guys put on a crazy good performance in that second ladder. Talk to us a little bit though about the history of your team, because that kind of performance doesn't happen overnight. Tell us a bit about your squad and sort of how you came to be in competing in this event.
Yeah, we're under the best COC esports team name, but we are Golden X. Golden X has been around in the North America circuit for many years. and has had varying levels of success, including going in 2019 to the stage. So, we've had a lot of fun. Our team really consists of a lot of veterans within the organization. Myself, Ronnie, Eric, KP, we're all admins of the organization as well as players. We've all been there for well over a year or more. Eric is the leader of the organization. Boss and Panda also have been there quite a long time. We're also dads as well, so we're the older group of the team, so that sort of helps the team chemistry.
You're going up against some really good teams here in this competition. What's the thought process like now going into Challenge? How are you going to take down some of these juggernauts?
Oh, Challenge has been just all we've been talking about. Without exposing too many secrets, all your basics are there. We're doubling down our efforts on our base building. We're doing a massive amount of testing. We're doing opposition research, making sure we're watching the streams and the videos of the teams that we're going against, making sure we understand strengths and weaknesses, and trying to then be as prepared as possible for this round robin challenger stage, so we can approach each individual match as successfully as we can.
Sounds like you're putting in the work, which is exactly what you need to do in this field of competition. We got North America's best battling it out right now. I'm not going to keep you too much longer, though, but do you have any final shout-outs before we say goodbye?
Nothing specific. I'm really proud of my team, really proud of what we put together, how we put it together, how we're executing on it, and we're just looking forward not only for the challenge, but also beyond. We've got several months now of Worlds coming up and various other league play, so I'm kind of excited what we're going to be doing here in this next summer.
I mean, the future's never been brighter for Clash of Clans esports, and I cannot wait to see what you guys can do in the challenge. Thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me, and best of luck in your matches.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Inverum, joined by Echo and Eric, and we've had some ups and downs so far tonight. Some solid attacks, some heartbreaking one-star moments, but still, the action has been solid all the way through, and we got to take a look back at that last war, and particularly one attack. Echo, which one did you end up going with?
Yeah, we had to go with Ryan's attack here just because it's the strategy that's one of the newer ones, utilizing some of the newer troops, coming in with this early blimp. Now, this was the attack that he just needed to really grab that secure 1-star, and it was going to be a 2-star to win the entire thing. Yet he actually was able to come through and grab the triple, coming in with the sneaky goblins. Sometimes they're so sneaky you don't even know if they're there. They do take down that town hall. That clan castle lore was a thing, which means this lava hound is going to eventually be dealt with right up here, taking his time, making sure that that's all done. Remember, you need to set this pathing and this funneling properly. Also notice right over here that this king, not even a max level king, only level 77 down below, and his pets are only sitting at level 5. So again, not coming through fully maxed, which is pretty impressive. Now, as that all goes down up there, he's going to set up things for phase 2, which over here looks to be some dragons coming in from up top, and then the heroes coming in from down here. I like the use of the king tanking for the queen. Now these dragons and dragon riders can push on into the base. Early Grand Warden's ability, keeping everything alive as long as possible. I often like that myself, coming on in with a nice early ability just to make sure that you don't lose those balloons and you don't, beat down on those dragons. And now it's just them pathing through the base. You're going to see a couple of them die out along the way, a couple of black bombs striking them as well. We see these two dragons up here. They're going to take a little bit of a beating, and we got the Inferno Tower really beating down on some of these ones right over here as well, but they did finally make their way out of it, and it's just about overpowering the base. And right now you have the queen and the champion making their way around here down the bottom portion of the base, pushing through the Tesla with a freeze spell in hand, and one of the pets being Lassie still alive on the back end of this attack. Now notice we are spellless, and there is a scatter shot still up. Actually, Champion's coming in from up top. I'm sorry about that. I believe I said she was down below. She does use the ability, taking down that scatter shot, and in taking down the scatter shot, allowing for the final dragon The heroes come through the back end of the base with a couple of pets that are still alive. Actually, the king is still up too, and the yak. There's more left in this attack than I even thought. Heroes were going to be here in time to clean this one up. Queen's ability as well. So if you're ever worried about time, right around that 30-second mark, you could pop the Queen's ability and things would get cleaned up a little bit quicker than you would have hoped. So really nice attack featuring a brand new strategy yet to be named. So maybe everyone in the chat right now could maybe throw in there what they think this attack strategy should be named, or if they think it already has that name. Let's get some interaction in the chat. What are we gonna name this one?
Leaving it up to our Twitch and YouTube chat. That is certainly a bold strategy, Echo. We'll see what they can come up with. I have an interview with Chase the Ace. Squad just walked away with the W in that last war. Welcome to the broadcast. Big smiles. How you feeling after that win?
How's it going in Verum? Thanks for having me. We're feeling great. Proud of the whole team. We all came together. And yeah, it was pretty awesome. Pretty fun.
That to me really felt like almost an exact continuation, an exact return to form from what we saw from you guys in the play-ins. I was honestly really impressed because a lot of folks kind of consider you the underdog coming into this. Does that motivate you at all, knowing that maybe some teams underestimate you?
Oh yeah, for sure. Right before this, we were all looking at the predictions, and we saw you. Thanks for your support.
I saw what everybody else picked, and anyway. Now we know. Yeah. Now we know. Look.
Oh yeah.
But still, underdog.
No, it was pretty fun. We were all looking at the predictions, and we used that as motivation to get a 13. It was pretty cool.
It was a very solid war from you guys, and you know, my co-commentators were sort of commenting on it just even now in the analysis, the fact that you guys are bringing out such cutting-edge strategies that we don't even have names for them yet. Is that something that you guys are really focusing on, trying to develop and really be on the bleeding edge of what is going to become this new meta?
Yeah, we definitely wanted to bring some of the new troops to light, like the Dragon Riders. They're extremely powerful right now, especially against unmaxed bases. And we were using them combined with dragons, inferno babies, everything. We've been testing that all week.
Awesome. And obviously a lot of this, really, I want to say leveling up your play comes down to testing both on attack and defense, because we've seen a lot of good defense tonight as well. Do you think that some of the changes coming in as people are maxing out their bases, we're going to start to see this attacker-sided meta start to fade a little bit?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, people are still trying to figure out how to defend these things, and we'll probably see a bit more defenses in the future. That's what I'm thinking, at least.
Absolutely. And before I let you go, do you have any shout outs or any words to the fans who might be hanging out in chat and cheering you guys on?
Thanks, fans, if you're out there. And shout out to Tiz. He couldn't make it because he had family emergency. Thoughts and prayers are with him. And our manager, Racing. Shout out to you, buddy. And the whole team.
All right. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, hey, look, got to shout out the whole squad. You guys all performed super well tonight.
Absolutely.
Go celebrate your victory, and best of luck in the next matches.
All right. Thank you, man. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, all right. Well, let's bring back Echo and Eric. And I mean, I just love the fact that they're just so hyped after that. Obviously, Eric might be a little bit sad, just a little bit, but you still got to respect the hustle, the 13-star war. Because Echo, it was really cool. The fact that they're like every single day of the week, they're putting in the practice. That's what you have to do to compete at this level, especially considering as we look towards the matches that are coming up, because we still got some doozies up here.
Yeah, we do definitely have some good ones incoming, starting off with Train Station Gaming, a branch off of the Space Station Gaming family, facing off against the best COC esports. Following that, by one of the ones I was most looking forward to, which is OneHive versus Space Station Gaming. And the final war of the night is again Train Station Gaming versus Happy Endings 2.0. Now, earlier I mentioned we had Lost Metagaming versus Soft Shell Supreme, but that one's not going to actually be broadcast here tonight. Just wanted to clear that up.
I'm definitely excited to see these teams here play. Train Station Gaming has been a very, very strong team. Like I said, branch off from the Space Station from Lost Metagaming. They're all the same group there, and they can share their resources, share their expertise. And Boon has definitely been a very, very good leader for this team here, as he's was one of the prior players for Space Station Gaming before they picked up Lex and Nick. But now we'll see what they can do tonight. I am excited to see them going against the best COC, which has historically been known as Golden X, just a powerhouse in the ESL Mobile Open circuits for years now, like who was it? Cam Wow said earlier. But there we go. We got Cam Wow, Eric Hamilton, we got KP, Ronnie, and Panda Cubin in for the best COC esports representing. And excited to see what they got for us tonight, Abram.
Oh yeah, because I mean this is an old school battle, like the foundation of like a past SSG roster. Train Station still affiliated, still close, and then of course Golden X, now the best COC esports. I mean that's a team, that's a squad that's been around for a very long time. This to me is like the battle of the vets. Who's still got it? Who has been able to work and develop the new strategies? Who is on that cutting edge? Whose bases are just a little bit tighter on the defensive side? And this to me is going to be a lot of fun, because those last couple wars, I said they had their ups and downs. Echo, and he said maybe not the most impressive thing ever, but this next one I have very high hopes. Am I crazy?
No, you're not at all crazy, Environment. You mentioned it. We do have the Battle of the Veterans. I think three or four out of the 5 on Train Station were on SSG at one point in time at Space Station Gaming. And COC Esports, they've been here before many, many years in many, many events, and we've seen them towards the end many, many times. And this one is Huck out of Train Station Gaming coming in with Dragbat. We haven't seen this since early on in the evening, and coming at it again in our 4th war of the night. I like the Golem in lead there, kind of keeping this Queen alive, not needing any healers, just kind of tanking for the Queen. Another way to get your hero deeper into the base without the use of healers, just that Unicorn giving her that little extra buff.
Exactly, and then while they were working their way in, the Rio Champion sweeps in, gets out that Eagle Artillery, clears out that entire compartment while the Queen fights off the Lava Hound. Looks like they were able to successfully work together there and take out a big chunk of the base there. The Queen will start to run out of steam here, but it looks like she is going to set up the funnel here nicely for the Dragons to come in, and then they can have that blimp cross through the Dragons, or you can find a different way. Always a little bit of a gamble here. You never know where that tornado trap's will be hiding, whether the thing is going to mess up your attack, but it's all about the defender trying to predict what the attacker is going to do, and it's always a little bit of a mind game here as they're trying to decide exactly where to send in this blimp. But I feel like no matter how it comes in, it always feels like it's going to catch a trap there and not make it, so there's always a little bit of anxiety with that. But here we go, the Dragons pushing their way into the core of the base. They're going to make a solid push all the way through. The blimp successfully reaches Town Hall, and he's definitely set this up very nicely for Bass to start on the backside somewhere.
Wow, yeah. Again, forgetting that there are bats still left in the attack, the base is getting really beaten up badly, and there's still the bats to come on in, which are coming in on the western side on top of that mortar. I don't see any splash damage until the lower compartment where there is that wizard tower, which the dragon and the owl are going to actually tank. There's 3 freeze spells. This is looking like it's going to be a triple right here, Eric, because there's enough freeze spells to freeze up the rest of the base for the entire ending of the attack. 47 seconds though, that's the only thing that's holding me back here. Is there going to be enough time for these bats to path on through the base, the dragons and everything to pull in the rest of the triple? I think we're going to be okay on time. Bats and storages, they're not best friends though.
Oh, red bomb. Oh, just lost some bats there as a minion pulled a red bomb. I was about to say the only thing that's slowing down these bats here is a red bomb. We got air skellies popping now, slow him down even further. He's got a couple minions on top, so they're gonna get stuck on the enemy king, but hopefully that archer chips away at that storage, and they are able to get that down. He's got enough to make it the rest of the way through. Huck bringing in the triple and the drag back, get it done. That invisibility at the start of the attack there, or in the middle of the attack there with the last dragon with the warden standing as they're fighting through that multi-inferno, that was one of the most critical parts of that attack there, where he had to make a reactionary play, and he dropped that invisibility down, protected the dragon, got that multi-inferno down, and that made so the bats could move through seamlessly without having to use all those freezes that he had on store. Yeah. So nice attack there.
Yeah, it was really nice. I mean, it would have been even more clutch if that red bomb wasn't pulled by the minion, as you said. But yeah, that
Right.
that invisibility spell was really a clutch placement right there. And we have Eric Hamilton out of the best COC Esports. I know you guys know his name. He's been here before. We've seen him many, many times here in the ESL back in the Mobile Open days. And he's coming in with the Inferno Dragon attack with support of those Dragon Riders again. This is the one that has been probably one of the more popular attack strategies used tonight, and also the newest attack strategy, which we haven't even seen very much of until this evening.
Right, and we're seeing it a lot this evening. I'm surprised how much we're seeing this attack here. Starts its way in with the Inferno Dragons to start off, then come down the Dragon Riders, and they'll start to push their way into the base. I would really love to see like a bat spell in that left-hand corner to protect some of the dragons from that air defense. It'll be picking off some of those troops over on the left side. But the main bulk of the troops are going towards the middle. They're going to lock on the enemy queen, take down the headhunters, and then continue to push their way towards the core. The heroes working on the right side to stay also protected as they have skill spells dropping for them as well. This attack is replacing the Inferno Dragon attack that we've seen for a very long attack here, and bringing in these new Dragon Rider troops here. Very, very strong, and we'll see if it has enough punch on the backside here to finish off the base.
Yeah, there's a lot of base left, though. I like the skeleton spells in here much better than the clone spell that we saw earlier on in the evening. I didn't think that one worked out as well. Skelly spells definitely do just clog up the environment a little bit, not allowing those defenses to target. But with that being said, we have a king left, a champion left, a queen left, a warden left, and only one dragon rider left. Two of the heroes have their ability as well, and one free spell in the bag. This could still be pulled in. There's not anything that's really scary left here on the base, Eric.
Yeah, that scatter shot was the only thing I was worried about, but the warden clutched it and took it down on his last strike before the Archer picked him off. So with that down, the Royal Champion can pop her ability and clear out most of the defense on the backside, and the other heroes can catch up. He still has a queen ability. Even if the RC goes down at this point, the queen with her ability, with the king trailing in behind to try to play catch up here, is going to have enough time to take it out there. They got about a minute left to close out the end of the attack, and it will be a triple here, matching the one from TradeStation Gaming. And so we're going to start here with an exciting Tide War here as both teams open up strong.
Yeah, and you know what? I like exciting Tide Wars. It's just, it's the way I like to start it out. It kind of sets things up, and I think we know right now that we are here, like we mentioned before, playing against or watching a battle of veterans. A lot of names that we've seen here before, and well, 3-star to 3-star, 100% to 100%. That's how I like to see wars start out. Can't wait to keep on going on with it and seeing what comes up next, because we're all tied up to start this one out.
Yeah, for sure. That's the way we want it. That's the way we want it here. And two of the best teams here in the ESL Mobile Open for North America. I mean, they've been impressive all throughout the play-ins, all throughout the ladder phase. And I mean, the best COC Esports in the second ladder, they were the #1 seed. They got to skip the play-ins. TradeStation Gaming showed up as well. They qualified with a perfect war going into this in the play-ins, and they definitely showed their offensive prowess. Now we'll see if they can get some defenses tonight, and both these teams very, very strong on offense, but we're going to have to see some defenses to separate one of these teams from the other. But here we go. We got some lightning to kick this one off, and he's going in with a mass. What is this? It's a zap mass Dragon Rider attack? This is something I've never expected.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what's this one called? It's a zap Dragon Rider attack. I mean, you got 9 balloons to support the Dragon Riders, 17 minions as well, anticipating that there's going to be a lot of cleanup to do behind those Dragon Riders, so you need those minions to do that cleanup. I mean, Tupac lives forever, inventing new metas here tonight out of TradeStation Gaming, but let's see if this one's going to work out for him before we start hyping it up too much. But right now, the Queen's diving into the base, dealing with that Ice Golem and the Lava Hound as well. Kings is helping out also. And Champion trying to clear some stuff out. Her ability is there. It's going to be used really soon because she's... Oh, invisibility spell there on the Champion. Trying to keep her alive just a little bit longer. Her ability was used. And just the heroes working their way in from the northern part of that base, trying to get things going.
This attack has a lot of similarities to a zap lalo attack here, because it's going to have to function basically the same. He's going to have to use the lightning. The hero's got to punch all the way to the core of the base here. They'll do most of that, although the scatter shot could be a little bit of an issue. Now, the Dragon Riders are much better at dealing with scatter shots than balloons are, because they're very, very fast and they will quickly work their way in, and they have much bigger HP pools than balloons do. So it's gonna function basically the same as a Zap Lalo, and as long as he got all the enemy heroes down, he could go in with some headhunters to take out any remaining heroes. But look at that blip, it travels all the way through, is gonna take that town hall down. The Dragon Riders continuing to cross through. He's even got he's got a heal spell as it goes into the multi-inferno. This is looking pretty strong here, Echo. The only thing I'm worried about is this far backside air defense and inferno.
Eric, that funnel was so tight. Literally every troop besides the minions was there with the warden in that invincibility, going straight for the town hall. It was literally perfect funneling those troops in. 3 Dragon Riders right now making their way with that Grand Warden support. Remember, they're going to go after the defenses first. They're not going to hold back and get stuck on any storages or anything behind, but they are being melted right here from that Inferno Tower. I need to see that Inferno go down, and down quickly. Then we could have the Grand Warden and that Owl try and take down this final air defense.
Looks like the Grand Warden, the Owl, will start to get targeted. Look at the Owl. The Owl is taking the air defense, and the Dragon Rider is sweeping, skipping all of the trash, though. They are so incredibly fast. It just, like, it feels like it should be done like a Lalo attack here, but you don't need haste. They don't seem to need rages. They have so much damage output. They're able to quickly take those buildings down, but not fast enough here because he's out of time. And after a brilliant attack here, it's gonna fall short here, 93%. We'll close it out. That was a lot of fun to see a brand new strategy emerge here again, as we see more variations of these Dragon Riders attacks and a lot of different ways to use them today.
Eric, I wasn't even watching the clock. I had no idea that it was going to be a time fail. I was just watching everything go down because, as you mentioned, brand new strategy right there. I loved it. But man, time, 93%, 7% short there. I had no idea that was going to end short. You slapped me in the face with that one as you mentioned it. But man, it was still a really nice attack. Impressive to see. I mean, people, you think in a month from now, be saying, Lalo. Who uses Lalo anymore? We got Dragon Riders now. I know that's a bold thing to say.
Now, I really feel like it has a lot to do with where the air defenses are and if the Infernos are set to single or multi. Like, if they were single Infernos, obviously the Lalo is going to be the better option there because you target overload those single Infernos. They can't keep up. But when you start coming with Dragon Riders and you can not have to worry about haste spells because they have such fast movement speed and such high damage output, they can quickly go straight to the defenses just like balloons and you get the heal spell. I think there's a lot of really, really good things that can happen in that attack there, and I expect... and now that I see that attack there, like, I'm just having lights go off in my head here, and I want to see more of it. I want to see that become a part of the meta. But here we go with the next one. We got the best COC, Panda Cubin, coming in with a Blizzard Pekka Smash here. Pekka Smash will deal the bulk of the damage here, but the Blizzard getting some pretty good value. And if they get the enemy queen now, there'll be a lot of extra value here, but doesn't quite get it. That's all right. Doesn't really necessarily need to take her down.
Still, I mean, they got her down to about a quarter health, and they did take out a pretty good percentage of the base and cleared out that compartment as well. Pretty impressive Blizzard right there out of Panda Cubin. But the queen now, she's going to deal with that Lava Hound, get rid of that, and then things can commence. I mean, already the base is pretty cut down. Pretty interesting base, too, as well. It's pretty symmetrical looking for things that we're used to seeing around here. Let's see how it progresses as the queen makes her way up towards the northern portion of the base. Looks like that's the way that she chose to walk. And notice the few witches in the composition. The first time we're seeing the witch come through tonight, and it's happening now with this Pekka Smash.
Now, I'm a little bit worried about the pathing because he does have that, like, half crescent shape on the top edge of the base there, and he sends in a couple of hogs to go and cut off that pathing to force everything to go to the jump spell. Those hogs were so clutch right there, and that is going to make so that the Pekkas actually go in. They still try to take the route around the corner there and skip the jump spell, but those hogs coming in there to support the king and the witches were able to cut the pathing, driving everything into the core of the base here, and this is looking absolutely beautiful here as the healers sitting back and keeping everything topped off, and the Pekkas moving forward smoothly through the base here, Echo. This is really, really smooth.
Yeah, this is looking really nice. And again, though, that Eagle Artillery left for one of the last defenses, this time taking it down. And man, this base just quickly came apart. And I really like you pointing out the Pekkas and the use of those Hog Riders. Without those Hog Riders, the Pekkas would have walked around the base, not taken that jump, and either had to go through wall or backtrack back to that jump spell. So that those Hog Riders were really the clutch moment of this attack, which led it to that 3-star. Queen ability being used, plenty of time left on the clock. This is going to give the best COC their first lead of the evening, this time by 1 star. The percentage is still tight, but they do have that 1-star advantage, which is a good position for the best COC to be in. You know they're going to be feeling good about that right now. And wow, nice. And that was a ground strategy. We're saying that air is the way to go. But again, Pekka Smash to the ground, still getting it done. They've been getting it done for a while with that strategy. 6 stars, 100%. So far, things are looking perfect for the best COC with 5 stars and 96.5% for Train Station Gaming.
I mean, that doesn't even show how close they are, really, because that time fail there, I would have loved to see that go through and have ourselves a tie war here with 6 stars apiece. Feel like they should be there, but I mean, when you start to get used to a new strategy there, the heroes on that one were kind of moving a little bit slow as they punch into the base there. And whenever we have the heroes going in and they have to finish before the next phase can start, it definitely slows attacks down. And that is all that is separating these teams right now, is that time fail. But here we go. We got more Dragon Riders. This time we have it with Skeleton Spells and Inferno Dragons. And this attack has definitely been a favorite of the night here, utilizing these new Dragon Riders. And he's starting off here with a couple of blues here, trying to clear this left-hand corner, but finding a handful of traps and some Teslas to form some resistance to that.
Yeah, it's Train Station Gaming's turn to do the attack. We have SSG Boon before, or actually SSG Boon on the hit. SSG, because he used to be part of the Space Station Gaming squad, now here over on Train Station Gaming. And again, it's I guess right now we're calling it the electro-dragon attack, but coming in with the Dragon Riders in addition. Brand new meta that we're just seeing develop here tonight. First time we're really getting our eyes on it, and that's because this is the place you want to be, developing new metas since 2021.
Inferno Dragons have always been so incredibly strong here. Even after their nerf, they were strong, but I mean, I'm really liking this mix here with the Dragon Riders mixed in. But once again, we gotta be really careful with the heroes here. With the enemy CC, we got that Queen engaging the Witch up on the top edge of base there. It's inside the poison, so it does ultimately go down, and he's got the skeletal spells all throughout the base there, protecting everything else. The Queen is surviving up to this point there, even dropping in a skeletal spell onto the enemy King to protect the Queen even longer and try to keep her alive to the end of the attack here. But he has the push in the Town Hall. Everything is dropping. He's got the skeletal spell onto the enemy RC, and he's got Inferno Dragons into that area to take her down. That will clear the way here for the Dragon Riders to continue on and start to sweep through the base here with the Queen surviving and the Royal Champion with the skeleton spell down to tank the scatter shot.
This is an incredible attack right here. I mean, you have 2 heroes with abilities, 2 spells left in the pocket, not much base left. The champion is doing her best to try and clear out that scatter shot. She was being held up on something over there. It looks like a bunch of skeleton traps is what it is. Queen needs to get through that wall. 58 seconds left in this attack. The skeleton spell being used to kind of tie up that bow for the moment. But the Queen's pathing is going to struggle here if she can't path through. So I'm anticipating the freeze spell being used for the champion, not for that Queen. And that's what's going on. But it's going to come down to this Queen. She's going to have to pop on through the base right after she gets through this final barrack on the outside. A little concerned about this bow and the Queen being able to access it in time when her ability is not going to be intact. It looks like she's not going to be able to get through there.
And just popping the ability for time there, just trying to get as much as he can here. I think he was banking on the Queen surviving to the end of the timer here, but I feel like it's going to come in just shy as the Queen will pick off anything she can in the last couple seconds here. But trying to hang in there as far as she can. She will go down right there at a 97%. Nice try here, but that is going to be a second very, very close miss here from Train Station Gaming. They're not far off, but I mean, the best COC is connecting with theirs, and that is definitely giving them a massive lead here. As if they triple again, they're 2 stars up here. This is a huge potential lead here against a very, very good team.
Yeah, completely. And I think that the best COC firing on all cylinders right now, doing a nice job. And honestly, Train Station, 2 really unfortunate attacks right there, which were very close to being that 3-star, but they weren't able to push it through to get to that point. And it's putting them in that position that they really don't want to be in. If another triple comes through, as you mentioned, they're going to be down by 2 stars, which is not a position you're looking to go in as we get to the middle of the war. So what Train Station is going to be hoping for here is a 2-star out of Boss from the best COC Esports, who's coming in with another Pekka Smash. And it's going to actually be a Blizzard Pekka Smash, I believe, because I'm noticing those invisibility spells. Let's see how this goes. We're going to see those invisibility spells. We're going to see that rage spell drop as this blimp drops on the town hall. And we're going to see the base just disappear. That's basically what goes on here with the Blizzard. Waiting to see. What just went down?
No! He just dropped into a set of traps there. He lost the Super Wizards, and he's swagging the Blimp, the Rage, and his initial invisibility. He was dropping extra invisibility there, trying to see if something was going to go through and survive the whatever just happened there. He must have landed on top of some giant bombs and small bombs. Yikes, this is a big problem for him here, and you could just imagine Train Station Gaming jumping out of the chairs when they see that happen, because they know the chances of this attack here still going through are absolutely crushed, and we'll see how much you can still get out of this character, but this is a rough way to start off this attack.
I think Boss fell right into that trap on this build of the base. We've been talking about the base building meta, how it's a huge part of Clash of Clans. That double giant bomb is there for a reason, and it completely shut down phase 1 of this attack, making Boss have to really rethink how he's going to do things here. Now he's got to break into this compartment because he has to pull in that 2-star. He's going to be able to do the 2-star, but it's going to be very difficult for him to pull in that triple. Impossible? No, although time is definitely an issue. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this attack, and only 25% of the base taken down. You have the champion running through the top of the base. You have 3 builders trying to heal up that scatter shot. Look at that scatter shot trying to stand tall. And I hear Pekka's dying. I heard 3 Pekkas die right there. Good to keep game sounds on sometimes for at least that. And yeah, we're going to be looking at a very low percentage here. That's my prediction at the end of this one. Only a couple of spells left, a few small troops along the outside, but you have a scatter shot standing, an eagle standing. We're just about to hit the 50% mark. Definitely going to be a 2-star.
Yeah, that was really rough there. Man, that is just a killer to their momentum there after they started off so incredibly strong. They're still going to be up, though. He still was able to get the 3-star, or the 2-star, I mean. So at least they won't be giving the triple, both of the triples that they got there given up, and is going to make so that they are going to lose their percentage advantage pretty heavily here as he climbs it into the 60s. But I mean, you got to go in there and recover it the best you can. And like you're saying, that you turn on the game sounds to hear your Pekkas die. That's just depressing. That's not the reason I keep my game sound on. But that is going to be, looks like a 66, maybe. Yep, 66. I think the word will pick off that last storage there and close it out. And that is a sigh of relief here for Train Station, as the offensive dominance that the best COC has been putting up so far is finally letting up, and see if they can make a comeback here.
Oh, you mentioned it. Train Station jumping out of their seats right there, falling right into the trap of that base, and giving them a little breath of life going into the mid-match here. They have 2 more attacks. They're only down by 1 star. And Verum, come on back. Do you think that the best COC is going to be able to recover from this? Realize we still have a 1-star advantage. Let's just pick up where we left off in the first attacks and move on. Or do you think this could be a turnaround?
I mean, given how the wars have been going tonight, I think getting back-to-back-to-back triples, not unreasonable, but maybe also not to be expected. I think a 2-star there isn't necessarily make or break. Like you said, lead's still there. But for Train Station, that was the opening that they so desperately needed. That was the opportunity for them to get right back in this. So, I mean, you know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as they say, but you got to take this on with both hands. So I'm just really looking forward to seeing what they can do with this, but they need to strike while the iron is hot right now. Every single expression as we get into this next hit.
Yeah, we have Zinc out of Train Station coming on in with this one. A lot of invisibility spells here. Looks like we have a little bit of a Blizzard Lalo on this one. At least that's my guess.
The tornado's gonna catch that blimp though, and it does. Look at that. While it was getting spun around the tornado trap, he manually opened the blimp there while it was getting. Didn't wait for it to try to continue pathing there and go and get the tornado trap to wear off there. So manually opening up that blimp is going to get it into his target compartment, and he is going to take out a nice section of the base there. Did he get that enemy king out of the way there too? Not quite.
Queen.
Not quite. That's not
the
a big
queen
deal though.
Also.
The queen is one shot though. He can get her down with something later in the tag. Even a single headhunter should go in there and take her out there. She's so weakened up there by that. And he was able to, was he able to get the CC pull? I don't think he was. He's still gonna have to find a way to deal with the CC, and we'll see how much value he can get out of the heroes here.
And you did mention he does have 2 headhunters in that composition there. The king he has to drop him at the right time, but it looks like the baby dragon will probably take down that queen, or maybe not. Maybe she'll go in the other complete direction. Yeah.
She's over there. She's over there against the heroes. Look how far she went.
It's going to be fine. Either way, nice job with the Blizzard I was talking about before, and I think I may have jinxed something. You know, we're going to see the whole base disappear, and then instead we saw all those super wizards disappear. This time around, we actually saw some base disappearing, what should typically happen. Queen, though, she's making her way into the center of this base. She's going to be able to grab the town hall and really set a nice funnel here for the Lalo on the tail end of things right now. It's going to go really nice. Look how narrow the base is. You're going to be able to path these balloons all in right behind those lava hounds. Haste spells are going to push them through. The queen going to be able to clean up the rest of these pups, and she does not have healers, but she does have that unicorn. Will she be able to clean up the rest of these, or is she going to have to freeze them? Oh, I don't want to see the queen.
She's got her ability still here, Echo. I think she's gonna be all right, and she's gonna survive it, so she can hold on to her ability and actually work her way all the way over towards the scatter shot here. Join up with the Lalo. He's got another freeze. He'll have to freeze those up, but they do end up taking a shot there to the balloons, and he still has to get to his air defense. But look at the mob of minions of pups that are going towards that air defense. They can take it down. They don't need the balloons to take it down, but they're gonna get the support there. The queen works her way all the way through the end, and she'll grab out the last wizard tower, and he can coast his way, start to regroup here, and get down the last archer tower in the bottom corner. Looks like he's got it in the bag here. Zinc from Train Station Gaming has done what he needed to do here. Now they just need to get a defense, and we're all tied up here. Looks like the warden takes a black mine, but that's not going to slow him down. He absorbs it without a big deal there, and will carry through to the finish. Echo, this is going exactly where Train Station needed to go right now.
Listen, Train Station Gaming, they smelled the blood in the water, and they realized this is our in, and Zinc came through, took advantage of that opportunity that was just basically handed to them. And now, like you mentioned, they have to hope for that defense. If that defense comes, if the best COC drops a 2-star right here, we have a very tight war. But actually, if you look at percentages, and we're tied up on percentage, Train Station Gaming is up by 9%. So, I mean, they are down on stars as of right now, but it really all comes down to this next attack by the best COC. It could be a 1-star lead for them, or we could be pretty closely tied up on stars and a pretty decent advantage on percentage. So this war could go either way. I can't wait to see what the best COC does right now. It's gonna be the game changer. Eric, what do we have here?
We got some. Looks like a queen charge Lalo on this one here. He's going to open up with the blimp. The blimp is going to need to clear out the scatter shot here, form the funnel, but it looks like it's not going to pull the CC. Notice how he doesn't worry about traveling that blimp all the way in the compartment. He drops it near the edge of that compartment, and then it travels its way into the compartment, which is it's a much better way to do it to try to avoid traps. If the tornado trap is hiding more towards the middle of the compartment, you can go at the corner of the compartment and then work your way in with those Yetis, and it works out very, very nicely. And he's able to clear out everything they needed to without using a rage as well, which is going to make so he has more rages here for the queen charge. But look at this, Echo. We got a mass headhunter CC coming out at this queen as the king works on the outside.
Yeah, we do, but the queen's dealing nicely with it. Poison spell there, assisting. No freeze spell needed on that at all. We're looking at a jump, 3 rage, 3 freezes here. So I'm anticipating some good queen value on this attack. KP out of the best COC coming in on this one. Couple of balloons going on in to kind of make sure that those healers get a nice clear sky. You don't want to lose any healers when you're trying to get good value out of that queen. It would just be a waste at the end of the day. But the queen is going to be fighting off that Inferno Tower, fighting off that bow, and eventually making her way over to the town hall, securing basically what's going to end up being the 2-star. and Champions coming in from the other side.
That was a very nice freeze there as the healers were starting to get targeted by the Town Hall. Their angle of approach wasn't direct, and this Queen's going to be under some pretty heavy fire here. Luckily, her healers are staying safe. She'll fight off this enemy king and now work her way towards the multi-inferno. The healers are actually a pretty good HP, but she's not going directly towards the multi. It's going to start picking away at her. But look at this enemy sweeper here. The sweeper had knocked the healers back and relieved the damage off of them for just a moment, but they surge right back into danger, and she's still going to be in a little bit of a tough spot here. But here we go. He's got the headhunters coming in under the ward ability to work their way in towards this enemy queen. They're going to cross all the way through. Some of them hitting spring traps on their way through, but they do engage the queen. Do they have enough to take her down here, Echo? That's going to be one of the more critical parts here, but looks like she stands.
Wow, she does stand. I thought that headhunter was going to take her down, but she does still stand. Oh, man, and there's no more spells to freeze her. She's going to basically just sit back and pick away, taking down the offensive queen. Black Bomb's taking down all the balloons going to the middle of the base, and that is where things are going to stall. A lower percentage 2-star on this one. Actually, he's going to probably make himself up into the 80s, but wow, that was exactly what Train Station Gaming was looking for.
I'd just like to take a moment here and appreciate how he got Town Hall 13 and Town Hall 14 and Town Hall 11 walls mixed in there without any Town Hall 12 walls. I don't know how he actually pulled that off there. That's some dedication to making your base look really awkward, but there we go. He's able to defend there with those crazy walls, and that is going to put Train Station Gaming into the lead here. The war has swung after Train Station Gaming was trailing for a lot of the war here and finally pull ahead.
Yeah, they were trailing until the opportunity was presented to them. You know, the best COC stumbled a little bit. They still had the star advantage, but it seems that they weren't able to recover just yet. So right now, the percentage is heavily in favor, by nearly 10% in favor of Train Station Gaming. If they pull in a 3-star right here, well, things are going to be looking very, very good for them. And they're coming in with the Super Witch Smash and coming in with some nice lightning value right there. And well, I like the beginning of this attack.
And lightning will form the funnel here. You'll go in with a very, very short warden walk here, just trimming a couple buildings here. Not going to waste a lot of time here on this warden walk, and they can punch right in with the king on the outside. Now, Super Witches, as long as they can get a solid funnel here, they can commonly survive all the way to the back of the attack here, as long as the healers will stay raged a lot through the middle of the base here. But using all those lightning will reduce the healing potential that these healers can have, as he'll only have one rage to keep them moving through. So he'll hold on to it until he gets a little bit deeper, gets into a little bit higher damage area of the base, and he's going to need to also use the ward ability timed with this blimp to safely get it to the Town Hall. And here comes in from the right side, going over the heads of these witches.
Yeah, I would have liked to see that rage spell be used a little bit later, but he was able to clip the big boys in the center of the base as well. I was concerned they were going to be out of range, but the blimp goes down, and it's on the Town Hall, and I am sitting here staring at that Town Hall, not watching anything move on it. There we go. Suddenly starting to creep on down, and down does go the Town Hall. Remember right here, if Jethro is able to pull in a 3-star right here for Train Station Gaming, it could close out the war. But as you mentioned, there are no more rage spells on those healers. They're getting beaten up by black bombs. 2 black bombs to be exact, took down some healers. So healer support at this point in time is very slim. Queen's ability was used. The champion's ability is still in hand as she makes her way down the southern part of the base. She's going to work her way around towards the west.
The witches have started to regroup there. They're all being protected by the healers at the moment, and they'll get some more big boy spawn here in a moment, and they can start to surge out and get some extra protection, hopefully separate the damage there off of the witches and keep it onto the big boys themselves. But everything looking still pretty smooth here. He pops the RC ability to try to move her along faster and try to protect the Super Witches for a little bit longer, but maybe that was used a little bit preemptive, as he is going to end up with the Rio Champion sweeping the backside of the base all by herself. She's still got a couple defenses to work her way through. The witches are starting to work their way up there. He's got a lot of cleanup on the outside. He still might be able to get this, but I don't know. He lost the healers, though. The healers have gone down, and he's down to 1 Super Witch and a couple big boys, and they're all critically low health here, Echo. I think it's going to be just shy. That is going to be a massive opportunity here for the best COC esports. They can no longer mathematically win it on percentage. They have to get it on stars. If they triple, they win, and they take down Train Station Gaming in this match here.
I love how you hype that up, Eric. It's even getting me excited, but yes, you're 100% true. This attack lies in the hands of COC Esports. Percentage is out the window. It doesn't matter because Train Station has that right now. All they need to focus on is pulling in one more triple. They started this war out with 2 3-stars. They can do another one, and they just got to regroup themselves. They had a little stumble. It's time to pick yourself up, because if you want to win in this round robin, if you want to win this one right here, it's in your hands. It's up to you. Is it going to be the defensive base that's going to win this one, or is it going to be a 3-star out of the best COC Esports? This is what we're talking about excitement. This is what we want to see when it comes down to the wire like this. Now, Train Station, they're not thinking the same thing. They wanted to pull in that 3-star to shut down the war, but that didn't happen. It just fizzled out a little bit towards the end of the attack, not allowing that 3-star. That champion just needed a little bit more out of her, and it could have been a little bit of a different ending. But right now, curious to what the best COC is going to come in with. And I guess we're going to see as we have Ronnie X coming in with, well, he's coming in with the same strategy that we've been seeing quite often, which is that Inferno Dragon attack with quite a few Dragon Riders along for the ride as well. I like the King and Queen being used on the outside of the base over there on the west to kind of narrow things down, coming in early with those Inferno Dragons. Blimp as well, a little bit earlier on the Blimp, taking a little bit heat. There goes the Grand Warden's Eternal Tome ability, trying to push this Blimp, but the Blimp's being swept.
They're looking like it's going to make it there, though. He drops in the rage. He had a very short travel path there with the Town Hall in the middle of the base, so it didn't have very far to go, so that ward ability was able to protect it, even though it was deployed very, very early. And he does have a strong push going through. Now let's keep an eye on the enemy heroes. Where's the World Champion? The World Champion is getting distracted along the bottom side of the base there with the skeleton spells. He's got a couple of Dragon Riders in that area as well, but they're not locking out. There's an Inferno Dragon. Inferno Dragon finally locks onto the Road Champion. Will drop her, protecting the Dragon Riders as they continue to work their way through. Road Champion in the top side. He's looking good, Echo. This can go all the way to the finish and lock in the win here for the best COC Esports.
It looks like it might. You have both hero abilities being the Queen and Champion in hand. The Champion's used right there. Multi-target Inferno is there, but not very scary to me. And that looks like it is going to be a 3-star for the best COC. Train Station Gaming left the door open just a crack, and the best COC tried to redeem themselves from the little stumble in the middle of this war, and they did it in the effect of winning on the 10th and final attack of this war. They led for the most part. Train Station came back for a bit of time, taking an opportunity, but then they couldn't close it out in the end. The best COC with the victory, winning this one 13-12 by 1 star, even though they were about 7% lower on attack damage dealt. Really nice war, exciting in the end as well. It's just Train Station couldn't close that one out. A really great effort, and a lot of congratulations to the best COC Esports for pulling that one in when it really mattered. But Eric, it's time for us to take another one of our breaks so that we can come back with another war for all of you to watch. We'll see you guys back here in a few minutes. We'll get a drink and then come back.
I go ready for it.
Hey, Coco, thank you so much for taking the time to sit down and chat with me. Really appreciate it. First and foremost, congratulations for making it to the ESL Mobile Challenge. It's quite a journey to get here. What was it really like for your squad? Obviously, we had a chance to talk to you on broadcast, but tell us, what was the celebration like when you knew you'd made it to the challenge?
Oh, man, listen, thank you for having me. Thanks for having OneHive. We are so excited to be here. OneHive has a long history of competing in the ESL esports scene, and we're ready to come back for this next season.
Yeah, you guys have a very long history competing in this program. Tell us a little bit about the history of OneHive, though, and how did this particular iteration of the roster end up competing this season?
Sure. So OneHive won the Season 1 and Season 3 ESL Championships. And we've got 4 players from those 2 teams on this current roster. Now, our good friend Clash with Eric was also on both of those championship rosters, and he stepped on the other side of the screen to be, on the mic with you guys. So he's no longer on the roster. I joined OneHive about a year and a half ago, and I'm currently on the roster. Excited to be here.
Absolutely fantastic. A lot of really all-star veteran players on the squad and who've competed in events past and won events past. But now we get the chance to look forward. Tell me, how is this version of the team going to come out on top? You guys are looking to clearly win the whole thing here at the ESL Mobile Challenge, but how are you going to make it happen?
We have the depth and the versatility and the experience. Every night, a different person seems to step up. But we've got guys like Rays who can do it all. He's a great teammate. Who doesn't want a teammate like Rays, who always takes the last base, never complains, can do every strat in the book, can triple at a high percentage rate with all the strats, and is very comfortable attacking last with the war on the shoulders. Just the whole team is just stacked with that type of experience and versatility.
I mean, it really does sound like it's the complete package, and you're going to need it because you're facing up against, well, let's be honest, the best teams that North America really has to offer here. What are you guys doing to make sure that you're absolutely prepared coming into this challenge season?
A big part of it is getting bases ready, which we're already working hard on. A lot of practice, a lot of FCs, and just staying in the meta. And then lastly, there's a lot of resilience on this team too, and nobody gets rattled. Everybody has the experience, and we're really good on voicing together. And I think that's really important in these competitions.
Absolutely, making sure that you have that foundation, but you also have the communication to make sure that you're all on the same page going to these matches. Absolutely love to hear it, and are really looking forward to seeing your matches coming up this season. Do you have any final shout outs before I say goodbye?
Oh, listen, big shout out to Clash with Eric. He's a big part of our history, a big part of these teams, and it's great to have him on the other side rooting us on.
Awesome. Well, I'm sure he'll be glad to see that. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me. Best of luck in your matches.
Okay, thanks for having me.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm Inverum, joined by Echo and Eric. And okay, that war certainly stepped things up towards the end. It came down to one final do or die attack. I mean, let's be honest, that's the way you want to round things out. Eric, let's take a look back, because there were some sick attacks during that one.
Definitely were, but I'm loving this new Inferno Dragon Rider attack. I feel like that's what we're going to be calling this one, as we are looking for a name for this brand new attack. As we start off with the Inferno Dragons, they come down first, and he puts in a couple skeleton spells up in front of them to provide a little bit of tanking to make sure they're not immediately targeted, and then a couple balloons come down with the Dragon Riders, and then he can push his way right into the base here and go towards the Town Hall. The Town Hall is on the opposite side. He just needs to hold on to the word ability just a little bit longer, but one way or another, the blimp has to go in and take that Town Hall down, and it does exactly that. Now, he needs to make sure that the Inferno Dragons are able to quickly take down the enemy heroes, because they will pick off these Dragon Riders like crazy, and the Dragon Riders, skipping a handful of abilities that the Inferno Dragons don't, will surge out ahead of them and potentially get themselves picked off and put into danger. But the skeleton spells down to protect the Dragon Riders from the enemy heroes until the Inferno Dragons are able to arrive just work out so well for this attack here. And then he just needs to have the heroes start to sweep around here, and look how much punch they have as they work their way to the base. But now we have a lot of troops here working with the Royal Champion as she starts to sweep around from the top edge of the base and just take out all the backside defense. It is such an incredibly simple attack here. I feel like this attack and the dragons mixed with the Dragon Riders is going to be two of the strongest attacks in the meta. There's so much synergy between these troops here for similar reasons, but this is the way that we protect them is different, because the Inferno Dragons have a much lower life pool. So I'm loving how people are using these. I love to see more of it, and we definitely will as we move in through the rest of the season of the ESL Mobile Challenge and through like the World Championship circuits and everything. I feel like it's gonna be a big part of the meta here, Verum.
I mean, I respect that opinion because you've been in this position before. You know exactly what it's like to be developing these strategies, and you can see the potential. I'm very excited about that because that's exactly what the Mobile Challenge is all about, creating opportunities for players to shine, and they certainly did here. One player in particular who I happen to have on the line, Cam Wow, one of the winners of that last war, is here. He's back. Hello, sir. How you doing? Congrats on your win.
Hey, thanks a lot. We're pretty excited.
I mean, considering the fact that you guys are such a veteran team, a lot of us, I'm going to be honest, a lot of us on the desk maybe didn't necessarily have you as the favorites in this one, but you were able to clutch it out. How does that feel knowing you took down debatably, like one of the, I mean, everybody's strong, but one of the strongest teams here in the Mobile Challenge?
Yeah, you know, train station, we've looked at them very closely. We knew that they were going to be one of our tougher opponents, and they brought it. We came out with a strong start. We stuttered a little bit in the middle, but man, Ronnie is just our closer, and that was just amazing.
Tell us about what that's like, because obviously the anchor player, there's a lot of responsibility on their shoulders. How important is it as a team to have somebody that you implicitly trust in that final fifth position?
It's incredibly important. You know, Ronnie is one of our best hitters. He's very diverse. He has one of the highest IQs in the game that I've seen, and so it's real nice to have him attacking last. He's there, available, helping everyone through all of our attacks, spotting, coaching, and then comes in and cleans it up. And when we need him, it's clutch, and we couldn't ask for anything more.
I mean, you love to see it if you're a fan of the squad. And hey, we love to see that final attack, bringing in something that we hadn't really seen before, breaking things wide open and showing us maybe a glimpse of what this future meta is going to look like. Congratulations on your win. Go celebrate with your team.
I will. Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
Oh, me oh my. Bring the casters back. Bring the casters back. I mean, we talk about this before, and we have talked about this before, the idea of clutch or kick, the idea that you have to have somebody there at the end who you just know can go huge, and they've clearly got it there with Ronnie. Excited to see how this team continues to develop. But Echo, let's take a look back. Well, let's take a look forward at our schedule, because we only have a couple of matches in store for the fans tonight.
Yeah, it looks like we have two more ahead of us. We have OneHive, who struggled a little bit earlier today, versus Space Station Gaming, who was firing on all cylinders. So I'm looking to see if OneHive could rebound themselves, because this was my matchup of the night, the one I was most looking forward to. Following that up with Train Station Gaming versus Happy Endings, both who just took a loss. So some two good matches ahead of us tonight that I'm still looking forward to, and I know you guys are too.
I mean, yeah, like I said, OneHive struggled a little bit tonight. They weren't able to bring it home in their previous war there. They ended up with a lot of 2-stars, and definitely they're going to have to bring it home in this next one. They're going to have to step it up here. Space Station Gaming is the #1 seed here. They were the first team to qualify for challenge. They were the #1 on the ladder, the very first ladder, and they are like, who was it? They interviewed earlier. He's saying that they are an all-star lineup there. They've gathered up a lot of the best teams all across North America, and we'll see what they have for us tonight. But I mean, looks like they're coming to win this. They're coming to win this tonight.
And I think the big thing to remember about this is that, you know, this is only week #1. So even if you have a bit of a struggle on the first day, one at least team is going to go 0-2 to start this night. It's not the end of the world. You still have 4 more weeks to rally and recover, because the top 4 teams at the end of our round robin will advance on to our finals. So even if there's a bit of a stumble tonight, you have plenty of opportunity to continue to come back. And for SSG, I know they're looking to put up that 2-0 on the board. They're looking to get into it here as we start things off with OneHive. Echo, Eric, take it away.
All right, and we have Urban Legend coming on in with the electro-dragon attack. And what I just heard Verum say is we have 4 more weeks of late nights here watching some amazing ESL Mobile Challenge Clash of Clans. It sounds good to me. Eric, electro-dragons, being here for the next 4 weeks, how does that sound to you?
I like the use of electro-dragons paired with rocket balloons. This is one that I've been looking forward to seeing, and Urban Legend's gonna bring it out for us tonight. He's got a blimp, but the blimp has a very, very long travel path, but I like that he could actually, looks like the blimp isn't coming opposite of the Town Hall here, going in through the Inferno Dragons. He hasn't used his ward ability yet. You'll pop it right there, protecting the Inferno Dragons as they hit the rage and go to the core of the base. Tons and tons of traps going off there, but it looks like the blimp will reach that Town Hall, dropping out with a freeze and a couple balloons with a Dragon Rider there. The Dragon Rider will survive the blast and continue on to get a couple more buildings there before it goes down. But the Inferno Dragons, no, the Electro-Dragons, there's so many different kinds of dragons in the game right now, it's hard to keep track. But it looks like the Electro-Dragons are making a nice push through. And it's all going to come down to this Rio Champion and the heroes sweeping in the backside.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what, pretty impressive stuff out of these Electro-Dragons, really taking down the base. I mean, either the strategy's really solid, which it definitely is, or this extra level that the Dragons have recently gotten, the Electro-Dragons have recently gotten, is doing pretty well. With that being said, there are 2 air defenses left, and I'm wondering if Urban Legend is going to be able to push on through the rest of this base with only 2 Electro... Actually, there's 3 Electro-Dragons, 2 down below, with that Unicorn on it as well.
Yeah, the top one dies, though. Bottom one is struggling a little bit here. It's not going to get the cleanest access into this air defense here. And even though the E-Drags got the new levels, so did the air defenses, so they can ping these things down super, super quickly. He will get the shot off there, but there's still a lot of firepower coming in here. It's not going to be enough here. Urban Legend will get out of it at a 93% and fall short.
Yeah, he tried his best. He even tried to poison the Wizards out of their towers towards the end there. Really good attempt on that attack either which way. And yeah, you mentioned that, and you said it right there, Eric, that the Electro Dragons got that extra level, but so did the Wizard Tower. Nope, not Wizard Towers. So did the air defenses. So it kind of counteracts each other a little bit. Rocket balloons. Do you think that was a good play? Do you think that that's going to be a game changer with Electro Dragons adding that extra speed to the attack?
I think that he misdeployed the rocket balloons over on the right side. They could have gone directly to the air defense, but he sent them off to the side, and they were mostly looking for black mines, it seemed. But they could have sniped off the air defense directly and saved the E-Drags over on the left side a little bit, so it's hard to say exactly. But we have Space Station Gaming striking next. We got Rio Torres coming in for the next one, and he's opening up with a Sui Lalo. He even brought in 3 invisibility spells, but not using Super Wizards. He's just going to clear out this corner with a raged up Yeti Blimp, and then he can use the invisibilities for something else.
And now Rigator Torres started out the night, and he did not pull in his triple. He got, I believe it was a 97% 2-star, and I know that this man wants to pull in a triple here tonight, and we're going to see if it's going to be done on the back of this Sui Lalo attack. Taking his time, dealing with that Lava Hound. He does have an Ice Golem coming to the party as well. A couple of balloons coming to take out that Archer Tower, and then allow for that Baby Dragon to clean up a bunch along here, and it helps set that funnel as well for the Queen. So Queen's tied up right now on those pups, but she's going to be able to take them down. Poison spell used. King coming to assist, and looks like the King's going to be able to jump on into that compartment, help take down an air defense, and it looks like we also have the champion with 1 giant tanking a little bit, giving a little bit of extra health time for her to path on through the base. Lassie's assisting as well, and that Baby Dragon getting some massive value. But check this out. Look at how this base is being cut out right here, Eric. The King and the Queen are going to be able to take down that Eagle. They're going to be able to take down the defending Queen. And the base is basically, it's like horseshoed. Everything can come on right through that scatter shot. Nice pathing.
Yeah, especially with the Rio Champion, be able to look at that shield. The shield just took out an entire line of battle builders there as the heroes try to work their way to the corner. But look at the core of the base here. He's got that scatter shot that's going to stay standing after the RC was able to use all those invisibility and the earthquake to activate the town hall and then take it down. But this balloon that's going towards the middle of the base there could actually have a what do you call it? A Dragon Rider go in there, and it can survive all the splash damage there that the scatter shot deals and can go in there and solo it. That is huge right there to see that that was going to happen way in advance and bring in 1 Dragon Rider to sweep in there and take it out. Now, he still has to deal with the enemy World Champion. He's got the Warden down there protecting the Headhunters as they sweep in. But that may or may not go. He freezes it, though. He freezes up the scatter shot to turn on the Headhunters, and he's still making good progress through the space here, I think.
Yeah, he totally is. And that Dragon Rider play was clutch. Unfortunately, it's going to get taken down by that Inferno Tower. I really wanted to see that Dragon Rider live on towards the end of the attack. But there's only one defense left. It's a single target Inferno. There's no spells left. These balloons are not going to catch that haste, but they are going to be able to get on top of that Inferno Tower unless there's some hidden traps over there that we don't see. And the Inferno goes down. It's all about cleanup. But Eric, there's only 15 seconds left in this attack. Only some minions cleaning things up along the outside. And the balloons are not the fastest. It's going to be another 2-star for Rigator Torres, and that's how he's going to start out this second war of the evening. That's unfortunate, a time fail.
But look at the percentage here. 93% matches Urban Legend exactly, and we're still perfectly tied up. The attacks are negated, and we'll see how the rest of it plays out, but we are in a perfectly even playing field here to start out this war, and we'll see who's ultimately going to pull through. But I mean, that's where we want to be. This is where we want, Echo. So I mean, it might as well have just tripled both. If they both tripled, then they'd be in the same spot too. So it all works out.
Same difference. It's like they're starting the war right now on their second attack. They're in the same boat, except for now they have 4 attempts to take a lead over their opponent. So really well broken down there, Eric. You're doing a fine job. But man, he's second attack. I mean, he was one of your most respected players, you said, in Clash of Clans. And, you know, I was hoping for a triple out of him tonight. But you know what? I was also looking forward to the entirety of this war. And we're going to see right now what level 8 Pidgey has to do, because he's coming in again with that Pekka smash.
Using a baby dragon to form a little bit of a funnel here, but more than that, really just trying to speed up a Warden Walk coming in from the bottom corner here. He's going to be moving in to go take out this Multi-Inferno, and he has a choice here. He could go through the Town Hall, or he could go in to the left side and get a quicker access to the Eagle Artillery. But seeing as he has a Siege Barracks at the moment, I think he's going in through the Town Hall. I think he... Well, look, no, I take that back. Now I see the healers deployed off on the left side, and now I'm starting to rethink that. I don't know exactly where he's going to be coming in, but at the angle that he is going, if he goes off to the left... Oh, there we go. He just switched out to a blimp. You notice he just changed on his troop bar there, switched out the Siege Barracks to a blimp, so he will be coming in the left side, and he'll have to have the blimp travel through and take the Town Hall down.
Yes, exactly. A little back and forth there, but I think he was trying to figure out how he was going to do this as well. But it looks like that Warden's being ranged up right there to kind of speed things up, because he's already had 1 minute and 8 seconds pass by at the start of this attack. Looks like the King is establishing that funnel, or really setting it, I should say, over there on the western side of the base. Super Wizards are going to clean up everything else, and now the Pekkas are going on in. Ice Golem in front. Here goes that Blimp. Going to have to use that Grand Warden, and there it is. The Grand Warden clipping every single troop that's there inside of the base, getting that good value.
Ooh.
A couple... Uh-oh. It's going to come out of it.
Oh, hold your breath. Come
bombs.
on. Big hit.
Oh,
it still makes it. Are you kidding me? How did it dodge those black mines there, Echo? He made the blimp to the Town Hall, took out like 4 black mines on the way through, and he still gets the Town Hall down. He's still in this. He's still pushing strong, and the King is wrapping into the top compartment there as the RC sweeps in between. This is still going his way here, Echo.
It still is. I'm wondering right now how you hold your breath and scream at the same time, because I know you were nervous as that blimp was going into the Town Hall. But look at this. The champion's working her way around the outside of the base. She's going to be able to take down that scatter shot as well, which is really nice. Healers are on the Grand Warden right now. And looks like the Queen, she's being targeted by that bow. I'd like to see the healers transfer over to her a little bit so she can get some love. At least she's getting a tiny bit of it. But the champion ability was used. Queen's ability still in her back pocket. There are 2 bows.
Nice invisibility. Wow.
Yeah. Yep, that is a clutch invisibility for sure. 26 seconds, though, left. Queen's ability still in hand with short on time. I think we may see another time fail.
Yeah, you talked about how long that Warden Walk took at the start of the attack there, and that has costed him big on the backside here. He's not going to have enough time to wrap around, and he definitely took a risk there with no real backup plan for the Town Hall as that blimp made its way across the base, and it did, in fact, take it down, but we're going to see another 93%. So more than 93s here, as everybody has scored that so far. But this is going to open up opportunity. Space Station Gaming could pull into a lead here. We can have our first lead of the war if they can get above that 93 and hopefully a triple.
Either way, it's exciting. I mean, 93 across the board after 3 attacks. That's something that we don't often see either right over here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. But, I mean, solid stuff. But like you mentioned, that Warden walk did take a lot of time in the beginning. I think that he was conscious of it as well as he was using that rage spell to try and speed up that Grand Warden, but it just wasn't quite fast enough. Needed a good 15 to 20 seconds more on that attack if there were no walls in the way of him getting his troops on top of the defenses. But you mentioned it. Let's see if Space Station Gaming is going to be able to pull in the 3-star and take the first lead of this war with Nick, ? And he's coming in with the Sui Lalo, or actually, I'm sorry, he's coming in with the Blizzard Lalo. Look at this. Look at that dangerous blimp going in there.
The Hound out in front of it, clearing the path though. So I wonder if this was this looks very similar to a base that Pidgey ran earlier in the night, and the Blizzard actually attacked the opposite side. It did the same compartment drop, but it went into the opposite side, and I'm now wondering if they were able to switch up the traps there mid, and then Nick just had to play 50-50 chances whether he put the tornado trap on the opposite side or not, but he was able to go in here and get some big value out of this Blizzard. And he even got the Queen, looks like he got the RC, got the CC, got the Eagle, got an Inferno. He took out an enormous amount of this space here, and that's going to set up a very simple, easy Lalo here for Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you could set this up any better. Something drastic is going to happen here, or going to have to happen here, to prevent this base from being demolished. I mean, right now, really impressive Blizzard. If you're looking for, a how-to on how to Blizzard and what it could look like at the end, that's a good example of it right there. We have the heroes coming in to cut this little bit out of this portion of the base as well. They're going to start working on the defending king. And I mean, 26 balloons, 2 lava hounds, clean up minions behind. This is going to be a really nice push. Look at this. The king and the queen are going to be able to take out the town hall themselves, pulling out those Tesla as well. Actually, I'm sorry, the queen, or will they is right. The queen's actually tied up right now, and she's going to try. No, she goes down. The town hall does not go down. It's actually being healed up right now by those batter builders.
I love that he has a party warden. Every time somebody uses the party warden, it makes me laugh a little bit there when he drops into the map there and screams out party, because it is party time here. Sending his balloons through the town hall will get the ward ability to protect them all, and now he has 2 major defense left on the base here, but very minimal amounts of spells to protect. He's not done with this yet. Pidgey can still stop this attack here, as he does have a couple red bombs going off, hitting the packs of balloons to move through, but it all depends on whether he can get through the scatter shot or not, and the balloons are arriving in separate packs here. They're all dropping fast, and it will in fact be a defense here. And if it lands at 93%, that would be insane. That would be hilarious if it ends up being another 93% attack. But he's gonna climb a little bit higher there. We go 90.
No way.
90. There we go. OneHive in the lead. Wow.
OneHive in the lead by a very small fraction of a percent, but wow. Yeah, I mean, we talked about how quickly that, look at that new barrack as well. So fresh looking with that Dragon Rider head on top. I love it. He started out so well with that Blizzard. I mean, I was very confident that he was going to have, and you said it too, an easy Lalo through the tail end, but in fact, it didn't work out that way. Side note, I hear Party Wizard, all I think of is Judo Sloth. That's what pops into my head. And being dressed up as the Party Wizard, I think of it every single time. But yeah, 93% 4 stars for OneHive to the 91.5% 4 stars for Space Station Gaming. Very tight war so far, and so far no one able to pull in a triple. So OneHive kind of sticking with that 2-star that they had earlier on. I want to see them break out of that and start pulling some triples. Space Station not doing what we saw them doing earlier on, which was pulling in a bunch more of those 3s. But right now, we have Blue Penguin for OneHive coming in with a Queen Charge Lalo.
All right, well, if he can get some value out of these rocket balloons, he's going to be in a pretty good spot here. Looks like he sends in a couple of them. He brought a lot of rocket balloons to stack here, Echo. He brought 10 of them for a Queen Charge Lalo, and he'll set up the funnel here initially and protect the Queen as she makes her way into this air defense, or would have routed the air defense that was there, and that's going to keep her healer safe as she makes her approach into the Multi-Inferno here and across the base. She can get the CC pull from this compartment. She can take out the scatter shot after she uses a jump to travel further into the base here, but he's still going to need to get this Town Hall down. I'm curious to see how he does that. It probably would have to be the King of the Road champion working together there.
I mean, Eric, look at the air defenses on this base. They're all on the outside. I'm wondering if those rocket balloons are going to be used to pick away at the air defenses because they're so far on the outside of the base. Definitely that one on the western side of the base is going to be picked away by some rocket balloons, or at least that's my guess. Tesla farm popped up here. Not sure that Penguin had an idea that that was there or not. Champion's going to get this one other air defense. So 2 ADs down so far, 2 standing on the tail end. I see 1 scatter shot in the center of the base and 1 scatter shot in the back. Plus, we have an Eagle Artillery still raining down. So there's some really high level, big damage dealing defenses still up on this base. Only 1 Lava Hound and a Stone Slammer as well in this one. Queen, though, doing a nice job making her way through. You got to see her take down that scatter shot, and she's going to do it right now. Here's the Lava Hound taking one of those air defenses. Stone Slammer's coming in on top. Rocket balloons, get on top of that final air defense. It looks like they're going to be used for funneling, actually. 2 more in the back pocket. There they are, going on top of that air defense, as I called earlier on. But will there be enough? Is there going to be enough as these balloons make their way through? Scattershot still doing damage to those rocket balloons as they're slowing down, making their way through, but they are going to be shut down by that scatter. The Eagle Artillery.
One on the Eagle. Look at that. Look at the one on the Eagle Artillery there. It's going to be protected by the Queen taking the arch tower next to it. It's able to get it. But do they have enough to get to the scatter shot? He's got another 45 seconds to loop around to it, but the sweeper knocking him back here, Echo. And he still has the Warden statue chipping away. He makes him invisible, but that's just going to delay them going down. The Warden is going to kill all of those balloons, and the Queen will wrap up whatever percentage she can here. But very, very close attack here from Bad Blue Penguin. The sweeper really did some work, though.
You know, it's funny hearing you say things like that, too. Like, a lot of people, they don't think that the sweeper would do a lot of work. It doesn't deal damage. It just messes up pathing of your troops. But really, how many times do we see something like the air sweeper really messing up an attack, specifically when you're coming in with slow-moving troops like electro-dragons or with something like balloons that can easily be blown back? It happens time and time again. You can't ignore those sweepers. They're often going to mess up your attack with an 87%. That's respectable, of course, but still the lowest percent we've seen at this war, which is going to, slightly open the door for Space Station to regain a percentage advantage, or actually they have it right now by only 0.5%, yet they are 1 attack behind. 1 more attack until we get into our mid-match meetup, and in the center of this war, it's a 2-star war, averaging out to being somewhere around the 90 to 91% attacks really across the board. Everyone is kind of performing right at that same level. I'm curious to see who's going to take that big step forward, pulling the first 3-star, because that could be a game changer in this war. And again, we're coming in with a Blizzard Lalo.
Now, I just saw something that could potentially be a problem here. I saw the swords cross on the war map symbol at the bottom corner, meaning 2 players potentially attacked at the same time here, which could ultimately result in some kind of a penalty. We're gonna have to talk to the judges to find out exactly what that is going to do. But it looks like Nick is coming in here against level 8 Pidgey, and wait, this is a replay. Why? We're in the wrong attack.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
This
is
is
the wrong
replay.
attack here, and the live attack is going on a different one here.
Oh yeah, well this was a great attack, but I'd like to see the live
It
one.
sure was. It sure was. There we go. We're over. We got Agent 33, who looks like he did a. What did he do here? I see that he has a blimp that he didn't use. He has lightning that he must have used to take out the buildings in the top compartment there, and then he wrapped the heroes around that towards the town hall. And he's got the CC dealt with at the moment here. So a couple of his offensive ice golems are starting to pop up. But he's going into a lot of multi-inferno damage here, and the single inferno and the town hall. The Queen finally gets all the pups down there from the CC, and he's able to get that town hall down and into the single inferno. Here comes the Stone Slammer to go finish off that multi-inferno that's left behind. It hits a black mine on the way in, but he still needs to work his way over to the Eagle Artillery. He has that very, very central multi-inferno in the middle of the base.
Yeah, he does. And it's actually kind of fun playing catch up 15 seconds into an attack where you got to figure out what happened. It's like a puzzle. So that was actually kind of fun. So the swords clashing that you saw is not actually going to result in any type of a penalty because it was actually this attack that was going on. And we are all good right now. But can these balloons and can this Stone Slammer path on through? I want to see something go for that Multi-Inferno, or it's going to just continuously pester all of those balloons. And we do have one balloon and the Stone Slammer drop on top of it. That's going to set the pathing for the rest of the balloons to get through the base with one more haste spell and one free spell left in the composition. One balloon in the back pocket as well, which can be saved to go take down something like that Clan Castle once there are no more defenses left in the base. If there are no more defenses left in the base, we're out of spells. It is just about a dragon that came out of the CC. Actually, now we're out of spells. Free spell was used. This is looking like it's going to be a 3-star with 30 seconds left in this attack. The Archer Tower is not going to be able to shut down all of that drop power and firepower. Minions coming through, eating one red bomb, but going to be able to clean up the rest of this base. 20 seconds left, unless there's something in the right corner that I'm missing. It looks like we are going to look at our first 3-star of this war from Agent 33, and it looks like that is going to be it. We talked about who was going to take that step forward and grab the 3-star, and it looks like it was Agent 33 at our 6th attack of this war from Space Station Gaming. We missed the beginning of the attack, but we may be able to take another look at it later. Really nice thing done there at the middle of the war. We're at the halftime, and why don't we bring Inverum back for the mid-match meetup? Finally, someone's taken a step forward.
I don't think I've ever seen a war that's been this even that hasn't been triples. I should specify that hasn't been just back-to-back 100, 100, 100. Like, hey, when's the war going to start? This has been crazy. I mean, both of these teams are so evenly matched. And I think, honestly, the big thing that I take away from this is that just because you have one bad war in a day doesn't mean that that's how you're going to be forever. They shook it off really well. They're coming back in, and I don't know. Exactly. You got to shake it off. You can't let the nerves get to you. And we always talk about, like, what makes these players great is this idea that they don't let anything phase them. And I think that's a really good example here after we've seen so far in this war. And I think we're going to continue to see is Coco stepping up.
Yep, we do have Coco coming on in with a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack. So this is exciting to see right here. Going to be going on in, taking out that Eagle early on, also lowering that Clan Castle. Going to see how that goes, and it looks like it goes well as the baby dragon's now coming around to start establishing that funnel. Anticipating seeing that queen. Here she comes. She's going to be walking around down towards the southern part of the base, but most likely actually diving on in to that town hall compartment. Going to be able to get some good value taking down Multi-Inferno, a couple of battle builder huts, taking down the air defense along the way, and of course grabbing that town hall to secure the 1-star. That's of course if she goes in the right direction, but the pathing right now is looking like she will. Eric, is Coco typically a Queen Charge Lalo attacker? Now that he's going in with those Dragon Riders, he's just switching things up?
Coco is a very versatile attack. There's not very many attacks that he can't do. And I mean, he's just a really, really strong player here for OneHive. But you notice how there's still going to be this Royal Champion on the top edge of the base here. He's got a beautiful entry for this Queen. A nice straight shot into the base here, and the King's actually going to duck in as well, and he'll continue to pick up some value and maybe even get to the town hall before the Queen gets there. He'll pop his ability and try to clear out ahead of the for the Queen here, or even pop it in a freeze to try to give him a little extra protection. And with his ability, he should have enough to drop that town hall, which will help push the Queen more directly towards his enemy Queen. And he's still gonna have that enemy Royal Champion on the top side, so he's gonna have to make sure that he goes after that enemy Royal Champion early into the next phase of the attack here. Unless the Queen can somehow get it. Definitely a possibility too. Look at that wall break. Look at that wall break you did, Echo. That was beautiful.
That was really nice. And right now the Queen is doing her work in the center of the base. You have these Dragon Riders coming in from the top of the base. Grand Warden only clipping 3 of the 5 of them, though, unfortunately. So they're going to take a little bit more damage, the 2 of them up on the top of the base. But the Queen, she's taking a little bit of heat. Skeletons are on top of her. Her ability is intact. Bows are on top of her as well. Multi-Inferno getting rid of the arches from her. And now the Rage spell on top of those Dragon Riders as they path on through the base. Looks like the Queen is taking heat. No ability, no...
Nice freeze.
Yeah, I said no spells, but actually, in fact, there was that freeze spell. This Queen is going to be healed up back to full health, I believe, as that scatter shot goes down to those Dragon Riders. Again, the only issue that we could run into here is a time fail with 28 seconds left in the attack. We do have the champion, though, and her ability. It's going to be close as there's a couple of storages up top, even though the minions are working on them. 19 seconds left, Eric. It's going to be coming down to the wire.
Yeah, he's gonna have to hold on to his RC ability as long as possible here and wait until she can get the extra support up the top side of the base. She needs to hit the storage up there. She's pop it now, pop it now, pop it now. Hit it and
got
it! Boom! Coco brings it home with the RC ability across the map, and the shield brings it in the triple. There we go. OneHive has got the triple, and that is going to give them a chance here to make a comeback because they're going to need a defense here as Space Station Gaming will come hopefully not back swinging, and we'll go into our final attacks here with the tie war.
Man, I have to say, you're here coaching him from the desk, telling him when to hit that ability. It's like
he knows. He knows.
This year, it's just fun to watch the synergy between you and your team, man. But nice attack. That's exactly what they needed to do. Now, if Space Station Gaming comes back with a 2-star, we're going to be tied up again on stars and then start looking again at that percentage game. But if Garaticus has anything to say about that, he's going to say, no, thank you, sir. We're going to be coming on in here with another 3-star and maintain that lead. But let's see what he's going to do right here as he comes in with the Blizzard Lalo. Oh! Skelly.
It's actually a Skelly donut.
I take that back. Skelly donut Lalo. Is he gonna get it? Is he gonna get that
CC? CC down here, but there's a little bit of damage around it, but he does get it down there and gets out the scatter shot. There are some Teslas popping in the area as well. He'll leave up a couple buildings in that center compartment, which means he's still gonna have to path his way in there, but now he's not gonna have to fight the CC, and so he'll have a lot of value right out of the gate here. It does cost him about 30 seconds here to get this blimp in and this Skelly donut resolved. But overall, he's looking really good on time here. It's a nice, clean push here for the heroes to drive in. He's going to put the king and the queen on the outside. The RC is going to work on the inner ring there. And with no CC, the RC is not really going to be threatened here. She can travel that inner ring here, and it can work his way across to the town hall here. And if he can get the RC to turn and go get that sweeper and that Tesla down in the middle, then he'll leave nothing up there for any potential traps that are still lurking in there.
Well, the champion does go down right now. The queen's pretty safely sitting behind that king, and that wall is open for them to enter. I mean, that's a really nice cut out of the base. 4 compartments sitting nearly empty besides the sweeper and 1 Tesla that popped up. So really good value out of the Skelly donut, which is the first Skelly donut we're seeing here of the night. So pretty cool that that actually came on in and we got to see a good example of it. Let's see how good of an example, though, it actually is. As Garaticus starts out his Lalo from the eastern side of the base, Lava Hounds leading the way. Balloons coming in behind, new level 10 balloons, taking a little heat from Black Bombs right there. They weren't pulled from the Lava Hound. And it looks like the queen trying to shut down these battle builders. Her ability is popped. She's going to try her best to clean out that compartment, although she's under that poison from the town hall. She goes down. Haste spells are being used with the Grand Warden's ability, and we also have 1 freeze spell, which is going to be used on that scatter shot. Missing the wizard tower. He was trying to clip that wizard tower for sure. Black Bombs are eaten by that Lava Hound, and check this out, Eric. 55 seconds is plenty of time. Look at these balloons, these air bombs, though. And that looks like we have a triple.
The minions that pathed into the middle of the base there on cleanup end up clearing a lot of the traps there, so the balloons can now go through, and even though they're taking a couple, they're not taking as many as they would have taken, and it is able to keep that group alive there, although I think he could have taken all of those, and the Warden and the Owl could have finished off the core of the base there. But looks like Space Station Gaming going to match Coco's triple, and they will maintain their lead here as we go into the final attack. So the path to victory here for OneHive is going to be a triple, and then they're going to need a defense of 90% or less if they want to make a comeback and win this war.
I mean, I know OneHive, and you really know OneHive. They have the ability to triple. So it sounds like it's something that's very well in reach of them, and then just relying on the defense, that's more of the more difficult part. But we have Raze out of OneHive coming in with a Queen Charge Lalo. In my opinion, one of the strongest attacks inside of Clash of Clans. Maybe debatable now with these new Dragon Riders, but let's see how he starts things out with that King on top, setting a little bit of a funnel. The Queen going down towards the east, King going down towards the west. Let's see how well he can path this attack.
All right, The queen will go in here and get the...
Oh,
no,
oh,
the healers!
no.
The healers are going straight to the king! He drops in more. Can he get him to go back? I don't think he's going to be able to get him to go back. He's going to have to make some adjustments here. The king can still get value over there, but he just needs him to just go down at this point. But he still has his ability. Luckily, he's coming back over near the queen. He just needs to keep her alive here. She needs to stay alive for a little bit longer. He's coming back near the queen. He can still get a safe heal transfer after the king goes down. Don't rage up those healers for the king. Let him drop. And just let that damage work over there. The queen staying safe over here. She still has a little bit of healers. The king is he's hanging in there, Echo. He needs to just go down and get these healers to go back. There we go. Finally, he's going down.
Yeah, but now the
he's
barbarians
okay. He's
are stealing
okay.
those healers. Oh my god. And now
Oh
the
no.
eagle. Oh boy.
Look at least.
When does that
There we
ever
go. There we go.
happen?
They're coming back.
Oh no.
They died to the
all
eagle.
goes down.
Oh, rip. All right, well, he's still in this. His queen has actually got an enormous amount of value, all things considered. The king ended up getting a lot of extra value, and that might make up for the queen not holding on to the healers. He has the queen go down now, but here we go with the Lalo, and he still has a lot of base left, and this is going to be a tough push here for Raze.
It's going to be a tough push. He invested a lot in those healers, which means he has less balloons to go in the tail end of the attack, and a lot of these balloons right now by that multi are going down. Giant bomb there as well. There is a jump spell, which is going to do absolutely nothing on this attack, because that was clearly meant for the queen, or maybe for the king, one of those, to get through the base. Stone Slammer trying to do as much as it can. Actually fairly respectable for how bad those healers started things out. Man, that really just messed things up in the beginning. Have to give him a lot of props right there for actually being able to be patient and try and recover from that healer. Well, it wasn't even a healer transfer. They never were on that queen.
That's really, really unfortunate here for Raze. And that, unfortunately, is going to put them in a position where they are going to rely on Space Station Gaming getting an attack right around, I want to say, 70 something, right around 70 to be able to pull back this war here. And it's going to have to be a 1-star on top of that. So they're on the ropes here, and they're going to rely on a defense here, but relying on Space Station Gaming to get a 1-star when they only need a 2-star to win the war and they don't have to take a risk is a big ask here. And we're going to see if OneHive by chance has an anti-2-star base that maybe could hold them back here and force a mistake. I don't know. It's looking pretty grim here for OneHive tonight.
It's looking pretty grim, but we have seen 1-stars in the past, and I don't believe that we're going to see a 1-star out of Space Station, but we have seen crazier things happen. SSG in good position right now, though, to take advantage here and pull in their second win with OneHive, which would be taking their second loss. We're looking at 11 stars for OneHive for 92.8% damage to 10 stars with one more attack to go for Space Station with 95.8%. So, I mean, obviously you're going to be going in here if you're Space Station Gaming with an attack that's fairly safe. You're going to want to pull in the 3-star just to save face, pull it in, although you're not saving face if you at least pull in the 2. But you got to be safe here. You got to make sure that you pull in that 2-star and close out the war. And we have JD9 on this attack, and he's going to be coming in with a Queen Charge Dragon Rider attack, coming in from the opposite side of the base in the Town Hall, at least with that Queen Charge.
Yeah, I mean, when you only need a 2-star to win it, and he's coming in opposite of the Town Hall, if something goes wrong here, if this blimp doesn't make it to the Town Hall, we could see that 1-star. But it's, I think I recalculated the percentage here in my head, and it's actually going to be right around 81%, I think is the threshold for them to win. I might be a little bit off there, but right around there, the 81%, 1-star should be enough to lock it in. And he'll push his queen in here, going around the Eagle Artillery initially here. We've seen them make this similar approach here with other attacks in the past, and they open up this Eagle Artillery to be easily sniped off by something else, whether that's a baby dragon, whether that's a dragon rider, maybe an inferno dragon, whatever he wants to use there to go snipe it off. Sometimes the world champion, but one way or another, he's got the baby dragon and a couple of blues coming down ahead of the queen to try to drive her in. As a couple of Teslas are popping over there and loosen some healers for Black Mine. So doing all right here, Echo, but he'll still maintaining control here. I think he's going to early ability here.
Yeah, well, the queen's ability was forced, and she was getting slammed. Yeah, I was nervous too, but yeah, she's still up, cleaning up that CC. She's got to take down that scatter shot, but the Eagle, I'm surprised the Eagle wasn't taken down earlier with, like you said, just maybe a baby dragon could have taken that Eagle down and wouldn't have to deal with any slamming of it. But look at this. The Town Hall is on the opposite side of the base. Eric, I predict if this turns out to be looking like a 1-star, I predict you out of your chair, off the desk for a moment, because my goodness, this is not the safest way to go.
Yeah, definitely taking a risk here on the final attack.
Oh my God.
He's got the blimp coming in now. He's got some invisibility trying to protect the Dragon Riders here, but that does have the risk of potentially transferring everything to the blimp, as it cannot be protected by spells. The Queen ends up going down. The blimp does make it to the Town Hall, and Town Hall is dropping. That will lock in the win here for Space Station Gaming, taking down OneHive in this one. And here we go with the Dragon Riders, starting to sweep across the base, but the enemy Queen picking them off like crazy. They will not defend themselves. They will just go after the defenses, very much like balloons. The King will turn around and try to get some damage on her, but even he's not going to be enough there. It's going to be too much here, and this attack will be shut down, stopped in its track here, and Space Station Gaming will luckily not need the triple here to win. So that could have been a whole different story there had Raise's healers not ran after the King there, and he's able to get the triple, and that could have been a whole different outcome here, but it's not, and there we go.
JD9 trying to keep us all on the edge of our seats or having heart attacks, because man, that was not the safe attack. And really, after he got the Town Hall, things kind of faded out. So he's lucky they didn't see what we've seen in previous weeks here in the ESL Mobile Challenge with some really rough 1-stars. Really nice victory there, though, for Space Station Gaming, coming through with 12 stars, 91%, to OneHive's 11 stars, 92.8. So actually, OneHive up on the percentage very much because of that low 72% by JD9 on the 10th attack of the war. But Space Station Gaming gets the victory here. We have one more war tonight, Eric. Let's go to a break and come back to that final war in just a few minutes.
Hey, John, thanks so much for taking the time to sit down and talk with me. First and foremost, congratulations. You have qualified to the ESL Mobile Challenge. Talk to me a little bit about what the celebration was like when the team had realized that they qualified through. What was that moment like for you?
I was actually on vacation, so I wasn't on voice at the time. But no, I mean, on Discord, they were very happy. We had been a bit inconsistent, so it was nice to, really show out to qualify and really, put our stamp on things.
Tell me a little bit about the history of this iteration of this squad, because obviously part of a larger clan family, but tell me more specifically about you five.
So we sort of Space Station originally. Originally we were sort of Lost Meta Gaming way back, season 1 and I think 2 of Mobile Open. And then, it became Space Station Gaming, and then from there, Space Station Gaming was still a sort of family, but it's, branched off into 3 very distinct pods, if you like. So this is kind of like one of those pods. Like Jethro, myself, and Boon have played together since, I believe, season 2 of Mobile Open, including winning it in, I think, season 4. You're testing my history here, but yeah. So and then recently the other guys have come on board. I'm slowly getting more and more washed, so I'm sort of sliding down the pecking order. You'll see me on the admin team with Hold My Beer and James next season probably. But yeah, that's kind of like a very brief history of it.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily go that far. You're still performing pretty well, and of course, a lot of history with you guys in the program here, and of course, the program evolving now to include the Mobile Challenge. Talk to me a little bit, sort of last point here. Who are you keeping your eye on here in the Mobile Challenge? Obviously, you're going to be competing up against a lot of really good teams. Who do you have your eyes on?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the primary Space Station team is a clear favorite. I don't think that's kind of groundbreaking news to you or anyone else. But like I said, all the teams are good. The quality of especially kind of the 3 through 8 teams is a lot higher. So honestly, we'll be taking every team very, very seriously. there's no one will be overlooking. And I mean, I've played all seasons of the Mobile Open, and I think there was only one season where like the clear pre-tournament favorite won. So like you never know what happens in this format, especially with offense being so powerful.
Yeah, Town Hall 14 certainly shook stuff up quite a bit and has made for some really interesting wars. Thank you so much for taking the time to chat with me. Any final shout-outs before we say goodbye?
No, nothing in particular. Just everyone in the extended SSG, TSG, LMG families.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk, and best of luck in your matches.
Thanks very much, mate. Cheers.
Cheers. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Challenge. I'm your host, Paul Verum Toddkill, joined by Echo and Eric, who I've got to give some shout outs to. They've been casting up a storm all night long. I know it's getting a little late on the East Coast. Bear with us because we still have some amazing action in store for you. And that last war as well, certainly it did deliver. There was one attack in particular, Echo, that we felt needed a little bit more love.
Yes, Agent 33's attack. We missed the beginning of the attack, so I just kind of wanted to take a second look at it myself, or maybe even a first look, and we could kind of break it down as we go. All right, but we're going to play whatever we have, we're going to go take a look at right now. We can predict the rest. Remember, we talked about it being like a game, and look what we have here. The lightning spells clearly were taking out whatever we had set up here in this compartment. It looks like there was probably an air defense, maybe even a scatter shot may have been sitting over there as well. I think it was. But what we have right here is the heroes going to be coming in here, clutching that town hall, really funneling out the base. I mean, this base was really hollowed out, making a nice clear path for the Lalo to come around the backside, because this attack strategy was a lightning Lalo strategy. Popping that queen's ability, securing that town hall as that goes down right there. The queen got her job done. Also, just grabbing a little extra Inferno Tower along the way. Now we have this Stone Slammer, which I just missed on the circle. I'm sorry, but that's all right. We got the balloons coming through as well. Got some really nice pathing as we're going to be just pushing on through the center of the base. And I had one concern, which was this Inferno Tower, but it does get taken down as the balloons and the Stone Slammer path on over towards it. And then look at the spells we have. 2 haste spells, 2 freeze spells, plus you have yourself a Grand Warden's ability and a couple of other troops sitting in your back pocket as well. So slowly but surely, these balloons are going to make their way around, and there it is, that clutch Grand Warden ability. And also, here it is, that split, allowing that Stone Slammer and that balloon to take down that Inferno Tower, which would have just messed things up for the rest of the attack. So right now, the Stone Slammer up in front, kind of tanking a little bit here. Balloons are right behind, and now it's just cleaning up what's left. There was not enough base to shut down the number of balloons, plus that tanking Stone Slammer. It was a really nice attack with some good organic cleanup on the back end. Felt that Agent deserved another look at this attack because it was one of my favorites, kind of highlighting a more classic strategy from some of the new meta things that we've seen here tonight.
I mean, sometimes the classics are classic for a reason, and that one was just well executed there. Definitely deserves another look back. And of course, those 3 stars were a little bit few and far between in that last war, so everyone made a massive difference. But I've got word that Goreticus is on the line, winner of that last match. Welcome to the broadcast, sir. How you feeling? Congratulations on that win.
Hey, how's it going? We're feeling good. It was a fun one. Not quite as many triples as we were hoping for, but it ended up working out pretty well.
You guys are off to a pretty blistering start here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. Have had a really good night so far. Obviously, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. There's a lot of people out there looking at you guys to perform. Does that pressure ever weigh you down a little bit, or is it something that really drives you forward?
Well, I mean, usually it's a pretty good boost. We've kind of over the past 6 months or so, we've kind of been transitioning in this direction, so we've become pretty used to it. Most of the tournaments that we're in, we have some level of expectations to go pretty far and be contenders to get through to the end. So at this point, it's just kind of fun. It's added motivation to all the people that are kind of expecting us to go that far. We want to really just prove them right and get there.
And obviously, you're part of this organization. You're part of SSG. How is it having that more official backing behind you guys? How does that tangibly help you advance forward and you really try and walk away with these wins?
Yeah, well, they're a really big help. And obviously, in situations like right now with an update coming out right before a big tournament like this, any help we can get from our organization is, quite honestly, it's a step up for us against the competition. But we really appreciate what they do, and it's a really good team effort to have the resources to be able to compete at the highest level.
Absolutely. And again, you're obviously looking forward down the line towards hopefully making it to the finals here. What would it mean walking away, for your squad, that $18,000 prize money? What would that mean to your team?
Well, it would be huge. Mobile Open is always one of our biggest events of the year, and it'd be a big shot of confidence going as we continue the World season. It'd be a good boost of confidence to be able to finish well here in the Mobile Open. And obviously, we spoke about the backing of Space Station, and it wouldn't make them too unhappy either if we were able to bring home a decent pot of prize money.
Absolutely. It's all about looking towards that next step and, of course, getting that stamp of approval there as well. Well, congratulations. Yep. It's been a long night of games. Go celebrate with your team. Go take it easy.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate it. You have a good night.
Ooh. All right. Constantly looking forward. That's how you have to be. That's that championship mentality. And as we look forward towards this last matchup, Eric, this one's going to be interesting because these are two squads who have yet to garner a win, and nobody wants to finish the night down that 0-2.
I mean, the Train Station Gaming had a really good war earlier on, and I'm hoping the Happy Endings can definitely pull some better performance. And they struggled in that very first war, only racking in 10 stars. And I want to see them do a little bit better on this one here, and hopefully they're able to shake off that loss there, and both these teams shaking off the loss and move into their next attack here with a lot of momentum. And if they can carry that momentum into the next week of the ESL Mobile Challenge, then they'll help them with their confidence a lot.
Yeah,
'cause
I agree. I mean, both of them had a little bit of a rough start. I mean, Train Station, not quite as much, but I think two people that are 0-1 are really looking for a 1-1 day off of day one. So I think you're going to have a good war either way. Looking forward to it.
Especially because over the last three-plus-ish hours, they've been able to watch back and take a look at what strategies are being used, and we might see some more of those now as we get into our final war of the day. Echo, Eric, let's get going.
Yeah, coming in with the drag bat strategy again, we have Huck on this one at a Train Station Gaming. Starting off the war, going to be surging on in to that Eagle compartment, trying to take out the Eagle artillery, which has been raining down on attackers all night long. Many people have been leaving this for one of the final defenses, or not a priority to take down early on in the attack, but not on this one. Huck says, goodbye, Eagle, you're going down right now. We got the Queen coming on in from the eastern side of the base. No healers, just that Unicorn to support her. Take out as much as she can, narrow down the base so that these dragons, so the balloons, they can all path right onto the center, right into that scatter shot with that Grand Warden support. Look at this, Blimp coming in as well, going straight for that Town Hall.
Loving how much value he got out of the King there. He took out the King, he took the Eagle, and he got the enemy Queen. All the troops passed through there. So perfect. But now this Blimp needs to take this Town Hall down. It lands just outside of the range. I guess it's inside. Looks like we got Yetis and maybe some sneaky goblins inside of the Blimp there. The Queen gonna fight off the CC over on the right side. A couple dragons gonna split off and support her a little bit there, but that's kind of what we don't want to see. We want to see the dragons stay together as they work their way through the middle, and now the few amount of dragons that did go to the middle got picked off like crazy in there, and he's down to just a couple surrounding the outside edge here. Missing that multi-inferno in the middle of the base here is going to be a big problem for the bats. It's going to be burning them up like crazy. He'll try to freeze up the other one and see if he can get the pathing into that. They'll actually swing to the outside. So those bats will continue to get value, and the dragons will need to go and get this multi-inferno, and the RC will continue to sweep through. This actually is still going to go through if I'm not mistaken here. It looks like he's got it here, Echo. The bats end up surviving just long enough, clearing all the exterior defenses and staying away from that multi-inferno in the middle until he gets the reinforcements in there to take it down. He's got it. What do you think of that, Echo?
He's got it with about a minute to spare on that one as well. And as you mentioned, things didn't go perfectly. The dragons went around the outside of the base. The core of the base didn't get that dragon push that he was hoping for. He got a little bit lucky on the bats not going into the middle of the base and sticking around the outside. The champion did her job and was fairly clutch. And Train Station Gaming is starting out with a 3-star start to this war, 100%. I mean, after losing, they played well, but after losing their first match earlier on today, they have to feel good about coming out, all cylinders rolling, ready to go, pulling in a triple. Now, happy endings, they have to start out a little bit stronger than they did in that previous war.
Yeah, but they ended that previous war with that triple, so hopefully they can come into this one with a little bit of a confidence, ride off of that momentum a little bit there, although they have cooled things off, got a chance for a breather in between the matches. But here we go, we got Mayhem starting his way in with a Warden Walk, and he's going for the Pekka Smash. But he's not only doing a Pekka Smash, he's coming in with a Log Launcher Pekka Smash, as this Town Hall is very central on the base, so he should be able to get access all the way from wherever he decides to enter and assume the Eagle Artillery and get to this Town Hall without much issue.
Yeah, I like the Log Launcher very much. I'm actually surprised we don't see it more here in the Mobile Challenge, but I'm happy to see that we're going to probably get a little look at it right now as well. I also like the 3 regular witches on this attack that are just going to be used to spam out the side of the base. Most likely we're going to be seeing the King run in front with those witches just trying to keep that funnel going. We're going to see very soon how that all works out. Here comes the King. He has the Yak by his side, and the witches are right behind. As predicted, Log Launcher opening up the base. The Clan Castle lore is a success as the Lava Hound's coming out with a couple of gobs to spam some things out as well. And it looks like those Pekkas are going to go straight in towards that Eagle Artillery. I also like those logs just rolling through, completely opening this base, allowing for those Pekkas to get right on in there, push right for that Town Hall, softening up the wall as well. There's still a jump spell in the back pocket if need be, and it is most likely going to be used right over here as well to get those Pekkas. Oh no, the Log Launcher's still going. It was hidden back there. Grand Ward keeps it alive, Eric, and now they can get good access to that Town Hall.
Love the use of the King up on the right side there. He didn't waste the King wrapping him around the edge of the base there. He made sure to form a separate funnel to punch him in. He's able to go in and take out the scatter shot. The witches ended up following him into the base there. The Pekkas are still looking good here. The healers are getting hit by the Town Hall poison a little bit there, taking some black mines on top of him. He's down to 1 now, but he's able to get so much value out of the rest of the attack here that he can start to reallocate resources as in that raid there onto the Rio Champion. And even though she's already popped her ability, she's able to clear all the way around the bottom of the base here. He's still got the King on the outside. Look at all those witches wrapping around here. Even if somehow the Queen and the Warden and the Pekkas over there weren't able to push through, the King with the witches on the outside were able to maintain protection all the way through the base here with 45 seconds left to clean it up. It's clearly a triple, and this is the momentum start the happy endings needed to make a start in this war here.
This is the happy endings we were all looking to see. This is what we wanted to see out of them earlier on, and this is what they're bringing right now in the final war of the evening to tie things up. Train Station, happy endings, both sitting with 3 stars, 100%. What a great way to start out our final war of the day, and that was a pretty dominant attack. A Log Launcher, man. I'm telling you, that Log Launcher just completely opening things up. Really, it's the key to 3 in my opinion. At least it's my key to 3. For me against my Titans bases I attack.
Well, it's one of the strongest CCs for a Pekka Smash when you have that center Town Hall, because it can clearly get you the access to it, and it did right there. But here we go. We got zap-dragon riders in for the next one here. Now, we talked about this in the previous one here, how this is going to function very similar to a zap lalo, where we go in with a little bit of lightning to help form a funnel for the heroes, and then we need to have the heroes get a nice section of the base out here while dealing with at least the Rio Champion or the Queen here. Looks like he's going after the Rio Champion on this one, and then he can go on the backside and use the ward ability paired with Headhunters to take out the enemy Queen. So it looks like the lightning comes down in the middle base there, zaps out that Multi-Inferno, and the heroes are getting some good value here, Echo.
Yeah, they totally are, and I really like the pathing that he's setting up too for these Dragon Riders on the back end. Queen's going to be able to deal with that CC. 1 poison spell in the back pocket for that, and now the Dragons are coming on in, or the Dragon Riders, I should say, with those balloons. And the Grand Warden, look at how narrow the base is. They just have 1 way to go, and the Grand Warden's going to go through and support all of that. I want to see this Eagle Artillery get shut down before another shot, and it gets half of its shots out. But it's okay. Are these balloons going to stand? Oh man, yeah, totally.
The shots landed behind him though. You saw that? The shots landed behind him as he got inside the minimum range of it. But notice there's no air defenses along this whole path that they've gone through. A Lalo would not have had the tanking to move through there. But the Dragon Riders, they don't need the Lava Hounds. They can work through, and they don't need the tanking because they're all individual tanks themselves. But look at this, the blimp travels through, is going to land on the Town Hall, and now he just needs to have the freezes to lock down these Infernos and air defense sets as he makes the final approach. And he even has a heal spell to help him get through the multi-Inferno. This is looking really, really good here.
Yeah, and look at the number of Dragon Riders he has left. I believe he has 6 of them left with the heal spell. They're all pretty close in range as well. He can heal everything up all together and basically be sitting with all brand new, fresh and dandy Dragon Riders, although they seem to be avoiding that Inferno Tower at all costs. Finally, they're making their way over. They're going to shut that down. They do have to get through the bow and a few other defenses before they can get to that final air defense and Warden Pedestal. But it looks like with 51 seconds and the number of Dragon Riders that I'm seeing right now on the screen, that they're going to be able to push on through without much of an issue at all. Plus the Grand Warden supporting from behind. It looks like Tupac Lives Forever is going to pull in the second 3-star for Train Station Gaming in this war. Impressive looking attack right here, really featuring and showing off the abilities of this brand new troop inside of Clash of Clans. Listen to that sound. It just sounds amazing, that Dragon Rider shooting.
Yeah, it's good stuff right there. And he immediately got to clean up down behind the wave of minions following the pack there. We're able to keep right up with them. And they do go pretty heavy on the minions there. They bring in like 10 to 13. I've seen some of them go up as many as 17 minions down behind to really, really keep up with these Dragon Riders as they move through the base. It's a really, really cool attack here. And if you have a base that you can get the good hero value, but you can't quite hit the air defense placement to make sure that you have tanky positions for Lava Hounds to move a Lalo through, Dragon Riders are your answer. I feel like between those two attacks, there's a lot of versatility that players can take advantage of. But we're live in the next one. We got Shadow from Happy Endings coming in with Echo's favorite attack here. We got the Queen Charge Hybrid.
I wouldn't say it's my favorite, but it's one that's been working fairly well for me lately. I typically like those spam attacks. I'm one of those spam attackers that everyone hates. But the hybrid is solid. Even it seems like a very comfortable attack that you could do a lot of things with. And right now we're getting a little bit of a freeze on that queen, and she's going to try and work her way into that compartment right there to try and take out that town hall. Because there's a lot of open wall over here, but she does seem to be going. I don't know that pathing was planned to go down, to go upward. I think more looking to go down towards the town hall compartment rather than up towards the trash building area up top.
He can still make some adjustments here. If he can change his plan here, if he can quickly react and get the queen to go after the scatter shot there, he can still get the king to go in to the town hall here. But it needs the queen to take the turn here. She cannot lose her healers to the scatter shot. He needs to make the adjustments here and protect. He ends up putting his king on the outside of the base there instead of sending him to the town hall. And so he's going to have to find a different approach to town hall. But that's the nice part about a minor attack here. The Queen Charge Hybrid is extremely versatile and can handle the queen going the wrong direction here. And he can just reverse it and send the hybrid through the town hall. He's going for another layer of wall break here and trying to push the queen all the way to the multi-inferno. And look at this. Even though the queen was clearly supposed to go down on the base there and didn't, she's still getting some really good value. Finally gets the CC pull and is ready to send in the miners right through that little out jut towards the town hall, and here they come, Echo.
I'm telling you, that was they're not coming yet, but they will be soon. That was a very impressive change of plan, really making things work. I mean, I don't know if the 3-star's coming or not, but he did a very good job adjusting to that mistaken pathing from the queen. She just did not want to go in the right direction. And it looks like we do have a heal spell dropped already right there for those Hog Riders. Miners are finally making their way on top of the town hall. Grand Warden clipping all of those troops as they're making their way through, raging them up as they get through there as well. Hog Riders coming in behind with no more freeze spells though. Only no more heal spells. Only 2 more freezes on the tail end of the attack. Freezing the Eagle Artillery once. We should probably be freezing that Eagle Artillery twice. And there's no scatter shots either on the back end.
Wow, this is actually looking really, really strong here for him. He's gonna get the Eagle down. The RC snipes off the multi. The queen is still alive. He's pulled it back, Echo. He's got the triple, time permitting, but with 25 seconds and all the troop he still has steady left on the board here. He's got siege barracks on the outside. There, the Pekka, the Wizards all protected. The miners have all regrouped. The RC sweeping through. This is crushed here, and I don't know, that looked like it was the whole plan the whole time. I'm changing my mind. This was what what he was planning the entire. No, he clearly made a mistake there, but he made a masterful adjustment and he was able to bring it in anyways. That was awesome.
Masterful is the perfect word. I mean, that's why that attack was so good. Not because it was a well-done hybrid, because the adjustment was made, and it clearly went in an opposite direction of what all of the planning went into before this war. Still able to pull it in commanding fashion, and that's why the hybrid is so versatile, because you can make changes like that in the fly with the ability for those miners to take down that town hall if something like that happens to go wrong. Really versatile strategy, which I'm surprised isn't used more. Seasons back, it was used quite often here with the ESL Mobile Open, but here in the Mobile Challenge, very different metas, as you mentioned, things coming through the air, like this zap-dragon attack with a couple of those Dragon Riders as well. And what do we have coming out of this blimp right now?
I don't know that I'd call this a zap-dragon attack. He only took 2 to take out a sweeper there, so that's a pretty minor amount of lightning, but we'll push his way in here with this Yeti blimp, and they'll take out that compartment on the right side there. Looks like they got a scatter shot there, and then the heroes are going to push to the town hall. Now he's going to have dragons and dragon riders very likely going through the eagle artillery here, and I assume so. Yeah, there we go. They got the dragons coming in. They can quickly rush that air defense there, use the ward ability to protect themselves, and as long as the heroes take the town hall here, if that doesn't happen, then he's in a little bit of a hot spot here. But look at these rocket balloons up on the side, Echo, taking out that air defense.
Yeah, I love the use of those rockets, those rocket balloons. They really do a nice job just picking away air defenses where you can invest a little bit and get a lot of value out of them. The Queen right now, she needs to get that task done that you mentioned just a moment ago, which is to take down that town hall. Her ability's being popped right there. She is going to clutch that town hall, taking down dragons and dragon riders going through on this attack that is not a zap dragon attack, but it is more like just a dragoon attack, I guess. But nice job pushing through here. Yeah, exactly. Sweeper's very important. Very, very important. But I love the use of these dragon riders, just shutting down those scatter shots. They are like the answer to scatter shots, where they can just take the tanking and they could dish out the beating as well. Really nicely done. What I'm seeing on the back end though is one air defense with a bunch of defenses surrounding as well. About 4 dragons left in the attack. Dragon riders being raged up, and you got the Grand Warden with that owl getting that nice ability too, chaining a little bit with that owl.
I like the freeze here. The freeze locking down the air defense, but also taking that Rio Champion's damage off of her by freezing up the ground expo, giving her a little bit more punch to punch through. And she does, in fact, pop her ability, get the air defense down, works her way through all of these other defenses, and now it's just down to a couple of ground target defenses that are not going to affect the dragons. The RC will finally drop, and the dragons can swarm into this last Tesla. It's another triple here. We're perfect for 5 attacks in a row here, Echo. What a war we have on our hands here.
Listen, what do you expect? It's the final war that we're watching here of the night. Of course it's going to be incredible. Of course we're going to have the matchup that we were all hoping for. 500% right now we have out of the first 5 attacks. 3 stars in a row for Train Station Gaming, 2 in a row for Happy Endings. As we go into the middle of the war right now, I want to see if Happy Endings is able to get a turkey of their own, pulling in another third 3-star. I mean, if they want to win here, they have to really just keep up with the triples if the triples are coming in the other side of the war. Really fun stuff, and very different from what we're seeing specifically from the Happy Ending side of the war. As you mentioned, they struggled quite a bit earlier on today, where today, right now, at the end of the night, they're perfect so far.
They are. They're doing absolutely fantastic, and they need to keep on riding this momentum. We got Indy coming in for the next one, and he's going in with a Blizzard Dragon attack. He starts off with an Earthquake. I really understand the purpose of that Earthquake there, but I mean, I guess if it'll help him get some of the buildings down or keep the battle abilities back. I honestly don't know why he did an Earthquake right there, but he'll send in the Blizzard and take out this Town Hall, hopefully, without any issues.
Uh-oh. They're done.
Oh, no.
They're done.
What is happening in this attack here, Echo? I don't know what to think right now.
Well, I think that wasn't good. That was not the plan. I think that the Earthquake spell was used so that it would soften up whatever that defense was, so that when the death damage came through from the blimp, it would actually take it out, and those super wizards would go towards the town hall. Although that giant bomb, you see that bomb damage. That's there.
A bomb tower.
Took them out. Bomb tower. Wow.
Yeah. Maybe that's what he's using the Earthquake for. Maybe he's trying to mix the crash damage to destroy the bomb tower to make it go off before the Super Wizards came out of the blimp. That's definitely a possibility, but one way or another, he's gonna have to go to a backup plan here, get the heroes to take the Town Hall down and send the dragons in from the top side and just sacrifice the top end of his funnel. And we'll see if he still has enough punch to still get some value out of this base and see if he has any chance to recover this.
At least he had a pretty easy way to take down the Town Hall. We've seen blimp fails that have been much more devastating than what we just saw right here. So he has the ability now to push on through, but there's a lot of base left. A lot of things for those dragons to have to push on through. There is an invisibility spell and a freeze spell left in the back pocket, as well as an ice golem that could be used to do a little bit of tanking of some of these point defenses on those dragons around the way. But over this champion, I mean, she's kind of going in there soloing her way around the base. I'm not sure if that's the best play right there.
Yeah, he needs to have her sweep the backside here, but it was kind of a double-edged sword there. There's no clear path for her to take. Either she goes in under the dragons and gets locked onto the king, or she goes under the opposite side there, engages the enemy world champion. I feel like he should have been a little bit more patient with it and deployed her from the right where the ice golem's coming down to the bottom of the base, like right about now if she was coming in. But I think she still would have run into the world champion. One way or another, he's not going to make it through. It is going to be a defense. He needed the king and the queen to not go to town hall, but to go on the outside edge of the base and keep the dragons more central so that they would have gone in and take out the world champion and push into that multi-inferno in the middle. Then he would have had clean access for the world champion to come in from the left side. So I can see what he was trying to do, but with the way that blimp went, it's not going to be kind to this setup here, and he's going to end up short. So it is going to be our first miss of the war here, and Train Station Gaming giving us our first lead.
Yeah, and with this being an 83%, they're going to have a fairly decent percentage lead as well. But I mean, this attack struggled from the start with that blimp. When that blimp goes down and those super wizards don't take down the town hall or don't at least get their objective done, you're already playing catch up. I think he did a nice job of using the king to take down the town hall to kind of make that catch up so it wasn't a devastating move. Because right now they're still sitting 1 star behind at 94.3% damage to Train Station's 9 stars at 100%. In Verum, I think that happy ending still has their shot here. It's not time for them to give up. It's time for them to buckle down and hope for a 2-star out of Train Station.
Yeah, they're obviously definitely going to need that, but at the same time, you kind of wish that 2-star had a little bit more percentage to give you just a little bit more to work with, because once you start stacking up those 100s and 100s, like anything below the 90s really start to bring that percentage down. So they are going to have to just turn it right about face there to bring it back around and hope that their opponent stumbles in a similar fashion, because that's part of the problem. If you keep consistently delivering amazing performance after amazing performance, the second you don't, you really feel it in the overall star total. But this one's definitely not done yet. 4 more attacks still to go in this war, the last one of the night. Personally, cannot wait to see how this finishes up and see who's going to end the night 1-1. Feeling pretty good going to week number 2.
Yep, and we have John out of Train Station coming in with the electro-dragons. Said it before, got that new level. Let's see if they can pull in the triple this time around. Coming up with the king over on the western side of the base, the queen down here in the south. Just trying to narrow things down. This base kind of lends itself well for the heroes easily getting inside, being able to create some pathing for these electro-dragons. The queen, though, she's going up towards that king. I would have liked to see her, well, I definitely want to see her take down the defending queen, but I was hoping that she would go the other direction. But it looks like this was the plan that John had all the while, as the electro-dragons are going to go straight for that town hall.
I like the use of these super archers that he used at the start of the attack over the right-hand corner. They were able to reach all the way in there and take the air defense down, which made so the king would do something completely different on the base. He got the backside air defense, and everything is looking very, very smooth here on his push into the base. He's got the town hall down with the blimp, where he dropped out dragon with some balloons and not pulling any ground targeting CC out of there. And here comes the world champion from the top corner. He's going to start to sweep the backside of the base here, and these Z-Drags are still getting nice chains and carrying through.
Yeah, but we got that one scatter shot. That's the one thing that makes me nervous here. Well, of course, black bombs as well, but you know what? Scatter shot's frozen. Electro Dragons on top of scatter shot. We got the champion sneaking in behind. Things are looking pretty nice right here for John. I mean, so far, out of train station, 4 attacks in, are looking at a perfect war from this squad, which is very impressive so far. Really not leaving much of a doorway here for happy endings, not giving them the opportunity. And that was a fast attack. That was a minute and 30 seconds that thing was done. Electro-dragons for the win. I'm going to train some up tonight.
Yeah, go spam it up, baby. We got 4 triples in a row out of Train Station Gaming. A phenomenal performance here, and we've even seen a lot of variety in their attacks here. They see their first anti-2-star base. We know that anti-2-star bases are very vulnerable to E-Drags because they pack so much in the corner. They usually throw the air defenses wide to the outside, and that makes them ideal to attack with that attack. So here we go. We got another form of dragons, the regular dragons, some classics, coming in with some bats on the next one.
Yep, drag bat here for Tingy out of Happy Endings 2.0, and he has one thing in mind, that is I need to triple this base. Notice here, is this the base you were speaking of about the different wall levels? Because this one also sitting with a bunch of Town Hall 11.
Same guy.
The same guy. Okay, cool. I'm noticing it here. Electro-dragon up top, coming through to try and set a little bit of a funnel. We have the queen coming in behind that ice golem. I like the extra tanking. King there as well. Setting things up nicely to narrow down the entrance to this attack with those dragons, those balloons, Grand Warden support moving on through. And we do, again, have those 6 bat spells that are going to be coming in the tail end of this attack. The question is, where are they going to be coming in? What area of this base is vulnerable to those bats? Seeing wizard towers pretty evenly dispersed along here, although one of them could be going down to this blimp that's going to be taking that one down there. So far, things are looking fairly nice.
And that blimp dropping into the town hall, getting the crash damage onto the wizard tower as well, is going to clear out a lot of the splash damage in the area. There's only one real chunk of splash damage left on the base here, and it's this multi-inferno in the middle, and then the wizard tower and a scatter shot along the bottom. So he still needs to get the eagle artillery down. Can't be letting that eagle artillery fire away at the bats, and the queen is not going in there. He starts the bats over on the left side, and he'll get this eagle artillery down nice and early. And not a lot of threats to him over there. He's got 5 freezes here. Oh, and he doesn't use them. He doesn't use them right. All right, come on, hold it together here, Tingy.
I feel like he waited way too long on those bats. I mean, the bats are the only thing left in the attack right now. I'm wondering why he didn't come in a little bit earlier with them when there was still some legs left in the attack. But instead, the bats are going to be chipped away by air defenses, the queen, the archer tower, and finally the wizard tower for that final shot with a 67% 2-star for happy endings. Really just giving it away right here to Train Station Gaming, I'm sorry, as they are perfect with 12 stars to the 10 stars out of happy endings. Happy Endings 2.0 needs to really hope for a complete fail right now out of Train Station so they can hopefully pull something in the end, but it's looking kind of grim for them.
Yeah, if I'm counting out the percentage that's left on the board here right now, there is a full 50% that has not been scored here from happy endings, which would mean that the only path to victory for them is not worrying about the town hall kill. It's like literally they need to have a percentage star fail, which is extremely rare here at Town Hall 14, unless everything just goes completely wrong. And like you could just throw all your troops to the line and probably at least get a 50% 1-star, and that's all they need here to win. And here we go. We got the Queen Charge coming in with Dragon Riders as Jethro, one of the very, very strong attackers who used to play for Space Station Gaming, now playing in Train Station Gaming, their sister team here. And we'll see what he's got for us today, Echo.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get himself charged right on into that Eagle artillery compartment. I really like how this thing's being set up right now. You're going to get some massive value from that Queen, picking away 2 air defenses, an Eagle artillery. Not going to be able to lure the clan castle, at least not until later on. There is 1 jump spell in the composition, but I don't believe we're going to be grabbing a lure right here. Just take way too long to get up in there. But I do love that Eagle going down early. It's something I like to do as well. Not that I'm at all an attacker on the level of these guys, but I do like to get the Eagle out of commission, nice and early, so I don't have to deal with it raining down on my troops later on. Nice job with the rage spells. The Queen's going to push her way through. Champion actually takes down the other air defense, and now the Queen can just take that jump spell after she's going to probably go to the second gold storage get herself into the base, shut down the scatter shot, shut down the multi-inferno, and then when you're looking at it here, you're going to have about 50% of the base taken down already. That jump spell just taking forever to be used. Nice job with the freeze, though, as the inferno finally goes down, and there is the clan castle. Laura, a minute and a half into the attack.
Yeah, he's still got to deal with the clan castle. It's still a dragon rider attack here. Dragon riders, just like balloons, will not defend themselves against defending CC troops there. And he also needs to get down the enemy Royal Champion and the enemy Queen. He's going for a big amount of value, but he has crossed that threshold. He has crossed that 50% 1-star percentage, and that will lock in the win here. But he did end up losing his Queen in the middle of the base, and he still needs to get this Town Hall down. We don't want to see him end with a 1-star, but he wants to still at least get out of here with the 2-star, because that would be a bad way to end their potential chances at a perfect war here. I wonder if he can still get this, though. He's got some headhunters on their way in to get this enemy World Champion. He still has a chance here, Echo.
I think he could do it. He's got 4 of those Dragon Riders coming on through. The Grand Warden supporting. The minions were able to clean up those pups along the back end. Baby Dragon's going to clean up a little bit with that minion on the other side. 38 seconds left in the attack. Air defense champion. Okay, it may be a little bit difficult. All these defenses are going to have to go down before those Dragon Riders are actually going to be taking down the hero itself. But, you know, I mean, we weren't even sure if the Town Hall was going to go down at one point. So right now I'm pretty impressed on how far it's actually going.
Right, yeah, exactly. I mean, he does make it a pretty decent amount of the way through the base here. Now his ward is finally getting targeted, and that will seal the deal here, as his last Dragon Rider will move into the Tesla, and the Dragon Rider will go down to the Road Champion as she passes across, but she gets a little bit of crash damage and takes out the RC's pad there, racking on a 95%, still one of the best attacks of the war. And I mean, if for a miss, that's 5% off of a perfect war here, Echo. That's crazy, but we're not done yet. We are still going into the final attack here from Happy Endings. A brilliant performance here from Train Station Gaming, only leaving up 5 buildings total over the course of the war there, just because that Queen wasn't quite able to survive in the middle base there.
When you break it down by how many buildings were missing from the entire war, it makes it sound very impressive. 5 buildings out of 5 full attacks are all that were missed here. So close to a perfect war, but very, very difficult to do. So now Happy Endings is going to give their last go here, as they're going to try and come on in with a drag bat attack to try and end the war with another 100%, and I believe that's what they did in their previous war.
Yeah, I mean, it's Nemesio coming in from Happy Endings to close it out here. He's gonna try to work his way in with the Road Champion, and a couple of ground skellies pop, but he goes invisible. Nice part about the invisibility is it protects you through the ground skellies. It's also nice if you could have something else on the map there at the same time, so that the ground skellies pull off, because she ends up retargeting onto them and doesn't get the scatter shot down, and missed out on a lot of potential value out of this Road Champion. Well, here go with the dragons. Ooh. With the King and the Queen working along the top edge.
Those dragons, though, I feel like the base wasn't really narrowed down very much. Those dragons can very much spread out as they move on in towards the base. That scatter shot's going to do a lot of damage to those dragons on the outside there, as they kind of are all splitting in different directions. Although I guess the King and the Queen are actually setting that funnel a little bit more now as they move on into the base. Nice job with the Grand Warden's ability, allowing this blimp to get onto the Town Hall. But is there a bomb? What's going on in there? Okay, it doesn't matter. It's all balloons. They are getting swept away a little bit. One dragon in there as well. Dragons are pathing through better than I would have hoped, although they do seem to be fading out a little bit.
Yeah, he's got the bats coming in the top corner there. They can go take out the Multi-Inferno and the Wizard Tower. They build up into a swarm very quickly here. They're going to regroup as they go into the point defenses around the top of the base and those ground target defenses. He can push his way into the Wizard Tower. Looks like he's still got enough here, Echo. The dragons pushed through. He didn't need the RC to take out that scatter shot. He's got it under control, and Happy Endings will close out the war and make this one. There's a little bit of a happy ending here, as they almost come in and They came close here against Train Station Gaming. They just had a couple mishaps in the middle of the war there, but after a very, very strong start and a very strong finish, they will close out strong here. Still, that's a nice score on this war. 14 stars for Train Station Gaming, barely missing the perfect war. And after the mess-ups in the previous war there for Happy Endings, to come only 10 stars in that one and then rack in 13 on this one, it was a nice way to end the night there for them, but still, unfortunately, they were outgunned on the offense.
Yeah, congratulations to Train Station Gaming on that victory, and let's bring in Varum back. It's time to close out the night. We've had some incredible wars here tonight in Varum, and this one was a great one to close out on.
Absolutely, and I'm going to have you starting to think about what attack you want to recap from that last war, because this was a pretty intense one. 27 of a potential 30. Both teams went absolutely huge. The fact that one team was only 5%, like you said, Eric, 5 buildings off a perfect war, absolutely staggering. And the fact that their opponents weren't that far behind just shows the caliber of the teams that we have here in the ESL Mobile Challenge. And this is only our first week. I cannot wait to see how the teams are going to continue to improve. Echo, do you have an attack that you particularly want to see?
I
want to see.
Yeah.
Wait, Eric?
It's Eric's turn.
Eric?
I mean,
oh my goodness, I misread. I looked over at my other screen, and our
you know what I
want to
see, Verum? Okay. I want to see that zap-drag rider attack. It was from Train Station Gaming. It was somewhere in the early middle part of the war. I forget who did it. Second attack. I think it was the second attack in the war there. So I think I'd love to go back and see that one here where Tupac lives forever. There's the attack there. He had a zap-dragon rider attack here where he started in with a little bit of lightning after the heroes were already working their way into the base here. But look at this. He sets up a basic funnel here for the king on both sides there with the Yeti on one side, drives the king north into the base there to punch in and go after this air defense here. Now, he needs the Royal Champion to go in and get the scatter shot down to complete the pathing here for the Dragon Riders. He's not necessarily worried about the storages here because his Dragon Riders are not going to fight them. He only has to really worry about the center of the base there to make sure he has a nice clean path. But look at the RC shield. The RC shield was able to take out that right-hand air defense there with her ability with just up 0 air defenses for the Dragon Riders as they punched their way through. The heroes ended up getting locked down by the Hound and the Ice Golem, which stalled up their value over on the left side, but then the Dragon Riders were able to sweep all the way through the base here with no air defenses. And usually that's a problem for a Lalo, because if he was doing a straight up Lalo during this attack here, then the Hounds would have crossed directly over the Town Hall, got burned up, and he wouldn't have had any tanking as he worked his way into the initial punch of the base. But look at this. The Dragon Riders move completely unimpeded all the way through the base, and then he has no haste needed. That's another advantage of this. The Dragon Riders move so quickly through the base that you don't really need haste with them, which frees up a lot of additional spells here for a heal and for freezes, so we can lock down that single Inferno, protect the Dragon Riders on their approach to the air defense as well, also catching out the enemy king there. I guess that's not really that big of a deal, but I mean, look how the Dragon Riders just move so seamlessly across the base. I love this attack here. As soon as he starts to make his approach into the multi-inferno, then he just has the heal spell and he can lock them all down again. I think he maybe wasted that freeze there. That freeze was a little bit early, I think. But it's all good because the Dragon Riders don't have to get stuck on the trash on the outside. They circle the way back into the base and take out that multi-inferno, then freeze up the last couple defenses. Dragon Riders are really, really cool. I am very, very impressed with this attack here. When it's basically taking the weaknesses of a Zap Lalo and then turning it on its head there and turning it into an attack that is just incredible to watch here. And that was beautifully set up here from Tupac Live Forever. And it's a nice way for them to take this win here and just do it with style. I love this attack here. I can't wait to see more of it in Verum.
100%. I mean, it looks like the meta is starting to take to the skies. These Dragon Riders are so much fun to watch. The addition of the heal spell as well, just to continue bring that longevity in an attack like this. I can't wait to continue to see how players iterate on it. And speaking of players, I have one standing by for an interview, winner of that last war. It's Jethro. Welcome back to the show. And I say back because you're a player who's been competing in our program for a very long time. Tell us how it's been. First and foremost, congratulations on your win. Sorry, get that out of the way. How has it been competing in years of mobile open now, and now to be in the mobile challenge? How has that step up felt?
It's definitely been different. I mean, the whole new format this season is definitely a lot cooler, and we're just happy to be playing in it and to be, in this top 8 teams playing with the best clans in NA for this season.
Yeah, I mean, best is certainly showing here. You guys so close to pulling off a perfect war, which is just not easy to do any day of the week, but especially here, the last match of the night. You guys have been going all day long. Tell us how important the prep was coming into this, because obviously you're going up against a lot of really good teams. Do you feel like your preparation paid off today?
I mean, going 1-1 wasn't what we totally wanted, and I feel like maybe we could have prepped maybe a little bit more. But 1-1, since it's a round robin format, we're not sweating too hard. So hopefully for next week we'll be more prepped to hopefully go 2-0 for next Friday.
I'm going to follow up on that because I feel like there's a lot of prep to do. Tonight showed so many new attacks. Attacks we don't even have names for yet. This new update brought a lot of really exciting stuff. I assume you guys are going to be spending a decent amount of time researching going into it, but how important is it for a team to be more than up to date, to be ahead of the pack when it comes to developing these new strategies if you want to win a tournament like this?
I mean, it's always important to be ahead of the game, because if you're not ahead of the game, the other team is. So it's always important to be testing and strategizing and doing whatever you can to, win these wars in this type of tournament.
For sure. We got a few more weeks left, which means there's a lot still to go. So I'm going to leave it here for us. Any final shout outs before we say goodbye?
I just want to shout out John for this Challenger season so far. He is going perfect hit rate, and he's done it before and he'll do it again, I believe. So shout out to John for having that 100% hit rate this season so far.
Keeping up those triples. You love to hear it. Go celebrate with your team.
Yeah.
Get a good night's sleep. We'll see you next week.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, all right. Let's bring him back because this was quite an epic first day of games. We had some highs, we had some lows, we had some heartbreaking 1-stars, we had some epic triples, basically everything I wanted to see for our first day of this season for the ESL Mobile Challenge. And these are our final standings. Up there at the top, Space Station Gaming, Lost Meta Gaming. Down at the bottom, Happy Endings and OneHive. Squads need to turn their fortunes around, and for the teams there in the middle, still opportunities to prove themselves. Still 3 more weeks here of our round robin, and then advancing on to our finals. Speaking of finals, let's get some last thoughts from both of you before we close things out. Eric, I'll start with you.
I was a little bit disappointed for OneHive, not able to connect today. They had some tough matchups, but in a round robin competition, everybody gets to play each other once, so there's plenty of opportunities for them to make a comeback, and we'll see how the teams progress here as we work our way through. But I'm impressed with what we saw tonight overall. It's really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we had some highs and we had some lows tonight, but that's to come with any night, with any wars that we're seeing from any teams. I mean, we have Space Station Gaming and Lost Meta Gaming, both from the same family there, sitting at the top, which is pretty impressive. Train Station sitting there in the middle, another one from the family. But either which way, we had some great attacks. I love that we were able to introduce everyone to some new metas and actually be introduced ourselves to some new metas here tonight. It was exciting. It was fun. It's not often that we get to do that type of thing live, because it's just not that often that brand new troops are coming to the game that we could have our players experiment with live. So fun night overall. I enjoyed it.
I mean, it happened with Brawl Stars. It happened again here with Clash of Clans. We are right on the bleeding edge of this, checking out what these players are doing. And of course, I'm sure, I'm not going to speak for both of you, but I would be very surprised if we didn't see some YouTube videos on your respective channels, maybe breaking some of these down. So make sure if you're not following these guys on YouTube, you're doing just that. And if you're not following us over on Twitter, make sure you're doing that !social, Twitter and Instagram. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, make sure you're following there as well so you don't miss out on any of the action. And you're really going to want to be, because we have a little announcement, a little something going on Monday that you're definitely all going to want to be tuned in for. I'll leave you with that teaser as we close things out for the first night. The first season of the ESL Mobile Challenge is well underway. Week number 1 is in the books. Thank you to everyone who tuned in tonight. Take it easy. We'll see you for the next one.
Feel the lights, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the price is mine.
Step out as a motivator. let them know that the weight's up.
It's gonna happen. One more shot.
Level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
He gets it on the buzzer.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouth. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone.
Pop it now. Hit it and
I'm just like you. There's no
got it. Boom, Coco.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark. No fear, getting ready for the ride. Yeah, stepping into the light. No limit, aim high. No limit, the price is mine.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking calls. Want your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. There's no failing when we fight. We're not afraid to. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up?